Oh, maybe not touching the table. All right, so I got my walking pad set up. Now, please ignore this right now. I know I talked about this when it happened, but our bathroom door a few months ago stopped working. And by stopped working, we got trapped in it a couple times. So we took the doorknob off this door and put it on there, but obviously I'm not going to put a doorknob on this door that is broken. And we honestly probably should just reach out to repair it one more time, but ignore it. It's like that because of that reason. I just gotta get a new doorknob, which I think part of the reason we hadn't replaced it was because we were thinking about getting a nice doorknob, like a cute one. We did buy a cute one, and it turned out to be like an antique one, and it wouldn't work on the doors. Plot twist. But we'll get there. So this is the first time using the walking pad. We're gonna see how this goes. And if it doesn't work out, I stole my sister's chair, so maybe my back won't hurt too bad if I switch. But the goal is 10,000 steps. I'm technically at 3,700 right now. I have my phone in my pocket. I'm hoping it tracks steps. So that's gonna be a big lesson. We're gonna find out today. It does make sound when you turn it on, so get ready for a little bit of sound. I'm wearing a sweater top. I don't know what to wear for this, but I did it so I could put on shorts. Haha. Also, we're gonna see how my camera handles this because I am not at the right distance right now. In addition to that, I'm way closer to the light bulb than I've ever been. So the lighting feels a little off in here. Let me see if I can set the other setting. But yes, we're on the last route. Get ready for the camera to freeze. Let's see. There's one thing I sometimes unclick, but sometimes it makes it yellow. It doesn't look like it's yellow this time. We'll leave it on for now. We'll see how it goes. Alright. Now I was told you have to click on Longley's route to start the secret route. It's like an offset in his route, so we'll see if we can get it. And I'll start this and try not to cry. Oh, it didn't count me in. We're also gonna see how far back I need to actually make it, because right now I moved it, like I tested it out a few times before even starting. Please. Already bumped the tab table. So we'll see. The great news is when I usually play Switch games, I usually have the controller sitting down anyways. Or not Switch games, when I play Otome games, I usually have the controller just sitting anyways, so it's not like I need it right beside me. Also, if anyone who likes to use my timestamps, I'm not putting timestamps for the getting to his route. It's not gonna have timestamp until I get into his route. So if you're confused, that'll be why. Oh no. I think it's this one. We'll see. We'll see. I also have this plugged in because this hasn't been plugged in for like a day and a half. Yesterday, I started this, and I've already forgotten what I was going to say. Yesterday, I started cleaning my room up so I could get this ready. So a lot of my stuff changed. Used to, these bookshelves used to be against this far wall over here. I decided to bring them off the wall and put my bed behind it and kind of make like a division, which was fine. I don't want to... I don't know what matters. But the problem I started running into... I'm like sideways, stepping sideways. Was that my chair was too close to the bookshelves. And as that started to become a problem for me, we're on one. Let's see what that even does. As it started to become a problem for me, like I bump into the bookshelves every time I would scoot back. So now they're very far away, which is also another reason why this is here now, because I was afraid to put this here and then it be in the way of everything else. There is a few things I still need to fix in the room, but we'll see. We'll see how it goes. It could turn into a pretty nice setup. We were talking about potentially even putting the walking pad on the other side of my desk, because we made a lot of space on that side of my room. So, okay, he didn't look comfortable here. Oh, hang on, I hit a button. So previously in Longley's route, when we got to this part. What happened was we basically called guards to come get him. We straight up ratted on this guy. I should probably show him how to get out of here. When he first showed up, I thought his eyes were tiny, tiny dots. Hey there, princess. What you looking at? I screamed as a figure appeared in front of me out of nowhere. Who are you? Jane be nimble, huh? That's a Daoshi apprentice for you. The strange pale man spoke to me like we had known each other for ages. And that wasn't the only thing throwing me off. How do you know I'm a Daoshi apprentice? You're floating. With a vague unsettled... it was vaguely unsettling. I started backing away from him. Trying to make sure also that it's not picking up my steps too much. I don't see it moving. Ain't no need to be frightened of little old me. I just want to have a chat. I think anyone would be afraid of a floating stranger showing up out of the blue. Come on, don't be shy. Want to come with me and grab some tea? I know a place. I had no way to refuse, especially when he seized my arm in a surprisingly powerful grip. I'm also trying to keep this center. Oh, we're gonna get an extension cord for the camera. Right now, it's kind of at its wit's end because I have the PC's now over here. All these changes, by the way. The PC is now over here, whereas the PC used to be like more directly underneath it. So that change has made this a little more difficult. But she's not dead center. You can kind of tell. You can see more of the side. I'm not in the middle of it. I'm also moving, so it's making it a little bit harder to show it. Am I slowing down? What is happening? Ooh, it's telling me things. What are you telling me? I don't know what's telling me. But... We've been doing this for 5 minutes. Excuse me. Huh? Suddenly, a figure stepped in between us. Does this show? No, it still says Longley right now. A figure stepped between us, separating us cleanly as if anything. He was clad in black, a striking contrast to the pale man who'd first approached me. Oh, it's you! It's you, she said to a stranger. I guess he heard me shout and came to help. Thank goodness. He didn't seem to notice my gratitude. Panda? Sorry. Instead, he turned his gaze to the black and white creature by my side. Trying to make sure I'm the only thing moving and not my desk. I do have this currently like catacournate. Oh, I actually didn't mention that either. My desk is now sideways. It's like an L-shaped desk. I'm currently sitting in the corner. I've seen that little panda somewhere before. I can't remember. Maybe I'll remember if I spend time with you. Buddy, are you telling me you're here for the panda and not the girl? Ignoring him, the stranger continued talking to Mimi. Come here and let's talk. I'll even give you some of your favorite food. Mimi looked between the man and me, then flailed as it desperately tried to communicate something. What is it, Mimi? It sounded like it wanted me to follow. The man scooped the panda into his arms before leaving the forecourt altogether. Excuse me! So you're, just gonna let him go? Huh? Of all the things that could have yanked me back to my senses, that weirdo's words were what did it? Please wait, I mean, hold the heck up. Give me Mimi back, you panda thief. I raced away from one weirdo to chase after another one full tilt. That's a bummer. Suppose I'll head home for now. What a day. The man with no memories. Ooh, let's see if I can type. This'll be the challenge. All right, 11, 20. Little shaky. It's gonna be all right. I ran this way and that after the stranger who'd gone off with Mimi. Like Mimi. I ended up in a bustling restaurant along the main drag. The bypasser I asked said he was walking this way. There he is. Wait, the heck?
おいしい？僕の分も全部食べていいからね。
Is it tasty? You can have all of mine if you like. Mimi, you traitor! Do you know how worried I've been running after you? I couldn't let my surprise hold me back. I jogged over to the table. Excuse me, but that's my panda. Give it back. Me yourself. I was terrified, Mimi. I whirled on the panda napper, ready to glare at him. There was a softness to his handsome features. He looked a bit distant, and he didn't seem to mean any harm. You know, I think I've met this guy somewhere before. I just couldn't remember where. Mimi called. Mimi's call reminded me that this was no time to be curious. I guess. Come on, Mimi. We're going. Though Mimi nodded, her eyes were fixed on the huge spread of sweet treats on the table. He bought you this much? It must have cost a fortune. Finally, the guy opened his mouth to address me.
僕が食べてって言ったんだよ。
I bought it for the panda. I swear I said that. Yeah, he bought you this much. I said that. Huh?
それよりごめん。この子は君のところの子だったんだね。
I'm sorry, this is your companion. I brought it here thinking it was wild. I should have asked your permission. You should have noticed I was yelling at you.
お詫びと言ってはなんだけど、君も一緒にどうかな。
I know it doesn't make up for my mishap, but would you like to eat with us? I slowly reminded myself that this was a man who kidnapped pandas. Mimi seems to like him, so I suppose I can't be that mad. But he can't be that bad. Yeah, she did also kind of go willingly. Not many people appreciate the fact that humans and pandas can be friends either. Okay, I'll join you. I'm sorry for jumping down your throat about giving Mimi back.
気にしないで。
No, it's okay. Kidnapper. Should I have taken my asthma? Do I have my asthma inhaler in here? Sometimes I do. Should I have prepared for this? Should I have prepared for having an asthma episode by doing exercise while streaming? And talking? I don't usually talk when I'm walking. No, I don't have my inhaler in here. What a chance. What are the chances? I guess I don't usually walk while I'm streaming. If I sound winded, it's because I have asthma. I did away with my hostility and took an empty seat. I might turn this down just so I can walk a little slower. Just maybe. Hear me out. Slower than I usually walk, but just so it's not so... I'm this panda's owner. Her name is Mimi, and mine's Shinlin. What about you?
僕はウロと名乗ってるよ。日雇いの仕事で生活してる
I go by
一
Oro.
般人。
I'm just an ordinary day laborer. Alright, Oro.
ウロでいいよ。そんなに改まられるほどの立場じゃない。
Relax, I don't bite. His hair looks like he's wearing a wig, a bad wig.
それに僕は友達が少ないから、親しみを込めて呼んでもらえると嬉しいな。
I don't have that many friends, so I'd prefer that you don't think too hard and just be yourself. Gotcha, I can do that.
うん。よろしく、春林。
Thanks, Shinlin. So what were you doing at the palace forecourt earlier?
いや、なんとなく散歩してたらいつの間にか。
Nothing really. I was out for a walk and just happened to end up
そこ
there.
でこの子ミーミを見つけて
That's when I found Mimi. Yeah, I was there.
なんだかどこかで会ったことがあるような気がしたから思い出そうとして連れてきた
I hate the it. I hate them calling her it. It looks so familiar, but I couldn't remember why, so I took her with me, hoping she could jog my memory. You recognize Mimi? I looked down at Mimi to see it stuffing its face with sweets. Have you met Udo before, Mimi? The panda nodded several times. Aha. I see.
すごいねなんて言ってるかわかるの
Amazing. You can understand what she's saying? Not a single word. Mimi discovered I had no clue what she was saying. She sagged in disappointment.
でもこの様子からして僕の記憶違いじゃなさそうだね
It sounds like Mimi remembers me too, though. Yeah, do you know when you two met? I need to go just a little faster. Because my feet can't walk that slow.
それはあまり
I couldn't tell you. Maybe Mimi was out on a walk by herself when it ran into you. I'd been speaking between mouthfuls, and before I knew it, the last plate was empty. Thanks for this. We can split the bill.
気にしないで僕が勝手に注文したものだから
It's okay. I'm the one who ordered all this food. Are you sure? In that case, I'll walk you home as an apology for treating you like a panda napper. Things have been pretty dangerous around here
ありが
lately.
とうでも
I appreciate the offer, but I actually live at the palace, so I can't. What?
僕には自宅がないんだ日雇いの仕事で毎日を食いつないでその度に宿を取ってるから
I don't have a home. I survive on each day's wages and get an inn every night. What about your family back home? Don't they worry about your lifestyle?
家族がいるのかどうかすら
I don't know if I have a family. You don't? His vague response threw me off.
信じてもらえないかもしれないけど僕には
It's okay if you don't believe me, but the truth
5
is,
年以上前の記憶が全くないんだ
I can't remember anything from more than 5 years ago.
今の僕が目覚めたのはちょうど5年前
The earliest memory I have is waking up around that time.
意識を取り戻した時僕はとある森の中に倒れていた
I came to the middle of a
周囲
forest.
の状況から察するに目の前にある崖から落ちたらしい
There was a cliff in front of me, so I figure I must have fallen
奇
from
跡
it.
的に命に別状はなかっただけど
Miraculously, I wasn't
すぐに
injured,
気が
but
つい
there was
た
one thing I noticed right
自
away.
分が何者なのかどんな名前なのかすらも
But I realized
わからなく
something
なってい
quickly.
る
I don't remember who I was. I didn't even know my own name. How awful, so that's why you live this way, you do.
自分が何者かわからないままいろんな土地を渡り歩きながら暮らしてきたんだ
I've been wandering from place to place. I still don't know who I really am.
ウロという名前も自分でつけたものだよ何も持っていない
Odo was a name picked for
う
me.
つろな人間だからって
Has a hollow, empty sort of quality to it, don't you think? I didn't realize. Mimi looked ever a bit so sad at Odo. Seems like you've been through a whole lot. It must have been difficult to earn a living without any memories. And you say you fell off a cliff. I bet you were terrified. Don't remember that.
信じてくれるの
You believe me? Of course I do. You don't look like a liar. I'm a Daoshi apprentice. I used to come into contact with strange phenomena.
どうして
A Daoshi?
不思議な術を使うあの
You mean those people who perform spiritual techniques and stuff? My phone keeps buzzing in my pocket. Which is crazy because it's usually never on, so. Just my sister. Ooh, is it tracking my steps? That was very important for me to know. Doesn't look like it is. Oh no. Oh, Sam's probably gonna get a bracelet so it actually tracks the steps I'm taking on here. Used to, I could have like kept it in my pocket when I went to the gym, and I used to keep track of my steps when I was on a treadmill, so I'm surprised. To rely on this. Let's see. What does that mean? Done this for 17 minutes and 35 seconds. 0.25, is that how many miles we've gone? Yeah, I wish I told you steps. It doesn't have steps as an option. Those people who perform spiritual techniques, that's right. Admittedly, you're the first person I've ever met who's lost their memories, but we could ask my grandpa. He's my master, and he might know something. Would you mind coming to see him before you book your inn for the night?
ぜひ。思い出せるものなら思い出したいから。
I'd love to. Anything that might help get my memories back.
ありがとう。春林は優しくて頼り
It's
になるね。
weird how much you look like the prince. Did we not notice this? Thanks, Shinlin. I can already tell that you're how kind and dependable you are. It's a Daoshi's job to help those who need. The only thing is Grandpa and I are on 2 separate investigations right now. He might not be able to help you outright. Is that okay?
もちろん。助けてもらえるだけありがたいよ。
I'm grateful enough that you're willing to aid me in the first place. Great, let's go. Me. Maybe jumped up eagerly onto Urdo's shoulder instead of mine. It sure seemed to have taken a shine to him.
まったく心配させようって戻ったらお前さんの姿がなくてこっちは盛大に慌てたぞい。
You certainly know how to make a person worry. I almost had a heart attack when I came out and you were nowhere to be seen. My bad. I couldn't just let Mimi run off. Sorry, you two.
ごめんなさい。
Sorry.
いえいえ。結果的に人助けにつながったのなら何よりです。
No need. You wound up helping someone in need, so all is well.
それに、
Not to mention.
いえ、何も。
Anyway.
君の前に現れたという奇妙な男の話も気になりますね。
I'd like to know more about this mysterious person who appeared before
宙
you.
に浮いていたってことはどうしかな。
You said he was floating. Does that mean he's a Daoshi? He can definitely use Daoshi techniques, but now that I think about it, he could potentially be a Yangshi. He's pretty pale.
その男についてはこちらの方で調べておきましょう。
I'll be sure to investigate the stranger
この
thoroughly.
まま私の祖父母がいる家に向かいますか？
In the meantime, can I ask you to go to my grandparents' house?
いやその前に一度この男の記憶を見てみよう。この場で解決できるかもしれんからの。
I'd like to take a peek at this young man's memories first. We might be able to solve a conundrum right here and now. You can read people's memories? I haven't learned anything about
当
that.
然じゃ。わしを誰だと思っておる。
Of course, who do you think I am?
ありがとう。それじゃあよろしくお願いします。
Thank you. It'd be great if you could have a look.
それでは目
Very
を
good.
閉じ
First,
呼吸を整えるんじゃ。
first, I want you to close your eyes and steady your breathing. Oto's faced Grandpa, closing his eyes obediently. Next, Grandpa withdrew a talisman from his garments.
行くぞ。
Here I go. He set the talisman afloat between them, at which point it started to glow. Oh. Dot 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 dot. Oro? He'd been staring vacantly into space. I grabbed his arm and tugged as I called his name.
春林。
Shinlin? Are you okay? You just zoned out. It was kind of freaky. You're not feeling dizzy or nauseous or
大
anything.
丈夫。
I'm okay. Good. Relieved I let go of his arm. Were you able to look at Oto's memories?
覗けたのには違いないが、
I saw something.
記憶そのものに霞がかかっているようで、細かいことは何も見えんかったの。
Not in any detail. It was as if a mist was shrouding them from view.
霞？
A mist? Does that just mean you messed up?
失礼なことを言うでない。わしの術はいつだって完璧じゃ。
You will pay for your insolence. My techniques are nothing short of perfect. What's the mist then?
おそらく失った記憶の中に何か辛いものがあり。
There's probably a deeper trauma hidden within those
そ
lost
れを
memories. Ooh,
思い
I
出
stepped
したく
sideways.
ないと
I stepped
プ
sideways.
ロ自身が自分を守っているのじゃろう。
I'm not walking straight enough. You might be trying to protect yourself by not remembering.
思い出したくない記憶。
So there's something I don't want to remember? Can you think of what about me? Can you think about it? What do you not want to remember, guy?
少しだけ。リーホンさんに記憶を覗かれたとき、
I bought shoes just to use on this treadmill. And I'm realizing they're a little too big for my feet because sometimes when I have my foot up, it like kind of slides. Unfortunate. They're not uncomfortable. They're just I can hear the drag. I have some idea. I flashed back to something when Lee Hong had peered into my
自分
mind.
が薄暗い場所で誰かに罵倒されている光景を見て、
It was a dark place and someone was shouting at me. It was very unpleasant. Maybe it's best to let that memory stay
それ
buried.
でもやっぱり思い出した
I
い。
want to remember.
このまま自分が何者かもわからないまま生きていく方が怖い。
The idea of continuing to live my life without knowing who I am scares me more than that memory.
それもそうだね。心配してる家族もいるかもしれないし。
You might have a family out there who misses you, or a family out there who tried to kill you.
じゃが慎重になった方がいいじゃろう。無理に思い出すと戻った瞬間にひどい衝撃を受け廃人になるかもしれん。
I would advise caution. If you force yourself to remember, it could give you such a terrible shock that you fall to pieces altogether. Actually, I just remembered we switched. Nothing, okay. Nothing on either side, we're fine. It doesn't seem so sure anymore. Was there something I could help? Ooh, I know. We're going to be away from home investigating for a bit, aren't we, Grandpa?
まあそうじゃな。
That's right. How about we let Uro stay at our place while we're gone?
なんじゃと。
What was that? He fed Mimi, and I don't get... He does... Oh gosh, and I didn't get to pay him back. It'd be better than making him stay at the inn, you know? If anything changes with his memory situation, he could get your advice right away.
それはそうじゃが。
I suppose that makes sense.
自分で言うのもなんだけど、こんな身元が知れない人間を家に置いて
Ah.
いいの？
Do- I realize what's happening. My sister's sending me links to cars. Alright, for now, she knows I'm streaming. So I'll put that on that. I'm just like, who's messaging me? I'm always scared it's work. It's weird to me to point this out, but are you sure you want someone you don't know anything about staying at your house? I trust you. I'm just like you sounds better. I'm just like you, Otto. No one knows anything about my background.
どういう意味？
Romantic. You know what? We'll build up romance. I don't know which one's considered the right ending. You'll have to explain. I can't. I don't know where I came from. Look, with both me and Grandpa gone, our home would be vulnerable to thieves. But we wouldn't have to worry about a thing if you were there taking care of it. Just stay at my house. It'll be fine. I trust you.
信じてる？まだ会って1日も経ってないのに。
You do, but we only met today. Maybe we haven't talked a whole lot, but I know you're a nice guy who cares about animals.
春林、ミーミ
Shilin Mimi. Doot, doot, doot.
そう
Blue
じゃ
font
な。
means we've read it before.
記憶を失っているのが本当だということはたった今証明されたしの。
It's worth considering. We already proven that you aren't lying about your amnesia.
そのまま放り投げるのも忍びない。最低限の掃除さえしてくれればわしは構わんぞい。
I would hate to banish you to the streets. I'm happy to let you stay as long as you keep the place tidy. There you go. What do you say?
僕としてはむし
I'd
ろ
be
す
very
ごく助か
grateful.
るけど本当にいいのかな
Is it really alright though? Oda turned to Haran and Longli as if seeking their opinion.
いいんじゃないかな。ミーミが懐いている以上、俺も君のことを悪い人だとは思わないから。
Sounds like a good idea to me. Mimi likes you, so I can believe that you're a decent guy.
安全を確保できる場所で過ごした方が事件にも巻き込まれにくいでしょう。
You're much less likely to find yourself in any trouble if you have a safe place to stay. Both excellent points.
でも記憶を失う前の僕が
But what if I
どうしようも
was
ない悪
evil
人だった
before I lost my memory?
記憶を取り戻した瞬間君の家の財産を奪って逃げるかも
They might come back and then I might steal all your valuables and run away. In that case, I'll come back and check in on you when I do have some downtime in the investigation. I bet Mimi would love the chance to come see you too. Having heard everyone's argument, it looked like Goto had was finally convinced.
分かったそれじゃあお言葉に甘えて
I guess I'll take you up on your offer. He nodded shyly, but there was real happiness in his smile. First things first, I'll show you to the house. Should I meet you back at your grandparents' place, Longli?
はい。具体的な場所をお伝えしますね。
Please do, I'll show you the address. Are we taking him all the way home? Once I had the address memorized, we were all set. Ready to go? We'll travel through the forest of chiming souls, so it'll be a super quick
議
trip.
員分身
The forest of chiming souls? I'll explain it when we're there. It's gonna blow your mind. I'll catch up with you guys tomorrow morning,
Huh?
alright?
気をつけるんだよ。
Yeah, have a safe trip.
寄り道などせぬようにな
No detours, you hear? Yeah, yeah. I waved goodbye to everyone and headed towards the forest with Odo. It would be faster. Doesn't he look a lot like the prince? If it was Grandpa taking him, actually. Just realized I have a webpage.
不思議な森だね初めて入ったよ
This is one strange forest. I've certainly never been here before. Only Daoshi can use it under normal circumstances. You need to burn a Daoshi-made talisman in the candlestick at the entrance to get inside. Following this path, it is like taking a shortcut. It takes you less time to get to your destination than it would going the normal
こ
route.
んなことができるなんて春林はすごい同志なんだね
You must be a very impressive Daoshi to be able to bring us through here. Not at all. I only need to make a talisman. Most people can probably do it if they put their minds to it.
同志になること自体が大変なんだよねだったらやっぱり君はすごいよ
It sounds like there's more to being a Daoshi than that. I think you're
困って
impressive.
る僕のために力を振るえる尊い人だ
And you're using your powers to help me. You're like a goddess. Oh. His storm of compliments made me feel weirdly fuzzy. It's nice though. He was praising me for my own ability and not because Loi Hong was my grandfather. You know, Oda? Oda, you're doing wonders for my self-esteem.
そう僕が君に何をしたのかは
I
よ
am.
くわからないけど
I can't imagine why that would be the
君
case.
が君自身を好きでいてくれるならそれはとても嬉しいことだ
I think it's a wonderful thing to be able to like who you are. You sure are a nice guy. I highly doubt you'll find out otherwise when your memories come back. Mimi was proof of that.
それはどうして何か根拠があるの
How can you be so confident? What are you basing it on? Nothing really. I just have faith. Come on, let's hurry before it gets too late.
わかった
Huh, okay. Oda was getting good at lifting people up, even if he didn't realize it. He and I set off continuing our journey through the forest. Ah, got too close to the computer. Here we are. This is where Grandpa and I live.
ここが
Wow. Oda looked around, his eyes wide with interest. Say, you haven't been here before, have you?
いや西地区に来たのは記憶を失ってから初めてで珍しくて
This is my first time to the Western District since losing my memories. It's different, that's all.
賑やかな場所だね。たくさんの人で溢れてる。
This place is teeming with life. There's people everywhere. You got that right. Everyone here everyone who lives here is really nice, so I'm sure they'll extend that kindness to you. We should head inside. I'll show you where to find everything you need.
うん。お
Thanks.
邪魔します。
I appreciate it. We went in and I gave Oto a quick tour. I wonder if I should turn my ceiling fan on. It is a little warm. I might take my sweater off and put on a tank top. It's from the walking. I'm not confused. We went in and I gave Oto a quick tour. That's where we keep the tableware. Storehouse is through that door. Feel free to use whatever you'd like. Out the back door and to the left is a place you can wash up.
わかった。ありがと
Got it, thanks.
う。なんだか申し訳ないな。ここまでのことをしても
I
らっちゃ
feel
って
kind of bad you're doing so much for me. It's because you're hot. Oh, wait, I just realized how long his hair is. I hadn't noticed it went over his shoulder. Wait. It looked shoulder length. How about you cook for me whenever I drop by?
そのぐらいのことなら。最初は下手で何でも焦がしてたけど、今は少し上達したんだ。
I can do that. I used to burn everything at first, but I'm a little better at cooking now. Can't wait to try it. Oh, that's right. I haven't shown you where the tea is yet. Would you like to have some now? We walked pretty far. It'd probably be
それなら
probably
僕が
use a
入れる
break.
よ。春林はミーミと一緒にゆっくりしてて。
I'll make it that way you and Mimi can relax. Oh, yeah, that'd be lovely. But I still gotta show you where it's at, so let's go. I told Oto where the tea was, and he's set to work. With practiced hands, he used the perfect amount of leaves and steeped them flawlessly. Every action, including the way he poured out the first infusion, was immaculate.
お待たせ。暑いから気をつけて。
Sorry for the wait. Be careful, it's hot. He placed the teacup in front of me. The smells amazing. You're a genius, Oto. The tea I made never is this fragrant.
そうかな。でも、思えば記憶を失った後も、これだけは妙に得意だったから。
That can't be true, but now that I think about it, I've been weirdly good at making tea even without my memories.
前の僕は、お茶を入れるのが好きだったのかも。
It must have been a hobby of mine. I'm gonna try it right away. I blew on it to cool it down, then took a tiny sip to avoid burning my
ど
tongue.
うかな。
What do you think? It's delicious. I can hardly believe these are the same leaves I use. I mean it when I say you're a genius. You've got a real talent.
ありがとう。普通に入れただけだから、そんなに褒められると照れちゃうな。
I made it how I always do, so I'm not really sure how to react when you shower me with compliments. Mimi patted his shoulder. It seemed to be telling him that there was no need to be humble.
ミーミも、ありがとう。
You're too kind, Mimi. Mimi likes you a lot. I never thought this open with... oh gosh. She's never this open with people besides me and Horan.
そうなの？
Really? I think she wants to be your friend. Maybe give it a pet. She's a real big fan of chin
そっ
rubs.
か。
Gotcha. Like
こ
this?
うかな。
Ah. See, Mimi's loving it.
かわいいね。
How cute. Right? Find me a more adorable pet anywhere. You won't.
ああ、いや。もちろんミーミもかわいいんだけ
Oh
ど。
yeah. Yes, Mimi is
ミーミ
cute.
を見て嬉しそうにしてる君もすごく可愛かったから。
But I was actually thinking how cute you are when you're smiling at your friend here.
春林が可愛い。
You're cute, Shunlin. Ah, gosh. I heard you the
で
first
も
time.
君が信じられないみたいな声を出して
I
いた
know, but you didn't sound like you believed me. Of course I don't. I mean, you sprung that on me out of
だって
nowhere.
本当に思ったことだし。
I only said what I was thinking. What do I do? It doesn't look like he was saying it just to be nice. Knowing what I did about his personality and what he said before, he probably meant I was cute in the same way a puppy or a kitten was. Or a panda, for that matter. I doubt he was hitting on me. I appreciate the compliment. You might want to think twice before talking to girls like that. They may get the wrong
勘違い
idea. What do you mean by that? They might end up liking you.
それなら僕は春林に好きになってほしいな。
I'd be happy if you liked me. I knew he didn't mean it that way, but the devastatingly innocent look on his face had my heart tying itself in knots. Thanks, I guess. Even Mimi was shaking her head at Odo. It was nice to see him smiling and opening up. His smile, oh gosh. His smile's so tender too, I really like it. Not that I was going to say it out loud, that would really invite some misunderstandings. And then what happens? It wasn't long before the sun set completely.
本当にいいのかな。リーホンさんの寝台まで借りることになっちゃって。
Are you sure about this? Lee Hong's even giving up his room for me. We're sure, don't worry about it. The sheets are all clean and everything too. So you can rest easy.
それじゃあ、お言葉に甘えて。
I'll stop questioning it and accept your generosity. With that, he took a step in the direction of Grandpa's room. Then he stopped and turned towards
おやすみ、
me.
春林。
Good night, Shinlin. He smiled softly. Same to you, Oro. We had a long journey today, so please sleep
わか
well.
った。でもいいね。
I
こ
will.
ういうの。
This is lovely, don't you
お
think?
やすみ
Mm.
なんて。
Wishing each other sweet dreams.
僕は一人ぼっちで、ずっと言う相手がいなかったから。なんだか
I've been alone so
家
long
族ができたみたいだ。
that I've never had anyone say goodnight to. Feels like I found my family. That's great, Oro. Now that we're friends, I bet we'll start doing this all the time. Good night. May your future be brighter than your past.
ありがとう。
Thank you. With a smile that told of heartfelt joy, Odo disappeared into Grandpa's room. And I too disappeared into my room, I assume, since she said tomorrow I should go back.
一つ屋根の下で暮らすことになった二人。
The two of them now live under one roof, do they?
純粋で素直なウロに勝手に翻弄されつつも、事件の調査のために町を出る。
Ordo's innocent and pure heart may be leading our heroine astray, but they leave town to investigate
次回
nonetheless.
燃えよ乙女同士カユ恋語り
Next time on
好きと
Tomodoshi.
好き
Fleeting fondness.
下心のないウロにはリーホンの危機察知能力はまだ発動せず
To think that Lee Hong hasn't commented yet. Ah! Like he's telling a sonnet. What does that even mean? 40 minutes of walking pad. Trying to tell if that's saying how many miles we went, because 0.63, I don't know. I mean, it might be such 1 mile the next morning. I don't want to go too fast.
ゆうべはいい夢を見れた気がする。
I think I
夢の
had a
中
great
に
dream
君が
last
出てき
night.
て、一緒に武術の鍛錬をしたんだ。
You and I did some wushu training together. Ah, that sounds like fun. Do you practice wushu?
多分。前に仕事中危ない目にあった時、とっさにかわすことができたから。
I think I used to. Something almost fell at me at work once and I dodged it right
あの
away.
時の身のこなしから察するに、それなりに動けるとは思う。
If I had to guess from the way I moved, I'd say I was pretty active. Is that right? I wonder if you trained under a famous master. Odo and I chatted as we walked, invigorated by the crisp morning air. I was on my way to meet up with Grandpa and the others. Odo had offered to escort me part of the way. I've gone through a lot of training myself, so you really don't need to worry.
それでも万が一のことがあるから。僕も大会で起きた事件の噂は聞いた。
You never know what could happen. I heard about the attack at the
そんなす
tournament.
ごい事件を調査するなんて、君のことが心配だ。
You're looking into it now, aren't you? It was such a big thing that I can't help but worry. I appreciate that, but it's part of our work as a Daoshi to do whatever we can to help others. Someone out there is taking advantage of Yangshis and their regrets, and we can't let that go unpunished.
そっか。でも未練から動き出したキョンシーの気持ちは少しだけわかるかもしれない。
I understand. Yangshi are pretty motivated by regrets, aren't they? I can sympathize a little. Do you have regrets?
唯一思い出したことがある。
There's something I've
記
remembered.
憶を失う直前、
I was pushed from that
落
cliff.
ちている最中、
Oh.
死にたくないと。その気持ちが溢れて必死だったことは
I was
はっき
desperate
りと
as I
感情
fell.
として覚えてる。
All I was thinking about was how I did not want to die.
きっとあれが生への執着なんだろうな。
There must have been something I wanted to live for. It's gonna suck when we find out the prince is the bad guy. That sounds terrifying, Odo.
記憶を失った僕が唯一手にしていたものも
There was just one thing in my possession when I woke up. Oro thought for a moment before slipping a hand into his garments. The item made a pleasant click as he pulled it out.
この首飾りぐらいだし。
It's a necklace. It's pretty fancy.
やっぱりそう見える？仕事がなくて生活に困った時に売ろうとも考えたんだけど。
You think so too? I considered selling it when I didn't have
な
any
んだ
work.
か大事なものの気がして結局やめたんだ。
I didn't do it. Something tells me it's important. I can't say for sure, but I get the sense you were right to hold on to it. Just then, we passed by two young women who were exchanging word
大会を襲
whispers.
撃した犯人まだ見つかってないんですって
I heard they still don't know who was behind the tournament attack. Ooh, I'm trying to see how far I can step back. Sorry, my foot fell off the edge.
怖いわ私の親戚にも武術家がいるのにもし次に彼が狙われたら
It's terrifying. Some of my relatives are martial artists. What if they're next?
町の人たちはやっぱり不安がっているね。
But people are very anxious, aren't they? Yeah, that's why I've got to give this investigation everything I have so I can restore their peace of
そっ
mind.
か。春林は知らない人のために頑張れる人なんだね。
You're motivated to work hard even for the sake of people you don't know.
改めて、もっともっと君のことが好きになってきたよ。
You know, I like you even more than I did before. So a lot is what I'm hearing. Stop saying stuff like that out of the blue. Remember what I said about girls getting the wrong idea? I'm gonna switch into a tank top real quick. We're gonna go to BRB. Hiccups, oh gosh. That's fine, I guess. I can finally actually raise my desk, and right now it's easier to raise my desk and climb underneath it to get to my table, to the other side of the table. I have grabbed a soda while I was there. I did turn on the fan. I'm trying to watch the speaker and see if it spikes because of it though, because it's warm because I'm walking. Alright. Stop saying stuff like that out of the blue. Remember what I said about girls getting the wrong idea?
どうして？僕が君を好きなのは本当のことだよ。どうして？君を好きなのは
What the heck?
本当のことだよ。
Oh. I turned the sound off on my headphones, so I took them off.
どうして？僕が
What's wrong with what I said? I was not lying about or anything. I like you, sure, but you don't mean it romantically. You're kind of childish, Oto. I just assumed. He even looked boyish when he tilted his head at me in confusion. Maybe he doesn't have much awareness of romance. He's lost his memories after all. He's a strange one. He might act childish, but he definitely doesn't look like a kid. The way he appeared down at me made him seem like any other pleasant young man. He's mad at you because he does like you, and you're just like, yeah, but you don't mean it. Even as we made it to the entrance for the Forest of Chiming Souls, Oto would have hard time finding his way back if he came through with me. So we'd have to part ways here. I'm gonna go ahead. I'm fixing like my clothes right now, sorry. I'm gonna go ahead and catch up with Grandpa and the others. You got the address for Longley's grandparents, so if you run into any trouble, go straight there. So wait, is he coming with me back to that side?
わかった。
I will. Because otherwise, we could have all just stayed at his grandparents' house or at his personal
何から何
residence.
までありがとう。春林は間違いなく僕の恩人だ。
Thank you for everything, Shinlin. I owe you so much.
この恩は必ず返すから待っていて。
I promise I'll pay you back, so please be patient. It's no big deal, really, and I'm just happy knowing you'll be safe and comfortable. I hope you make some progress with your memories.
そうだね。
Ta-ta.
ありがとう。事件の調査、どうか気をつけて。
Thanks, me too. Be careful when you're on your investigation. Same to you. Don't go out there by yourself at night, okay? It's dangerous.
うん。いってらっしゃい。
Okay, see you later. Look at us, acting like family already. See you later, Oto. See your colony family? I returned Oto's wave as I stepped into the forest. So is he staying here or is he coming with us? I'm so confused. Sorry for taking so long. I made sure Oto knows to be careful.
おかえり、春林。無事に合流できてよかった。
There you are, Shinlin. Glad to see you had no trouble getting back to us.
国側は本格的にシャオを事件の犯人として手配しているようじゃ。
As far as the palace is concerned, Xiaowu is the main suspect. They're investigating
連
accordingly.
中に確保される前にわしらで話を聞き取ってみせるぞ。
We should make an effort to speak with him before he's arrested. Sounds like a plan. Grandpa turned to Longley. The blonde official spread open his map so that I could see it too.
森の南と南東の方角で兵士たちがシャオさんの痕跡を発見しました。
The soldiers discovered evidence that Xiaowu had been in the south and southeast forests.
少人数で身軽に捜索すれば先んじて彼と合流できるでしょう。
If we travel lightly and in a small group, we ought to be able to track him down first.
なら、南と南東で手分けして探した方が早そうですね。
It'll probably be quicker if we split up. Two of us go south, the other two southeast. I'll pair up with Longley and go south in case we run into any Yongshi.
例のキョンシーが出ないとも限らない。気をつけるんだよ、 春里。
There's no telling when those young she'll show up. Be careful, Shinlin. I know. But don't forget that I helped purge them at the tournament.
心強いですね。では、お互いに健闘を祈りつつ、捜索に向かいましょう。
I'm slowly like increasing it. I just want it to be a steady walk where I'm not pausing. That's what I'm trying to get it to. How reliable. Now let us all offer one another well wishes and go our separate ways. Toodaloo. Longley and I moved carefully through the southern forest. I don't see any sign
彼
of
も兵
Shawu.
を警戒しているのでしょう。衝突せずに、まずは話し合いができればいいのですが。
He must be trying to stay out of sight of soldiers. I do hope we can have a conversation with him that does not result in a fight.
そうか。お前らまだ話が通じるみたいだな。
Sounds like you two still see reason. Something rustled behind us, an especially large tree, so Longley and I prepared to deal with a potential threat. Shawu, you're okay.
この度は、兵士たちが安易な思い込みをしてしまい、申し訳ありません。
The palace soldiers seem to have jumped to a rather shallow conclusion, and I could only apologize for
お前
that.
が俺に謝罪するとはな。おっさんが知ったら怒るんじゃねえのか。
You're apologizing to me. Wouldn't that geezer get mad at you if he finds out?
あいつは俺を犯人だと断定してるんだろ。
He already decided I did it, right?
ですが私は、まだ調査不足だと感じています。
Indeed. However, I believe that our current evidence is
真実
insufficient.
を明らかにするためにも、どうか、
May I
調査に
request
協
your
力していただ
assistance
けま
to
せんか？
ensure that the truth comes to light? I'd like to help you too. It only took one glance at us for Xiaowu to make up his
いい
mind.
ぜ。俺もこのままじゃ身動きが取れずに目的を達せない。
Fine. I've got stuff to do and the whole mess is getting in my
話せ
way.
ることは何でも話してやる。
I'll tell you everything I can.
ありがとうございます。それでは、早速ですが、
Thanks. Let's get down to brass tacks then.
兵士たちに目撃されたあの日、一体何が起きたのか、説明をしていただけますか？
Oh, that's right. I forgot. This is part of Shun Longli's route originally, which was we ran into the forest and came in contact with a dead body. And that was when I wasn't allowed to go to a meeting because I'm a girl and only a trainee, and I haven't proven myself worthy, if I recall correctly. I remember. Would you mind explain to us how you came to be near the body on the day the soldiers witnessed you? All right. Xiaowu leaned against the trunk at a nearby tree and quietly told us his side of the story.
俺は偶然武術家殺害の現場に居合わせた。
I just so happened to find the murder in
森で鍛錬
progress.
してたら、凄まじい悲鳴が聞こえたもんだからな。
I was training in the forest when I heard a horrible scream. I rushed right over.
武術家が襲われていて、実行犯と思われる奴が立ってた。
The martial artist was being attacked, and there was the perp. You saw the
止め
perpetrator.
るには間に合わなかったけどな。奴は俺の目の前で無防備な武術家を殺害して逃亡した。
I was too late to do anything. They killed the defenseless victim and ran off.
特徴など、犯人を特定するために役立ちそうな情報はありますか？
Can you tell us the details of some sort that might help us identify them? Anything useful?
特徴。
Unusual? Unusual. Let me think.
額に何か貼ってあった。加えて、まともな人間には見えなかった。
There was something on their forehead. I guess they didn't seem entirely human. What?
それは、キョンシーの典型的な特徴ですね。
What you're describing sounds like a
だ
Yongshi.
とすると、犯人はどこかの同志と、そのものに操られているキョンシ
Perhaps we have
ー
two
ということでしょう
perpetrators.
か。
A Yangshi and a Daoshi controlling it. Something doesn't seem right. You can't. How could an ordinary Yangshi escape from someone like Xiaowu?
鋭いな。何度か打ち合ったが、相手は死者とは思えないほどに洗練された動きをしていた。
Smart cookie. Thanks. We wound up in a brawl, and based on how slick their moves were, I could have figured them to be. Wouldn't figure them to be a corpse.
覚えていることはありませんか？
Is there anything else you remember?
そうだな。
Let me think.
キョンシーの遥か後方に誰かが立っていた。
There was someone standing behind the Youngshi. That might have been the Daoshi controlling it. I know they were far away, but... Did you spot any clues to who they were?
どうだろうな。遠かった上、犯人と同様、衣で姿全体を隠してたから何も見えなかった。
I don't know. It wasn't only that they were far away, they were wearing a robe from head to toe just like a Youngshi.
強いて言えば。
But if I had to say anything, yeah?
説明すんのが難しいが、なんか気品のようなものを感じたな。
This isn't something we had described to us prior at
そこらの
all.
一般人じゃねえっつうか。
It's hard to explain. There was something fancy about them. Maybe they were wearing the way they were standing. They didn't seem normal.
暗殺をしてる真っ只中だってのに、嫌に堂々と佇んでいた。
I'm trying to see if my mic's getting activated by my stepping. Wee. I'm also trying to see if health is increasing at all with steps. I definitely have gone more than 100 steps, but it's acting like I've done 100 steps so far. Unfortunately, it's not tracking it too well. They weren't trying to hide or shy away even though they were in the middle of a murder.
なるほど。
Thoughts, Shunlin? Most Daoshi don't fight like my grandpa, and they concentrate on their techniques behind the front lines. They need to stay out of the enemy's range to keep their techniques going. So if the Daoshi wasn't hiding, either they were incredibly confident or they weren't a Daoshi, but rather an accomplice who came to watch the attacks
なるほど。
unfold.
やはり君の意見は大変参考になります。
I knew you'd have a valuable opinion to share with us.
シャオさんも情報をありがとうございました。このまま秘密裏に協定を結んでも。
Thank you for your information, Xiaowu. Can I suggest a covert alliance?
構わねえ。俺
Ooh.
はこのまま森で犯人の痕跡を探す。お前らは町の調査を頼んだ。
Sure, I'm gonna stay in the forest to track the culprit. You guys should cover the towns. I know you're strong, Xiaowu, but take care.
ああ、ジョーちゃんもな。
Same to you, little lady. Thanks. After exchanging information with Xiaowu, we went our separate ways and exited the forest. We returned to the southern district before Grandpa and the others, then went over what we learned. We've got a better idea of how many people are involved thanks to Xiaowu.
まずは実行役のキョンシー、それを操る同志、そして
We have the Yangshi who carried out the dirty work and the Daoshi controlling them.
現場を偵察しに来た第三者がいる可能性があります。
Possibly an extra accomplice who came out for purposes of reconnaissance. Hopefully we can figure out who these people are before the palace closes in on
そうです
Xiaowu.
ね。
That would be ideal.
もうこんな時間ですか。周囲の店も店じまいを始めたよう
Look
で
at the
す。
time. The stores have started to close.
暗くなる前に一度解散しましょう。私は王宮に戻りますが、春林さんはどうしますか？
We have to call it a day before it gets dark. I'll return to the palace. What about you? I think I'll head home and make sure Udo's okay. I want to update him with the situation and let him know that there's a dangerous Daoshi out and
わ
about.
かりました。では、リーホンさんたちには祖父母の方から伝えておいてもらいますね。
I shall ask my grandparents to pass on the same message to Li Hyung and
どう
Haodong.
か道中お気をつけて。
Do be careful on your way back. How long is this walk? Will do. You do the same. Also, is he coming to this town or not? I need that explained to myself. I passed through the forest of chiming souls and I returned to the western district. Sometimes later, I made it to the main gate.
おかえり。
Welcome back, Shinlin. Udo? Udo was jogging up to me for whatever reason.
君が今日もう一度戻ってくるかもしれないと思って、門の近くで仕事を探したんだ。
What is happening? What are you doing here? I didn't say I was coming home today. I thought there was a chance you might, so I looked for work near the gate. You what? Is it just me or is that super adorable? I worked hard to keep the thought to myself and offered him a grateful smile instead. You mean you were waiting for me? Oh no, thanks.
僕も今までにない新しい仕事ができて楽しかった。
Does that mean Oto's a different voice actor? I don't think I was paying attention, maybe. Or I thought Oto was the voice actor of the prince. Let's go see. Maybe I just had the prince wrong. I slowly don't remember anybody's names. Right under. Break my case, go for it. I don't know. I have decided, just because my ankle's starting to hurt, I'll do an hour of walking. Which means I'm probably gonna go to an hour and 10 on my thing, because, that makes the most sense. Yeah, I don't know. I guess this entire time I assumed he was the prince in disguise and that this wasn't the man in the iron mask. It's nothing, I got to try a brand new job and that was a lot of fun. What was that?
装飾店の客引きだよ。商品が通りすがる人に見えるようにって紙とかあちこちに飾られて。
I advertised for an accessory shop. They put some in my hair to show off to people passing by.
でも楽しかったな。記
I
憶
had
が
a
ない
great
の
time
は寂
doing
しい
it.
けど、
I feel sad about losing my
こう
memories.
して目に見えるすべてが新鮮に映るのは記憶喪失の特権だ。
Without them, everything I experience is new and exciting. I wouldn't get this feeling if I didn't have amnesia. You're a real optimist, Oto. Our conversation continued on our walk home. I bet the accessories really suited you.
そうかな。僕よりも春林の方が似合うと思うけど。
You think? I think they'd look a lot better on you. Thanks for the compliment, but I'd say you're the better
ど
model.
うして？
Why? Your hair's dark and shiny, so it's perfect canvas for decorations. It's like the night sky full of
夜
stars.
空、星。
The night
そんなことを
sky.
言われたのは
Stars. No one's ever said that about me before.
春林は綺麗な比喩が得意だね。
You're good at coming up with beautiful analogies.
今まで何とも思ってなかったけど。
I never
この
thought much
髪の
about
こ
my
とが
hair,
好きになれたか
but
もし
maybe I
れ
can
ない。
start to appreciate it now. Good, I'm fond of your hair myself.
僕自身のことは？
What about me in general? I like you too. You're a good friend. Maybe you're more like family?
そっか。
Oh, I see. Thanks. How come you look
僕にもよ
disappointed?
くわからない。
I'm not sure, actually.
そういえば
I know.
今日の調査はどうだった？危ない目には合わなかった？
How did the investigation go? You weren't in any danger, were you? No, it went fine, but we were just gathering clues today.
ならよかっ
That's great. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. The scream shattered our tranquil stroll. Alright. Whee! It says I done 64 minutes, which I feel is fair because I got off the treadmill for a second. I just didn't feel like turning it off. Alright, give me 2 seconds to move it out of the way. Ah! I'm so short. Oh goodness, hang on. But no, it's not. My screen's also further away from my original spot right now because it's in a corner. So I have so much space right now. Oh my goodness. This is also a new chair, so I'm also closer to the ground than before. Is that about right? That's about right. Alright. This is a weird angle. Oh no. We'll see. We'll see how long it lasts. Alright. Honestly, we'll see. This also isn't my usual chair. It doesn't have wheels on it, so I can't scoot close like I normally do, so it's all bear with me, bear with me. Alright, a scream shattered our tranquil stroll. It came from further down the road, and we were close enough to run over.
何かあったのかな?
I'm testing to see if it's picking up that, but it doesn't seem like it is. I wonder what happened. We're too far away to tell. Let's check it out. Ooh, that does mean though, because I'm sitting now and I changed the angle. You can see more of the desk, which is good. Because I had these over here, but I guess I can move them over here now. Not helping. Oh no, Mimikyu's out of the screen. Mimikyu. It's okay. I worked really hard on these little cubbies. I was going to make an Otome cubby. We have a Kirby cubby now, that's new. Next to Kirby is Demon Slayer. Above Kirby is BTS. And below is every single book that's too big to fit on the top shelves. So that's currently what this setup is. This is a lot of desk though, from this angle. I guess I never considered just moving the camera further away would allow for this. You can see most of my desk now. Hey! Interesting. And you can see what I mean by the desk is this direction. And so both sides of my thing currently is here. Oof. I'm afraid someone might have been hurt. We ran to see what was going on. Excuse me, did something happen? Someone just broke through a window. What? She told us which way the suspicious figure had gone, and we gave chase. Oh, it's you. Aren't you Yuhan's master, Sesetsu? Right? What the fuck are you doing here? What are you doing here? We're standing amidst a group of panicked civilians and working to calm them down. Yeah, why are you here? You don't belong here. This is not the South.
確か、ユーハンの友人でしたね。なんでも事件の調査をしているとか。
You're a friend of his? I heard you were doing some investigating. How did you know?
小さな噂になっていますから。
How?
同志リーホンとその孫娘たちが
Explain
調査に
yourself.
協力していると。
I heard it through the grapevine. Rumor has it that the renowned Daoshi, Li Hyong, and his granddaughter are aiding the palace.
しかし、
I'm gonna have
そ
to
この男性は
move this
初めて見
camera
ます
one more
ね。
time. I feel like I'm seeing too much of my body for my own good. Problem with not being able to scoot back because it doesn't have wheels in it is this right now. That seems fine. Let's see. I was like, you can basically see my pants. That was crazy. You said I did. That said, I do not recognize this gentleman. Well, he's none of your business.
僕のことかな?
Me? He took a step forward and dipped his head politely.
はじめまして。僕はウロ。わけあって、春林にお世話になってます。
Pleased to meet you. My name's Uro. Shunlin's taking care of me for various reasons.
これはご丁寧に。私は武術の指導をしております。
You should know who I am. Oh, I just bashed my elbow on the table. He should know who he is because he trained the twins in the palace. In fact, he's the one I think who mentioned twins to us. You have a very fine manners. My name is Sesetsu. I'm a wushu instructor. Sesetsu stopped mid-sentence. He froze, studying Oto's face intently. What's wrong, Satsatsu?
何かついてるのかな？
Did I say something wrong? Oto frowned at Satsatsu's confused.
いやこれは失礼。彼が私の知人によく似ているので思わず。
Not at all. Forgive me. It's just that you bear an uncanny resemblance to an acquaintance of mine. It caught me off guard. They must look pretty similar to make you freeze up like that.
ええ。思わず
Yes, I ended up staring.
凝視してしまうほどに。それより事件の調査に関してですが、私とユーハンも正式に協力することになりました。
Yuhan and I have also been asked to assist the investigation in an official capacity.
私は別行動になりますが、弟子であるユーハンは後ほどあなたたちと合流することになるかと。
While I shall be looking into things alone, I expect Yuhan will be working with your group in the near future. Oh, he'll be a great addition to the team.
その事件の犯人はここに出現したみたいですけど。
What about the commotion just now? The culprit ran this way.
残念ながら取り逃がしてしまいました。姿は布によって隠していましたが。
Unfortunately, they slipped past me. They were wearing a hooded robe, makes them impossible to identify. Okay, I'm going to say right now that he has amnesia. He does not remember who he is. This guy just froze in place going, wow, he looks like somebody I know. Inquire. Who does he look like to you? What's their name? Tell me a little bit about them. Why do you think they look alike? They slipped by me. They were wearing a hooded robe, making them impossible to identify.
案の定、シャオという青年が犯人だと決めつけ
The
ているようで
soldiers
す
seem to believe that the young Xiao Wu is behind all of this. You heard that too?
兵士の判断を疑っているのなら、逃げた犯人が隠れていないか、この辺りを捜索して
If
み
you
ては。
doubt their judgment, perhaps you should see if the culprit is still hiding nearby. Good. Will you come with me, Oto? I'd feel safer with you there.
もちろん。春林が行く場所にならどこにだってついていくよ。
Of course, I'll go wherever you go, Shinlin.
僕の知らない場所で君が危険な目に遭うのは絶対に嫌だから。
I'd hate if you wound up in danger without me even knowing about it.
君のことは僕が守るよ。
I'll protect you. Thanks, that's a huge weight off my shoulders.
では私は一度王宮に報告へ行きます。もし犯人を見つけたら、兵士と連携して捕獲に当たってください。
In that case, I shall go and report to the palace. Should you find the culprit, coordinate with the soldiers to arrest them. Got it. Please be careful, Sesetsu. Also, who does this guy look like to you? Tell me their name. He wove his way through the crowd and vanished shortly after. Let's get to it. The culprit might be wearing a robe, but if they are a skilled martial artist, they'll have a conspicuous gait and a powerful
わかっ
aura.
た。
Okay. Like Setsetsu. We gathered clues from passerbyers in pursuit of the culprit, who seemed to be a man. Although no one saw his face, they hadn't missed his swift, long strides as he escaped, which means he's tall, which means he has to be a man. The last person we spoke to had pointed us to this alleyway.
薄暗い場所だね。
Sure, it's dark. Yeah, our culprit could be hiding anywhere, so stay on your... Shunlin! Oto shouted my name, darting behind me. Oh. Oh, his hair. Oh no, Oto! My would-be assailant had jumped down from above, Oto intercepting his punch with an arm. Is that the culprit? The figure withdrew and regained his balance. Here he comes. They charge at Odo like a mad beast. Watch out!
君は後ろからの支援に徹して。
Back me up from behind. Odo braced himself as the attacker rushed closer. Dang, I turned this up. I regret those choices. He only barely managed to endure the charge using his fist and feet. Wow, I know he said he studied wushu in the past, but this is something else. I wasn't expecting him to be so skilled. I couldn't sit back and watch though. Odo needed my help. I need to bind the attacker's movements. I feel like I should have already established that the attacker clearly looks like... I pulled out a talisman and imbued it with energy. Take this! It flew straight at the man. Perhaps sensing something was off, he hopped backwards. While he avoided my talisman, it was in that moment that I caught a glimpse of his face. What? Yiming? He took advantage of my momentary shock. Yiming kicked Odo square in the chest, sending him flying, then ran further down the alleyway. Are you okay, Odo?
なんとか少しお腹が痛いけど。
I think so, but my stomach hurts a little.
それより春林、今の人は。
Who was that Shinlin? If I'm not wrong, and I don't think I am, that was Yiming, Horan's master. But I don't get it. Why is he a Yangshi? Why is he attacking another martial artist? Stunned, I couldn't budge from my spot.
春林。
Hey Shinlin. Odo gave me a gentle pat on the shoulder.
また彼が襲ってくる可能性もあるし。
Let's go home. He might come at us again.
何より一度気持ちを落ち着かせないと。
And we both need to calm ourselves down. You're right. We'll ask the soldiers to take a message to Grandpa and the others. Be like, yo, Grandpapa, this guy looks weird. He looks so weird. And he looks a lot like... My spirits were so low, I had no hope of hiding it on our walk home with Odo. My sister loves this chair. She said it's great for crossing your legs. I'm trying it right now as we speak. Choto Mateo. Nope, just cool. I just gotta sit cool right now.
Shunrin, ご飯はどうする?
Ooh, what do you want to do for dinner? Oh, gosh, I'm not really hungry. What about you?
僕もあんまり。ミーミの分だけ用意して、自分たちの分は軽く済ませようか。
Neither am I. Should I whip us something up light while I make Mimi's dinner? Sounds good, thanks. Oh, wait, Mimi said she also isn't that hungry. Even after we made it home, I didn't feel like sitting down for a lighthearted meal with them. I headed off to bed once we were done eating. I can't sleep. I sat up and looked around. Mimi was sound asleep beside me. I shifted under the covers, but it showed no sign of stirring. It must have worried Mimi too. It had been fretting about me ever since I came home upset about Yiming. Thanks, Mimi. I'll be fine by the time the morning comes around. I gave its cheek a scratch and quietly got to my feet. Guess I'll get a little bit of fresh air. I wonder if anyone else mentioned the fact they call Mimi them. Not even they, them. It's what pronouns is what it feels like. I made sure it was a decent before I stepped out, hoping the night would relax me. Stars twinkled in the vast expanse of the sky overhead. I think I meant to say a myriad, because I don't know. There was hardly anyone else around, but the area wasn't completely deserted. Hi, Odo.
やっぱり君も来たんだね。
I thought you might come outside. He had been gazing at the night sky. Are you here for some fresh air
そ
too?
んなところ。本格的に戦ったのは初めてだから。 まだ興奮が冷めなくて。
Yes, I've never fought so hard before and my blood's still pumping. Uh-huh. My heart carried me to him on their own volition. My feet carried me to him on their own volition, and we looked up at the stars together.
今日の夜空は綺麗だね。
Aren't they pretty tonight? They're gorgeous, and the breeze is so soothing too. You'd never know there's a murderer on the loose. Odo turned eyeing me anxiously.
イーミンさんのことが心配？
Are you worried about Yiming? Yeah, but I'm more heartbroken than anything else. He was always cheerful and he treated everyone he came across with kindness. How could a person like that end up as a Yangshi? And now he's being controlled by someone else, and they're making us attack people. I hadn't been able to stop him with my talisman either. The realization of my powerlessness cut me deep. If only I were stronger, we would have caught him, and he wouldn't have escaped to cause even more harm. Or maybe if I was Grandpa's real granddaughter.
君の事情はわからないけど、
There's a lot I don't know about
僕
you.
は今目の前にいる君に出会うことができて嬉しいんだ。
I'm happy to have met the person you are
だ
now.
からそんなことを言わないで。
Please don't talk about yourself like that.
君は
Gosh.
記憶を失った何もない僕のことを
What do you think about me? I don't have a single memory to my name.
もっと頼もしい人だったらとか考えたことある？
Have you ever wished that I was more reliable than I am now? No, not even once.
そっか。それなら僕も今の君と同じ気持ちだよ。
Really? Then it sounds like we feel the same
出
way.
会えてよかったと思ってるし、きっと君なら彼を救うことができるって信じてる。
I'm glad we met, and I'm confident that you'll be able to save your
持
friend.
ち前の優しさと勇気で。
You have a good heart, and you're very courageous. I was completely swept away. Every last one of Udo's words warmed me right to the depths of my heart. You're so poetic. You made me so happy I could cry.
君ほどじゃないよ。
I'm not as poetic as you are.
これからも辛いことがあったら僕に遠慮なく言って。
From now on, I want you to tell me right away if you're
過
ever
去
in
が何
pain.
もない僕じゃ具体的な助言はできないかもしれないけど、
I don't have a past, so I might not be able to give you any good advice.
こうして一緒に静かに夜空を見上げることぐらいはできるはずだから。
But I can always stand outside and gaze up at the stars with you. Thank you, Oro. I'm really glad we met, Sue. Thanks for being here with me.
それこそ僕のセリフだよ。
That's what I should be saying. I feel a bit better now, thanks to you. Now come on, let's go back inside. I don't want Mimi waking up and panicking because I'm not there.
うん、そうだね。
That's a good point. A loud, conspicuous clatter interrupted our chat. We whirled around at the same time, which was obviously the desired reaction. A figure was approaching from the shadows on a nearby building. There was no footsteps.
やあ、どうもどうも。お久しぶりやね。同志見習いのお嬢さん。
Hello there. Nice evening we're having, huh? How's that little Daoshi apprentice doing? It's been a while. It's you. It was the Yangshi who tried to do something. I don't know what.
誰？
Who are you? Remember what I said to Longli? This is the guy who spoke to me right before we met.
そうか。あの時の。
Oh, him. Like, yeah, that guy. It should be obvious. Urdo stepped in front of me protectively. I pulled out a talisman, getting ready to use it at a moment's
そんな
notice.
トゲトゲせんと。こうして再会できたのもええんやし。まずは仲良く自己紹介といこう。
What's with this prickly attitude? It's gotta be fate that we're meeting again. How about I tell you my name and you tell me yours?
僕はシユ。 見ての通り、霊魂を持つキョンシーで、腕自慢の同志でもある。
The name's Shiyu. As you can see, I'm a Yongshi with a soul and a top-class Daoshi. You're a Daoshi? Guess that explains why you float
こ
everywhere.
の子になんのよ。
What do you want with her?
いや、なに
Lay
前
off
回は
me,
君
huh?
っちゅう邪魔が入ったから、今度こそ。
You were enough of a party pooper the last time we met. This is my
僕の
do-over.
力を奪ったこの子を殺したろうと思ってな。
This girl stole my power, so I gotta kill her. What are you talking about? I haven't taken anything from you.
そら、これから死ぬ人間に教える義理はないな。
I don't have to explain if I don't wanna. You'll be dead in just a tick anyways. Shiyu snapped his fingers. Yi Ming appeared out of nowhere, his eyes dull and lifeless. Yi Ming, but if he's here, that means...
いかにも、僕が彼を操って武術家を殺した真犯人や。
You got it. I'm the guy controlling him and wiping all of the martial
あの
artists.
暴君は別の人間に罪をなすりつけようとしとるみたいやけどね。
Sounds like the tyrant's looking to pin the blame on somebody else, though. How dare you? I can't believe you're forcing Yi Ming to do your dirty work. He can't kill anybody himself. He's got no choice. I kept a lid on my flaring rage to make sure I didn't miss my chance to strike. But Odo cut into our conversation, his expression grim.
君にどんな事情があるにせよ。
Sorry. I don't care about your motivations, but I won't let you kill Shunlin. I wonder how far back I can lean without falling. Feel dangerous. She's too important to me.
おお、男前やね。ほん
Well,
なら
aren't we brave? If that's how you want to play it.
まずは彼を相手に生き残ってみることやな。
We'll see if you can hold your own against him, then we'll talk. Oh no! Hold on, I gotta tell.
おっと、自分の相手は同じ同士である僕やで。
Hey, I'm the other Daoshi here. Come entertain me. Oh no!
よしよし。そのままとどめを刺してから彼女を。
Now deal the final blow and then we'll...
あ？あ？え、嘘？あれ？
What the? No way.
ちょっと待った！
Time out, time out. Huh?
Huh?
What? Everything stopped so suddenly that Odo and I were stunned, speechless. Shiyu went over to Yiming and pushed down his frozen fist.
なしなし！彼を殺すのはやっぱなし！自分はこのまま森に戻って次の計画に備えた準備をしてて。
Change of plans. Killing him is officially off the table. Go back to the forest and wait for me my instructions. Yiming nodded and ran off, never saying a single word. I took the opportunity to rush over to Uro, who was squatting on the ground. He stood up then we both turned our attention to Shiyu. What are you playing at, Shiyu?
情けをかけたとは今さら考えにくいね。
If you're about to say that you had to change a heart, I probably won't buy it.
いやー、僕もぶっちゃけこの展開は想定外っちゅうか。
You see, I wasn't expecting things to pan out this way either. His gaze dropped to something at Odo's feet.
まさか。
Do you mean me?
え？知ってるも何も。
Are you kidding? Odo lost all his memories 5 years ago.
ああ、なるほど。確かに時期的にはあの事件と重なるな。まさか生きとったとは。
Huh, that tracks. It's been 5 years since then, huh? Didn't think you'd survived, though. You know him?
そやね。自分よりもよほど。
Yeah, way better than I know you, even.
ある意味僕は彼の一番の理解者で仲間でもある。
Actually, I might know him better than anyone. Two of us are pals. Huh? Odo was taken aback. Shiyu threw out his
せっ
arms.
かくや。計画の全貌を教えたる。
Since we're here, why don't I let you in on my plans from start to
僕らが
finish?
最終的な目標としとるのは国王ルオジンの殺害や。
The final stage is going to be killing King Lao Jin. What?
そう、あの男は王の器なんかやない。 正当な後継者は他におる。
You heard me. That guy doesn't deserve to be king. His son's a way better fit.
それをとびきりの死という形で思い知らせてやるんや。
The only way to get that message through his thick skull is to smash his to pieces.
どうして急にそんなことを僕に話したの？
Why did you suddenly decide to tell us this?
目的を告げたら王様の警備が強化されて殺しにくくなるんじゃ。
And what's going to happen now is that they'll strengthen His Majesty's guard and he'll even be harder to kill.
ウラ君、僕と共に来ん？
Want to come with me, Odo? Huh? Odo's eyes went wide and for a moment everything was
共に
still.
暴君老人を倒そう。僕はそう言うてるんや。
I'm asking you to come take down the tyrant with me. Seriously?
何をバカなこと言って。
Is this some kind of joke?
君が僕の味方をしてくれると信じてるから。
I already know you're gonna join my team.
そんなわけ。
I would
な
never.
いって言い切れる。
Sure about that?
記憶を失う前の自分が善人か悪人かも覚えてない。
You don't even remember if you were a good guy or a bad guy.
それは。
僕の正体は記憶を取り戻しさえすればおのずとわかる。
You just gotta get your memories back, then you'll remember who you are
そして
or
君
who
は
I am.
必ず僕に協力してくれるって確信
When
しと
that
るで。
happens, you're gonna beg to join my cause. Stop trying to manipulate him. Oda would never help murder somebody.
まあ、信じるのは自由やね。ウロ君とは争いたくないし、一旦ここでおいとまするわ。
Something creaked. I ain't saying he has to believe me, but I'm not about to argue with him, so I'm gonna dip out for now.
自分が僕と志を同じくしてくれるの、今から楽しみにしとるで。
I'll just wait and look forward to when you both. Until you realize we both want the same thing. Hold up. Oh, she whizzed away, escaping the same way Yiming had. I was left fuming at the Yongshi's words. Meanwhile, Odo's anxious gaze was downcast. Are you okay, Odo? You didn't get hurt in that fight, did you?
ない
No.
けど。
But did what she say bother you? Forget about him, alright? I kept my tone firm as I wiped away the grits from
で
Odo's
も
cheek.
彼は僕のことを知っていた。
He knows who I am, though.
僕は彼。人殺しの犯人と接点があったのかも。
He's a murderer and I might have agreed with his
も
values.
しかしたら殺害に協力していた可能性だって。
Maybe I even helped him kill people. I could understand his distress. Here he had met a total stranger who knew all about him. How could he not be concerned about what happened in his past? Odo wouldn't help kill anybody. At least that's what I want to tell him. The truth is I can't know that for certain. I'd only be giving him empty words. I tried to think of something more helpful. Maybe you are a bad person, okay? But maybe murder isn't really a crime. Maybe you are a bad person, Odo, but that doesn't change what I need to do. I'm gonna stick with you and make sure you stay on the straight and narrow.
本当？
You mean that? I do. I want to cherish you, Odo. That includes your past and present.
春林。
Shulin. Then again, maybe that's a little ambitious for a Daoshi who hasn't even finished her training.
そんなことない。
I don't think so. Odo took my hand in his gaze softening.
嬉しい。
I'm really happy to have your support. Thank you. He's blushing.
そう言ってくれる君がそばにいてくれるなら。僕
Your
は
words have given me the courage to face my past as long as I
自
know
分
you're
の
with
過去
me.
に
That's great.
調査僕も手伝うよ。関係者であることがはっきりと分かったんだから。
I want to help you with the investigation. We know who the culprit is, after all.
君と一緒に責任を負う義務がある。
We have a duty to shoulder the burden of that knowledge
もし
together.
僕がどうしようもない悪人だったら。君
Can
が
you
僕を捕ま
promise
え
to
て
get
く
me
れる。
arrested if it turns out I'm a real evildoer or something? I promise, and if you try to run, I'll be sure to track you down. Then I'll give you the longest lecture ever until you put your evil ways behind you.
頼もしいな。
I'll hold you to that. He's smiling too. Without even needing to discuss it, we both turned and started heading home.
短い時間だけど手をつないで帰ろう。
I know it's only a short walk, but can we hold hands?
少しでも長く君と一緒にいたい。
I want every second with you that I can get. Sure, I was thinking the same thing actually. No matter what kind of past you had, you can always count on me to be here for you.
ありがとう。
Thank you. We walked along, gazing up at the peaceful night sky while we still could. Oh, I guess because it's still night? Question mark? Question mark? Question mark?
自身こそが事件の真犯人だと告げたシウ。彼の目的は国王ルオジンの殺害。
Shu reveals himself as the culprit. He plots to
シウ
assassinate
に
the
対
king.
抗すべく行動を起こそうとした矢先、思わぬ勅令が下される。次回、燃えよ乙女同士カユ恋
Just as
語
the pair moved to fight back, a certain
り、国王の暴走、
edict is passed. Next time,
不安に
The
震える彼
Tyrant
女にウロは
Shook's terrified. What do you think, Odo? The Tyrant. The next day,
なるほど。そんなことが。そのシユという男が犯人であることは間違いなさそうですね。
I see. There's little reason to doubt that this Shiyu character is our culprit.
しかも王様を殺そうだなんて恐ろしいことを考えてるね。
I can't believe he's planning to assassinate His Majesty.
まあ、あの国王なら恨みの一つや100買っていそうじゃがの。
Knowing the king, there's at least 100 people who hold grudges against him. Have a little compassion, Grandpa. Longley's standing right here.
両人様にも兵を通して事の次第は報告しました。
I've already dispatched some soldiers to pass the message to His
なので
Majesty.
シャオさんの手配は間もなく解けるかと。
It shouldn't be long before the search for Xiaowu is dropped. That's something at least. The first thing we did when we arrived at Longley's second residence was let everyone know what happened last night.
でもよりにもよって師匠がキョンシーにされて操られてるなんて。
To think that that master of all people ended up as a Yongshi under someone else's control.
おそらくイーミンを操っているのは闇の法術じゃろう。
I would wager he's under the influence of shadow arts.
闇の法術。
I'm afraid I'm
Oh.
unfamiliar. Well, that's because you're not a Yongshi. Thus, why would you know shadow arts? I have my little bunny here today. He's continues to just thrive the best he can. He holds my lotion right now. They're a set of heretical techniques, occult arts. Essentially, only a few Daoshi know they exist. Grandpapa is one of them. He told me about them because I'm his apprentice. But you know a lot more about them, don't you, Grandpa? Grandpapa. Don't you? Say it. I put on too much. I do this every time. I'm like, just a dime size. Should be enough, and then it's too much. Honestly, I feel like we need more character development. I think she needs to be evil. I think she should have turned out to be the actual culprit in the end. Like, oh my god.
もちろんじゃ。
Naturally.
闇の法術は遺体を掘り起こして操る術とキョンシーを召喚して使用する術。
The shadow arts give one the power to unearth corpses or summon and control Yongshi.
そして聖者をキョンシーに変えて操る術があるんじゃ。
There's also techniques to turn the living into Yongshi and manipulate them.
その術で師匠。
And that's what happened to Master.
その件なんだけど、シーはハオランの師匠を森に向かわせてた。
You know, hold on. Shiyu told your master to go to the forest.
森へ向かえば彼だけでも動きを抑えられるんじゃないかな。
Maybe we can stop him if we put Shiyu aside for now and head to the forest first.
確かに相手の戦力を削ぐという意味ではイーミンの確保は重要じゃの。
That sounds like a good idea. Capturing Yiming is a crucial step in diminishing the enemy's threat.
でもできるでしょうか。春林たちから話を聞く限り師匠の力は大
Can
幅
we
に上
even
がってい
do
るみたい
that?
です。
From what Shunlin and Odo said, it sounds like Master's powers have been boosted dramatically.
俺たちが束になっても
Even if
叶
we
わない
team
可
up,
能性があります。
we might struggle to take him down.
そうじゃな。闇の砲術でキョンシーにされた者は
You're quite
身
right.
体能力が大幅に上昇するからの。
Those transformed into Yangshi via... I really wish... I wish this had really monitored my steps. It really didn't. I went up by like less than 100 steps, and I know I wasn't walking fast, but I was definitely walking faster than that. Alright. You're quite right. Those transformed into Yangshi via the Shadow Arts experience a significant increase in their physical abilities.
ならば味方を増やしましょ
Then let us seek more fighting
う。
power.
ユーハン君たち、そしてシャオさんと合流すれば十分勝機があります。
We should have a comfortable chance of success if we group up with Yuhang, Sesetsu, and Shawu.
ただ、ウロさん、あなたはできれば敵の手の届かない安全な場
As
所
for
にい
you,
てほしい
Odo,
ので
I
すが。
ask that you remain somewhere safe where the enemy cannot reach you.
お
Why?
どうして？僕は春林たちを手伝うためにここ
I
に
came
来た
here to help y'all guys. And they're like, yeah, but is it helping?
それはそうですが。
Be that as it may, my dude. Odo's capable enough. He's a powerful martial artist.
今は味方が多い方がいいじゃろう。ウロの参加は当然として、まずは夕飯を探しに行くぞい。
The more support we have, the better. Odo is with us now, so we should go and search for Yuhang. He's in the northern district, right? Then there's no time to
わ
lose.
かりました。
Very well. That's what I thought.
私は一度、ルオジン様から今後の方針を伺うために王宮へと戻ります。
I'll return to the palace for the time being to ask what His Majesty intends for the investigation. Intends for the investigation going forward.
皆さんどうか
Do take care of
Okay.
yourselves. We will. We traveled through the forest of chiming souls to the northern district where Yuhang lived. I got to admit, I don't actually know where his house is. I wonder where he is right
とりあ
now.
えず人の多い場所を探
Let's
してみ
start
よ
where
う
it's
か。
most crowded. Good thinking. Oh. No sooner had I turned towards the shops than I saw Yuhang standing there. Yuhang, we found you!
この声は春林？
Shunlin, is that you? Mm-hmm. The foresters ran right over to him.
じいさんたちもこんなところまでどうしたんだよ。
Gramps and Hodon too, what are you guys doing out here? We're all working together to uncover the truth behind the assassinations. It's the same for you and Sasetsu, right? We were hoping you might be able to join us.
そういうことならいいぜ。
The more the
人数は多けれ
merrier.
ば多いほど。
Huh.
こいつ誰だ？この前の大会にはいなかった。
Who's this guy? You weren't at the tournament, were you? Oh, this is...
はじめまして。僕はウロ。春林と一緒に暮らしてる。
My name's Odo. Nice to meet you. I'm living with Shunlin.
はあ！お前いつの間にそんな関係の男ができたんだよ。
Since when did you get a live-in boyfriend? Since never. I mean, it's more like he's staying with me, not...
違わない。2日も同じ家に泊まってるんだから、一緒に暮らしてるも同然。
Yes, we're living together. I think it counts when you've spent more than 2 nights under the same roof. Where's all this confidence coming from?
宿なしのこやつを済ませてるだけじゃ。春林は定期的に様子を見に行く世話係のようなものじゃの。
This man has no home, so we're allowing him to stay at ours. Shunlin simply checks in on him from time to time.
そっか。なんか訳ありみたいだな。
Sounds, complicated.
それで、ユーハン、君が協力してくれるのはありがたいけど、師匠の許可は取らなくていいの？
It's great that you're willing to help, but don't you need to get your master's permission? Hodon did us a favor and got the conversation back on
と
track.
いうよりも、彼の姿自体が見えないようだけど。
Where is he? I'd assumed he'd be with you.
師匠は最近王宮によく呼び出されてて、なかなかこの地区まで帰ってこ
We
ないんだ。
keep asking for him back at the palace. He barely comes back anymore.
だから、師匠に協力を仰ぐのは
I
難
don't
しい
even know if
と
he'll be able to join us at all. That's a shame. The more the merrier, as I said.
そうかな。師匠の場合は。
You know, things might be easier without him. How so?
いや、悪い。なんでもない。師匠を疑うなんて、弟子失格だよな。
I misspoke. As his student, I shouldn't be doubting him.
で、これからどうすんだ？さすがに、道のど真ん中で今後の話をするのは無防備だろ。
What now then? I'm guessing you don't want to plan our next move in the middle of the street.
それもそうだね。
Good point.
一度王宮に行って、ロンレイさんと合流しようか。
Let's get back to the palace and meet up with Longley.
シャオの居場所も、彼がもう見つけてるか
He
も。
might already know where Xiao Wu is too. Good idea. And are we all ready to?
なんじゃ。門の方から大量の兵士たちがこちらに歩いてくるぞ。
All those soldiers disappeared from the direction of the gate.
それに
This looks
Nanda.
serious. The people around us seemed equally confused. The soldiers stopped in the center of the widest road. The one on the front, probably the highest ranking, pulled out a piece of paper.
全国民に告ぐ。連日この国を不安に陥れていた武術家殺人事件の犯人が
This is a message to all citizens. We have identified the person responsible for the killings that have thrown Kayu into disarray.
凶悪なキョンシーを操る同志の仕業であることが判明した。
These atrocities were the work of a Daoshi who commands savage Yangshi. Is it gonna be Grandpapa?
しかもその敵は愚かにも国王老人様の命をも狙っている
Not
とい
only
う。
that, but the miscreant has concocted a foolish plan to assassinate his
よって老
majesty.
人様は同志の存在そのものが危険であると判断し、
It is his majesty's assessment the Daoshi are a danger to our community.
この国に存在するすべての同志を処刑すると決められた。
By royal decree, all Daoshi and Kayu are to be executed. That
よっ
sounds
て今から
reasonable.
国に潜む全同志の捕獲を開始する。
We will hereby round up every last Daoshi lurking among our citizens. What? The declaration was so extreme and abrupt that it left us reeling.
全員処刑する？
They want to execute all Daoshi?
そんな無茶苦茶な。
That's outrageous.
何がどうなってんだよ。
You know what they could do? All the Daoshi could just hide in the chiming souls. No one would find them. What the heck is going on? What the heck indeed, brah. We couldn't believe our ears.
おやめください。私はただ修行しながら生活していただけです。
Let me go! I'm only training as a hobby. It's not my full-time job.
老人様の命は絶対である。
His Majesty's words is absolute. Oh gosh, the soldiers spread out and started detaining the Daoshi who were working, no matter the nature of their jobs. We have to stop this. Shunlin, you will die.
なら飛び出したが最後わしらも捕まるぞ。
We can't. If we interfere, we'll be captured ourselves. I gritted my teeth in frustration, only for a few soldiers to look my way.
あそこにいるのは同志リーホンではないか。
Isn't that the famous Daoshi, Li Hyong, over
何
there?
としても捕らえろ。術の腕を考えると、あいつが首謀者の可能性が高い。
Seize him, no matter what it takes. With his skills, he might be a co-conspirator. No!
逃げないと。
We have to run.
どこにだよ。
Where?
町全体が兵士たちに包囲されてるぜ。
I bet there's soldiers surrounding the entire town. The soldiers came even closer as we scrambled for a way out of the situation. We've got no
お前
choice.
さんたち、ここはわしが抑える。急ぎ裏門から脱出して身を隠せ。
I'll hold them off. You escape from the rear gate and stay out of sight. Grandpa, no. I wanted to argue with him, but his eyes told me he was dead serious.
そういうことならお供しますよ。
I'll lend a hand, Lee Hyung.
じゃあ俺は第二のおとりになる。じいさんたちの守りを抜けない兵士がいないと
I'll act as
限ら
bait
ねえ
too in case any soldiers give Gramps the slip. That means everyone's fighting. What? Come on, guys. We all gotta escape this thing together.
顔が広く知られているわしはどこに行っても捕まる。それならここで足止めをするのが得策じゃろう。
They'll get me no matter where I go. Such is the price of fame. Holding the soldiers up here is the best plan of action.
それに対してお前さんはまだ半人前の同志じゃ。加えて同志の女はごく生まれ。
You're not even a bona fide Daoshi yet, young lady. Female Daoshi are far and few
見
between.
極め捕まえようとする兵士は少ないじゃろう。
I doubt there are many soldiers who would recognize you and try to capture you. But, Papa,
そういうことなら行
if
こう。
that's true, then we
Shunlin.
should go, Shunlin.
同志は困ってる人を助ける存在なんだろ。なら
It's a Daoshi's job to
志
help.
半ばで捕まっちゃダメだ。
You won't be able to help anyone if you get caught.
ここで君まで捕まったらたくさんの人が不幸になる。
It hurt a lot of people if that happened. I
なす
think
べ
you
き
know
こ
what
と
you
を
have
な
to
さな
do.
ければ。
Odo took my hand in his. His other hand was clenched in a fist so tight he nearly drew blood. Are you sure you can't come with us? Man, they're really
今
letting
だ
them
けは
talk.
孫ではなく弟子として
Taking
わ
their
しの言う
sweet
ことを聞きな
time.
さい。
I'll give you these instructions not as your grandfather, but as your master.
なーにあの程度の若造ども全員ボコボコにのしてすぐに合流してやるわい。
There's no need for you to fuss. I'll put every last one of these whippersnappers in their place, and I'll be with you before you know it. All right, I'm trusting you on that. I nodded and squeezed Odo's hand. Let's
わ
go.
かった。みんな
Okay, stay safe, everyone.
と
We made a mad dash for the back gate, hoping with all of our heart that the others would be okay. The soldiers seemed too busy to bother with us, so the distraction plan must have been working. Even though we're all together, they were just like, nah.
その日、国王ルオジンが出した命令は国中を混乱に陥れた。
That was the day King Lao Jin's decree plunged the kingdom of Kayu
カ
into
ユには
chaos.
王宮に勤める同志はもちろん、町に溶け込み商売をする同志たちも数多くいる。
There were plenty of Daoshi who served at the palace, not to mention those who worked various jobs
今
in
や
town.
生活に欠かせない彼らを兵士たちが次々と捕らえ王宮へ送っていくのだから当然だろう。
Despite the vital service they provided, they were arrested and sent to the palace, and their absence was rightfully feared.
果たして彼の目的は何なのか。
The king's motivations remained a mystery. Fear, because he's a scared little bitch. Odo and I escaped into the depths of the closest forest. The soldiers were concentrated in the more popular areas to round up the Daoshi there. We figured we would be safe out here for the time being.
他の町の様子を遠巻きに見てきたよ。やっぱり同志たちが次々と容赦なく捕らえられてた。
I went to check out the other towns. The towns from far, oh gosh, from afar. They really are capturing all the Daoshi. It's like they don't know any mercy.
何もしてないのに暴力を受けている人も。
They were even beating people for no reason. It was horrible. Girl, what? Oh. Odo had gone to scout things out because he was relatively anonymous. He hadn't been in the tournament and he had no connections to Grandpa. Things were as bad as they could get. I wonder how Grandpa and the others are doing.
今の僕たちには彼らを信じることしかできない。
The only thing for us to do is to believe they can take care of themselves.
心配なのは同じだけど、今後のことを先に考えよう。
I'm as worried as you are,
これか
but
らどうするべきなのか。
we should figure out what we're doing first. Where do you go from here? I think we should try and find Xiaowu. What we need right now is physical strength. It would be ideal if we could get him to join
わかっ
us.
た。なんとか彼を見つけ出そう。
Okay, we'll track him down.
でも今日はこの森でもう休んだ方がいい。
First, we should set up camp for the night. You must be exhausted. Yeah, we'll have to be as fighting. Oh gosh, we'll have to be as fighting fit as we can be if we're going all out tomorrow. Nice background art. Yeah, I redid my room, so my shelves got moved in the process. It's not completely perfect yet, but I took way too long working on it yesterday, and I bought all the cable management stuff today, so I finally got everything set up. And my desk can rise all the way up now without anything pulling. So I did actually use my walking pad for the first hour. So I'm going to try and do that every stream, at least an hour. So we'll see. We'll see. I was hoping I could do it the whole time, but honestly, I think it was winding me, and I was getting really warm, so I turned the fan on in my room for the first time ever. We'll have to be as fighting fit as we can be if we're going to go all out. Here, come here, Mimi. Mimi, who had been hiding in my garments this whole time, poked her head out, tears shone in her eyes. I'm sorry for putting you through that. I promise we'll do whatever we can to save the others. Will you help us out, Mimi? Thank you. You've always stuck by me, even when I was really little.
なんだか羨ましいな。僕は君の幼い頃を知らないから。
I'm kind of jealous, honestly. I didn't know you when you were that young. Or did you? I was just a regular kid without a care in the world. Like, once I met this boy in the streets and we ran around like there was no tomorrow. Anyways, let's just mention that. Let's set up camp. They'll spot us if we start a fire, so we'll have to make do with emergency rations.
じゃあ、僕は近くの川で水を汲んでくるよ。
I'll fetch some water from the river that's close by. He set off, glancing around cautiously as he went. I watched him go, my mind wandering. Grandpa, Hoodon, Yu Hung, all those guys I know. I all but collapsed to the ground, then hugged my knees to my chest. I left them to fend for themselves back there. As the inexperienced one, I'm better suited to act as a decoy. I wonder if Uro and I can do anything on our own. What if something happened to Grandpa before we have even figured out what's going on? The more I thought about it, the gloomier I felt. Mimi gave me a couple of pats to cheer me up. It wasn't enough to distract me from the worst case scenario.
何かある前に僕がルオジンを殺したのか?
How about this then? I knock Lujin's lights out before anyone you love gets hurt. Ah! My head snapped up. I hadn't noticed his approach. But now, Shiyu was standing, floating, in front of me near the bush. How long have you been there?
結構前から周囲をうろうろしてたで。まあ、君たちは逃げるのに必死で気づいてなかったみたいやけど。
I've been hanging around for a bit. Guess you didn't notice because you were so desperate to run away. Are you here to kill me?
まあ、ぶっちゃければ。けど、今の僕は多少君の気持ちを優先しよう思っとる。
You know, to be honest, yes. Though I decided that how you feel is more important right now. What's that supposed to mean? Listen,
君が僕に殺されて、かつて奪った力を返してくれれば。
Listen up, Shinlin. If you let me kill you and take my powers
僕は
back.
それを用いて、君の大切な人が殺される前に、ルオジンを倒してあげる。
I promise to use it to end Laojin's before anyone lays fingers on the folks you love. He was like a demon whispering in my ears. What are you talking about? What power? I asked despite knowing that was probably just what he wanted.
君は自分が捨て子やった自覚はある？実は19年前、自分が森に捨てられてた時、僕はついその指に触れてしもてね。
You know you were abandoned as a kid, right? Thrown away in some forest 19 years ago. That's when I came along and touched your
キョン
finger.
シーはその特性上、生命力が溢れている赤ん坊に触れると、一部の能力を奪われるんや。
Babies are bursting with vitality, you see. If a Yangshi touches one, poof, there goes some of their powers. But doesn't that
う
mean...
ん。君には僕から奪った力がある。
You betcha. The power you pilfered off of me is still
そ
inside
の
you.
影響で闇の法術を解くことができるんや。
Because of that, you got the ability to dispel shadow arts. I do.
まあ、闇の法術を解くことができても、今回の同志が捕まってる件は関係ないけどな。
Not that it's gonna help you much now that they're rounding up all the
やか
Daoshi.
ら君がルオ人に対してできることなんて皆無に等しい。
You're powerless against Laojin. You know that.
あの男はな、力こそ絶対とか言うときながら、自分の地位を守るためなら、どん
The
な
guy's
姑息
all
な手
like-
段も使うんよ。
Might makes right, but did you know how sneaky he gets when it comes to protecting his palace place on the
今
throne?
回同志を処刑するって言い出したのも、自分の命を狙っている敵の正体が同志やって気づいたからや。
I mean, he's executing every single Daoshi just because he found out the guy trying to kill him is one. It's
そう
barbaric.
やろ？でもこのままやったら、捕らえられた同志は一斉に殺される。
Right? But he's still gonna go ahead and do it if no one's there to stop him.
僕はあの男を殺したい。君はあの男からじいさんたちを守りたい。利害は一致してると思うけど。
I want to kill him. You want to protect your family and friends from him. I'd say our interests line up pretty nice, like, huh?
自分一人の犠牲で家族と多くの同志が救われるんや。悪い話やないんとちゃう？
To me, it's a no-brainer. One little life to save your family and all those Daoshi.
ダメだシンリン
Get away from him, Shinlin. Oh. Odo jumped out from the trees and stood between Shiyu and me.
君を犠牲にして救われてもリーホンさんは絶対に喜ばない。
Nihong would never want you to sacrifice yourself for his
何
sake.
より僕が絶対に嫌だ。君を失うことなんて認めない。
And even if he did, I hate the thought of losing you. I'm not going to let it happen. But we have to do something. Everyone's in danger.
嫌だ嫌だ。それでも絶対
I
に嫌
know,
だ。
but I'm not losing you.
いやいやって子供のわがままやないんやから。
Listen to this guy. He's like a kid throwing a tantrum.
上等だ。彼女を守るためなら僕はわがままだってなんだって言う。
I don't care if I have to be childish if it means protecting her.
僕は春林の命もこの国の民の未来も諦めない。両
I'm gonna
方
save
救っ
them
てみせ
both,
る。
Shunlin and the people of this country, and I won't stop till I do. Oh.
いやー、立派やわ。さすがある意味、この国に選ばれた子や。
Well, spoken like a true superhero, or the golden boy of Kayu, if you catch my drift. Golden boy, what do you mean?
春林、これ以上彼の話を聞くのはやめよう。
Stop paying him any attention, Shunlin.
条件を飲んでもこちらの望みを保護にされる可能性だってあるんだ。
Even if we agree to his terms, he'll probably ignore his end of the bargain once he gets what he wants. Right.
心外やな。僕は誠実なキョンシーやのに。
Which, I'm an honest guy, you know?
まあええか。今のところは急いでないから。また君ら二人を迎えに来るで。
But it's whatever for now. I ain't in any hurry. I'll come back for you both later, Kay? I was surprised by how easy he gave up. He left us alone in the forest without even putting up a fight. Odo and I stood quietly for a while after he had gone. I'm sorry, Uro. I was the first to break the
どう
silence.
して春林が謝るの？
What do you have to apologize for, Shinlin? I was considering taking Chiyu up on his offer without even discussing it with you.
確かにそのことはすごく焦ったし悲しかっ
Yeah,
た。
that had me really upset to the point that I started panicking.
君自身の命を諦めてしまうのが
I couldn't believe you were about to throw your life away. I thought my heart was going to break. That's how worried I am about everyone. I was genuinely on the fence about it.
そっか。
When I expressed my deepest fear, Odo gently placed his hand on my shoulder.
心細くなってる時に一人にしちゃってごめんね。
She looks scared. Like, if you just looked at her and not him, I would almost think that this is an unwanted touch. I'm sorry for leaving you by yourself when you were feeling so
そばにいれ
helpless.
ば一緒に悩むこともできたのに。
We could have worked things out if I had stayed with you. You're too nice, Odo. It's okay to get mad at me for what I
怒らな
said.
いよ。僕は君のそんな優しいところが大好きなんだから。
I can't get mad. You felt the same way you did you felt the way you did out of kindness, and that's something I love
明
about
日
you.
からはきっと激しい戦いになる。だから今のうち
Starting
に
tomorrow, we'll be fighting for our lives.
思ってることを全部言ってもいいんだよ。
Now's the time to say everything that's on your
弱
mind.
音を吐けるのはきっと今だけだ。
It's your last chance to say that you're afraid. Oh. I opened my mouth. I'm worried. I'm worried that we won't be able to save them. I couldn't think of anything more horrifying than that. The idea brought tears to my eyes. I know they promised they'd be fine, but how are they supposed to hide from every soldier in the entire country? They're going to get arrested, killed. Only your grandpa. They're not all Daoshi, just your grandpa. Oda listened to me as my
大
voice
丈夫
wibbled.
なんて楽観的なことは無責任に言わないよ。
I can tell you that if it's going to be fine, but we both know I can't guarantee that.
代わりに約束はできる。
But I can make you this promise. What's that? He held my gaze, face set in determination.
彼らが捕まっても必ず僕たちで助けよう。
If they get caught, we'll rescue them no matter
僕
what.
はただの無力な人間だけど
I
何
know
か
I'm
できる
human
ことはある
and
はずだ。
weak, but there has to be something I can do. Nothing about the situation had changed. Things were still looking grim. Odo had zero evidence to back up his word, and yet, why do I believe him wholeheartedly?
春林
You okay, Shinlin? Thank you, Odo. Your kindness has grounded me a little. I have faith that we'll keep your word. I feel so reassured.
君との約束だけは絶対に守るよ。
You're right. I'd never break any promise I made to you.
絶対に優しい未来を一緒に迎えようね。
When the future comes, it'll be as peaceful as can be. We'll welcome it together. I felt like something bit me like right here just now. But to be fair, it does just a little scratch on my arm, so I've been moving furniture and putting stuff behind things all day, so I might have just pulled something. I promise to be there with you, Oro. My heart drummed out a steady rhythm. It was nothing dramatic, gentle and sweet. I knew the source of the beat, the emotions that spurred it on. I'll keep it to myself. We had too many other things on our plate. I sincerely hope we'll see the future he's dreaming of. That's when I'll tell him. This feels kind of nostalgic. I think that boy I played with when I was little used to comfort me like this. Wink.
そのことは今も
Are you
仲
still
がいい
friends with him? No, we only hung out for a brief period, and we didn't even know each other's names. We never met once since. But I feel like he was every bit as kind as you are.
きっと僕の方が春林を大切に思ってるよ。
I bet I care about you way more than he did, Shinlin. He's long gone. There's no point in getting competitive now. Sometimes after our heart-to-heart, I doze off. Despite how scary everything was, my dream was wonderfully calm and nostalgic.
早くこっちこっち君に見せたいものがあるんだ
Hurry up, I want to show you something. Slow down, I gotta carry Mimi. The boy was running out in front of me, the flower wreath I'd made resting on his head.
ごめん それじゃあ一緒に手をつないでいこう。
Great. Sorry about that. You can hold my hand then. We'll walk
す
together.
ごく綺麗な星空が見える場所があるんだ。君と一緒に見てみたい。
There's a place up here where you can see the stars really clear. I want to see them with you. Okay, take me there. I want to see all kinds of pretty things with you too. Rather than a dream, it was a distant memory.
昔11、2年前くらいに南地区に来たことはあったかな。
いや、何度花冠作ったとか友達ができた。
It was a short time, but it shone brighter than any star. It was during that time that I met my first love. Okay, calm down. Relax. Relax.
彼女の命もこの国の民の未来も諦めないとたくましく成長していくウロ。
Finding more courage by the day, Odo refuses to give up on her or the future of Kayu citizens.
一人ではなく二人でいることの心強さをかみしめる。
Out of nowhere, he finds himself at a disadvantage, but he knows he can find strength in being with her.
次回、燃えよ乙女同士、カユ恋語り。
Next time,
結婚
the
の約束。
betrothal?
昔の記憶ほど美化される。それが羨望したものであれば。
The older a memory, the prettier it becomes, even more so when tainted with envy. What? Interesting. This one's happier. It has the panda. That's how you know if it's gonna be a fun one or not. Question mark. Fortunately, the soldiers didn't discover us during the night. Conveniently. What do we do now? We're powerless by ourselves.
ロンレイと秘密裏に接触するのはどうかな。
Why don't we secretly get in touch with Longley?
なんとなくだけど、彼は盲目的に王様の言うことを聞く。
I can't say
他
for
の兵士たち
sure.
とは違う気がするんだ。
But he doesn't seem to have the same blind faith in his majesty that all those soldiers do. You're right, he was acting independent during the investigation, from what I could tell. We could go see him. He might know where Xiaowu is too. Obviously, we can't just go to his house, but his grandparents might be willing to pass a message between us.
そうと決まったら行こう。この森にも兵士たちが捜索に来ないとも限らない。
Let's go. We don't know when the soldiers might start searching the forest. Odo took my hand in his. Huh?
君が一人で何かを決めて、どこかへ行ってしまわないように。
I only want to make sure that you don't do anything reckless or go off by yourself. There was a glimmer of anxiety in his eyes. I'm not going anywhere alone from now on. I'm taking you with me wherever I go. I'm sorry to make you worry last night. I should have realized what I was doing.
僕が勝手に不安がっているだけだから。
It's okay. I could have been braver about it.
でも、不安がないとしても、自分を鼓舞するために、春林と手をつないでいたいな。
I know you've reassured me, but I'd like to still hold your hand, Shunlin. It makes me feel like I can do this.
君のぬくもりを感じていると、無限に力が湧いてくるから。
It's as if your warmth fills me with some incredible power. You know, it's the same for me. Let's hold on to each other until all these cases have been solved, starting now, right up until the end.
約束。
Okay, it's a promise. I gave his hand a good squeeze, letting him know I wanted this just as much as he did. His hand's really big. I still remember my first impression of Odo. He seemed so lost that I felt like I needed to protect him. Now it's kind of the opposite. Not that it was a bad thing, really. Relying on him was comforting for me. Come on, we've got the whole lot of work ahead of us, and if we want to... We have a whole lot of work ahead of us if we want to save everybody. Okay. Yay! The outside was bleak, but we weren't about to stop in our tracks. We set off at a sprint. Deeming the forest of chiming souls too dangerous, we traveled through the regular woodlands. We treaded with caution, staying out of sight and asking Mimi to scout the path ahead of us, using my my stuff, you know, just so they know. 2 days later, we made it to the southern district gate. To no one's surprise, the soldiers there were on high alert looking around for any stray Daoshi.
まずは僕とミーミで様子を見る。春林はここで待ってて。
Mimi and I will go and take a look. You wait here. Right, be careful, okay? Oto kept to the shadows as he approached with Mimi riding on his shoulder.
すみません。なんだか物々しい雰囲気ですけど、何かあったんですか？
Excuse me, did something happen? Everyone's going around with these serious looks on their faces.
なんだ貴様、何も聞いていないのか。我々は今、ルオジン様の命を脅かす同志どもを
How
一
oblivious
斉
can
に
you
捕獲
be?
している。
We're under order from His Majesty to arrest all Daoshi. They're a threat to his
な
life.
るほど。じゃあ、都やこの地区にいる同志たちは、無事に全員捕まったんですか？
Does that mean that he's arrested all the Daoshi in the district and in the capital as
安心
in
しろ。
as a whole?
王宮に申請している同志は全員捕獲した。
There's nothing to worry about. We've captured every Daoshi registered at the palace.
そうですか。それはよかった。ルオジン様の命を狙う者が平然といたら、街を歩けませんからね。
What a relief. I definitely want to walk among the people who are trying to take His Majesty's life. Wouldn't want.
これで僕も安心して行商仲間と一緒にこの門をくぐることができます。
Me and my partner, we're peddlers, you see. We have no reason to stray away from the southern district.
少し離れた場所で休んでいるのですが、今から連れてきても大丈夫ですか？
She's taking a break nearby. You don't mind if we both pass through the gate, do you?
構わん。荷物の確認はさせてもらうぞ。
Not at all, but I'll have to check your belongings.
わかりました。
That's fine. They're like, what are all these talismans doing in your bag?
リーホンさんの読み通り、春林はまだ手配されてないみたいだ。
Lehan was right. It doesn't sound like he's looking for you yet,
お
Shinlin.
札や剣をここに隠していけば、兵の目はごまかせると思う。
You should make it to the other side if you hide your talismans and your sword here. I can always make more talismans if I need to, though. I might miss the sword. I dug a shallow pit in the ground, placed the items inside, and buried them. There we go, and now we can march right through. Yep. Let's go.
お待たせしました、兵士様。僕と彼女の荷物確認をお願いできますか？
Sorry to keep you waiting, sir. You're more than welcome to search our belongings. Now that we've taken all the stuff out.
見たところ問題ないようだ。だが、彼女とお前はどのような関係だ？
All seems to be in order, but you don't look like ordinary peddlers. What exactly is the nature of your relationship? Oh, I gulped. We probably should have worked out our story beforehand in case the questions like this.
妻です。
She's my wife.
厳密には妻にしたい人です。
Well, not yet, but she will be. What? Oh, what? I'm hitting the wrong button. I was like, but I'm trying to save. You can't shout, what are you talking about in front of these guys? But that's not true. His off-the-cuff statement made my eyes go wide. I feared they'd pop right out the sockets. What are you talking about?
聞かれたから正直に答えただけだけど。
I'm only telling the man the honest truth. But we're not engaged, Tech. We aren't even dating.
そういう関係になりたいのは本当のことだから。
I know, but I'd like it if we were. That's all I'm saying.
僕の気持ちは迷惑かな。
You don't like that I feel this way? The situation was tense enough without him clenching my heart in a vice. Sure, he was only putting it on an act, but it was way too effective. For goodness sake, Oro, take this and this. What are we doing?
全然痛くないよ。
That doesn't hurt at all.
僕もお返し。
Now for my revenge. Oh. Ah, quit poking my cheek. I'm being serious.
でも全く迫力ないよ。
You're not threatening though. Yeah, because I can't bring myself to be mean to you no matter how mad you make me.
そうなんだ。
Is that right?
君は僕
I
の
must
こ
be
とを
very important
大
to
切
you.
にしてくれてるんだね。
Wow. They didn't do this heart window to
あり
anybody
がと
else.
う。嬉しいよ。大好き。
Thanks for caring about me so much. I love you. You're not listening. I was ready to give him an earful. The soldiers made a big show of clicking his tongue. I've checked your things, so get out of here. Huh? Oh, sure.
はーい。
Yes, sir. I thought he was being super suspicious, but he let us go. The explanation came as we were going through the gate. It's unfair. I deserve love too. Ooh, dust storm in this area until 8:45. Be ready for sudden drops to 0 visibility. Pull aside, stay alive. When visibility drops, pull far off the road and put your vehicle in park. Turn the lights off and keep your foot off the brake. Infants, the elderly, and those with respiratory issues are urged to take precautions. Thanks, dust storm warning. 8:45. That's an hour. Dang, that's a long time. It was very we went out today to get the cable managing things, which unfortunately we were going to IKEA first because IKEA used to have it was like a metal cage is the best way to describe it that you would like attach to your desk. And then I wanted it in black because my desk is black. And they only had it in red and white, which I thought was really weird. So we didn't get it. And then we went to a different place, which it's called the Micro Center. And that's newly built. To get something instead. And originally I was gonna get the cage thing because they did have like a cage thing, but instead I bought a kit that had like 170 pieces in it. It said, I won't lie, it wasn't the best kit. I swear it's missing something. I swear it said it had some things, like these. Like I got these from Target forever ago, so I didn't need any because I had some. But these are just like little Velcro things that you use to tie up cords so that they're not like all over the place. And I was like, oh, I won't need to go grab mine because it has some in this kit. Couldn't find it. But right now, everything is like glued under my desk so that my desk is not a tripping hazard. In fact, I found it easier to raise my desk all the way up to climb underneath it to get to the other side sometimes because the front area, it's got about a 2-foot clearance, which isn't the widest. And there's still stuff on the ground that I'm moving around, so sometimes it's blocked. So it's sometimes easier just to climb underneath my desk. So thankfully, the cable's so well managed. So well managed, I don't have to worry about hitting cables. On second thought, maybe I only imagined hearing the soldiers sniffling behind us. Jealousy. Hello? Shunlin, you're safe!
国中で同志が捕獲されてると聞いたから心配してたんだよ。
We've been so worried. We heard they were detaining Daoshi all over Kayu. This is me just trying to scoot back. Not successful. Longley's grandparents didn't hesitate to give us a warm welcome. I'm sorry to show up when the country's in such a mess. We'll leave as soon as we're finished our business. I don't want to put you in any danger. Don't fret about that. Who do you have here with you, dear? This is...
ウロです。彼女と一緒に一連の騒動を解決するためにロンレイに協力しています。
My name's Uro. We're both helping Longley with his investigation into the recent incidents.
そうか。あの子の新しいお友達か。
So he's made himself a friend, has he?
ロンレイは今どこに？
Where's Longley?
王宮を中心にしてあちこち走り回っているよ。 ルオジン様の命令とはいえ、肝心たちも大混乱しているそうだ。
Mainly at the palace, but the lads rushing hither and yon. It appears His Majesty's edict has thrust the officials into
一度だ
disarray.
けここに帰ってきたのだけどね。もしもあなたたちが頼ってきたら、
He did make a brief
伝えてほ
stop
しいこと
home.
が
He
あ
had
る
a message for you should you turn up. Really? Mind sharing it
も
with
しも
us?
現状打破を望むのなら、丸い月が見える夜に地区の奥にある灰小屋で落ち合おうと。
He said if it's a new country you seek, meet me at the abandoned cabin in the district's depths on the night of the full moon. Oh
ち
my.
ょうど今夜だね。ロンレイもただルオジン様の命令に従ってるわけじゃないみたい。
That's tonight. It looks like the Longley doesn't want to follow this new order blindly after all.
罠の可能性も捨てきれない。どうする？
It could still be a trap. What do you think, Shinlin? I guess blind faith, huh? I know it's risky, but we should go for it. The alternative is hiding away and solving nothing.
わかった。仮に何かあったとしても、僕が森
Okay,
林のこと
no
を
matter
守
what
るから。
happens, I'm here to protect you, Shinlin.
もっとも、ロンレイならちゃんと僕たちの話を聞いてくれると思うけど。
Although I'm sure Longley will listen to what we have to say. Me too. Still, we should keep our guard up just in case. Just in cases.
具体的な位置は私たちが教えるわ。ルオジン様が何を考えていようと、私たちはロンレイとあなたたちの味方
We'll
よ。
tell you where you need to go. No matter what His Majesty decrees, we'll support you two and Longley all the way.
ただ、
Cold.
罠の可能性も捨て。
Let's go. I trust Longley.
それは
You
ど
do?
うして？
Why? Partly because I know how kind-hearted he is.
ただ、ウロさん、あなたは
He was worried about you, remember? I think it's safe to trust him.
そっか。
Gotcha.
実は僕もね、
Actually, I was
同
thinking
じ
the
こと
same
を考
thing.
えてたんだ。誰でもない僕のことを案じてくれた彼のことを信じたいし。
He was concerned about me
信じよう
even
と
though I'm nobody. I'd like to trust him. Then it's settled.
具体的な位置は私が教えるわ。
もし隠れる場所がなくなったら、いつでもここを訪ねてきなさい。
If you find yourself without a place to hide, please do come back. Thank you so much. We're going to do our absolute
行
best.
こう、春林。時間はほとんど残されてない。
Come, Shinlin. There's not much time before nightfall. Take care, you two. Once we offered Longley's grandparents our thanks, we followed their directions to the cabin. We tried to act as natural as possible as we went. There weren't that many people out and about to suspect us anyways. Eventually we found the abandoned cabin. We opened the door, preparing ourselves for anything. And they're like, surprise, it's a
こんば
party.
んは。君たちならば必ず来てくれると
Good
信
evening.
じていましたよ。
I had faith I'd be seeing you tonight. You're here. He stood at the center without a single soldier accompanying him. We checked before we came in, and there hadn't been anyone else around. He was well and truly alone. I'm so glad you're okay.
同志と一緒に行動していたロンレイの身にも何かあったんじゃって心配してたんだ。
We were afraid something might have happened to you because you were working with the
ありが
Daoshi.
とうございます。
Thank you for your concern.
私ならうまく立ち回っているので、
You needn't
今のと
worry
こ
for
ろ大丈
now.
夫ですよ。
I'm navigating the situation well.
ですが、
However, Longley turned to me and his voice hardened.
北地区で兵士たちを食い止めていたリーホンさんたちは、圧倒的な数の兵を前に、
Li Hong and the others succumbed to the staggering number of soldiers they fought in the north, and they have been detained. No, my heart turned to ice, and yet I'd been expecting that exactly.
大丈夫？
Are you okay, Shinlin? Yeah, it's not like I have time to let this affect me too much right now. Imagine picking a time. Like, how do you pick? It's even more important for us to have this discussion now since we have to help them too.
冷静で何よりです。力を及ばず、申し訳ありませんでした。
Your composure is quite the relief. I apologize that I couldn't do more for them.
論例は悪くない。でも、君がどういう立ち位置にいるのか。
It's not your fault, Longley. That said, we want to know where you stand in all of this.
君は僕たちの敵？
Are you our enemy or our ally?
正直なところ、肝心としては敵になるべきだとは思っていま
To be
す。
perfectly honest, it ought to be the former. I am a palace official.
ですが個人的には、
Personally speaking,
友人として君たちの味方であると決めました。
personally speaking, I feel quite differently. I am your friend, and thus I've decided to be your ally as
両
well.
人様のこたびの命はあまりにも理不尽すぎる。共に抗わせてください。
His Majesty's decree is nothing short of outrageous. Would you allow me to join your resistance efforts? Of course you can. Thank you.
これで堂々と頼ることができるね。
Now we can rely on you without any doubts. Exactly. Having your brains on our side will be a big help. What do you suggest we do now?
そうですね。
Well,
第一に、同志の代表ともいえるリーホンさんを助ける必要があるでしょう。
I do believe rescuing Li Hong ought to be our priority. He is essentially the face of the Kayu Daoshi population.
高名な同志である彼は、おそらく真っ先に処刑される。
His renown, I think it meant to be he is. His renown also means he is highly likely to be executed first.
処刑が開始される前に助けるしかない。そのためにはどうすれば？
Then we'll have to have, oh gosh, then we'll just have to save him before they start executions. What's the best way to do that?
リーホンさんは王宮の地下牢に幽閉されています。
Li Hong is being held at the palace
なん
dungeon.
とかそこに侵入し、処刑が始まる前に脱出させるしか方法はないかと。
The only solution I can see is to infiltrate the dungeons and help him to escape before anything happens. Does that mean sneaking into the palace?
ええ。ですが、
does
シュンリンさ
indeed.
んは大会の際に同志見習いとして
But
多数の目
Shunlin,
に触れてしまっています。
there are many who will recognize you as a Daoshi apprentice due to your efforts at the
人
tournament.
の多い町ではごまかせても、あの場にいた兵士たちが集う王宮では変装してもすぐに気づかれてしまう。
Blending in among the crowd in town is one thing, but you are bound to be recognized at the palace. Many of the soldiers were at the tournament.
それなら、
In that case, having mulled it over a bit, Oro raised his hand.
顔が知られていない僕が論例の部下のふりをして侵入するのはどうかな？
Longley, why don't I pretend to be your subordinate to get inside? No one knows who I am.
ウロさん。
But sir, Udo. Why you call him sir? It's a good idea on paper, but are you sure you'll be okay? I
仮
think
に怪し
so.
まれてもうまく立ち回ってみせるよ。
If anyone suspects me, I'll make some excuse. If you say so, I'm counting on you, Oro. I thought Longley would be all for it, but he was frowning.
いや、
I
しか
couldn't
し
ask you to, because I know what you are. Say it. Call him a vampire. What's the matter? Is there a problem with his plan? Does he look like somebody you know? Hmm?
いえ、その
Not exactly. He glanced at Uro. Go on, say it. Say it. Sorry, I was looking something up real quick. Stare at him.
何
Stare at
でも
him.
ありません。確かに、私一人で救助できない以上、頼れるのはウロさんしかいませんね。
No problem whatsoever. And if oh gosh, it isn't as if I'm in a position to save Li Hong myself. Relying on Odo is our only option. You know who else you could take with you? The panda. The panda is very
あ
great.
のお方も味方になってくれるかも。
Besides, depending on how things go, we may find ourselves with an extra
あのお
ally.
方って
Who? Oh, would the prince still be considered a good guy? I don't even know.
お会いすればわかるかと。
This is best left to when we meet him. Please.
では、急ぎ部下としての身分を用意しますから、話を合わせるための時間を取りましょう。
I shall prepare the necessary identifications for you. We also should take time to ensure our stories match up.
春林さんは、ウロさんを待つ間、ミーミさんと共に王宮周辺の様子を探ってくれますか？
While we're waiting for Uro's return, Shunlin, would you and Mimi mind surveying the area outside the palace?
明日の昼に情報収集を行い、夜に救出作戦を決行します。
We shall spend tomorrow gathering information, then launch our rescue operation. Got it. Then what? Got it. You're good with that, right, Mimi? Mimi jumped up from my garments with a meep of enthusiasm.
時間はないけど、焦らず情報収集に努めよう。
There isn't much time, but let's not rush while we learn what we
慎
can.
重に確実に情報を集めれば、きっとリーホンさんたちを救うことができるはずだから。
I'm sure we'll be able to save everyone if we're careful and methodical. Right, thanks Odo. I just realized I haven't opened Discord, so it might freeze my computer for a second. Because it likes to do that. We were looking at computers today too when we went to Micro Center. Because they had some of the newer Alienwares, and I don't know if I want another Alien. My Alien's just old at this point, and because of the way it was made, it's not one where you can customize, and I think the newer ones you can. Because if I could upgrade parts of mine, it would make this easier. I already know that I'm going to be paying a lot when I get my new computer, which is why I was going to start saving for it this year and hopefully get it not even next year, but like at the end of next year, because again, it's not a cheap computer to stream on and do everything on. I can't remember how much I paid for the one I have right now. It was a lot, and it was during COVIDs. It was during the COVIDs. We put a stop to His Majesty's tyranny, no matter what it
も
takes.
ちろん。このような間違った祭りごとは必ず止めるべきだ。
Yes, we will. The way he's ruling isn't right. And we can't let it go on any longer.
王とは弱き者を守る存在であり、
A king is there to protect the weak,
決して
not
蹂躙する
take
ために
away
いるん
their
じゃない。
freedoms. Longley's like, God, I missed you. It's like I've missed your ways. Oh goodness. The next day we moved through the forest of chiming souls. Oh, that's bold of us. That is so bold of us. It wasn't long before we were getting closer to the palace.
ではウロさん、話し合いの通りに。
To be clear, if they really wanted to catch people, that's really all they need to do is wait by that place. Like, am I even in the right place? Where am I? Keep making sure nothing's frozen, because I'm not clicking on the things I'm trying to click on. Oh no. Remember what we discussed,
わか
Uro.
った。何度も復習したから大丈夫。
Yes, we've practiced enough that I should be okay. I couldn't go with them, so I would stay behind in the forest to await their return. Mimi was doing some reconnaissance around the palace, equipped with a talisman that would link our thoughts. Be careful, Birdo. Be so careful. We can't get married if you die. Just remember that. You can't get married if you're dead.
春林も
You too, Shunlin.
林粉神の中にいるからって油断は禁物だよ。
Don't let your guards down just because you're in the Forest of Chiming Souls.
必ずリーホンさんたちを助けるための情報を持って帰ってくるから。
I promise to come back with all the information we need to rescue your family and friends. Thanks.
では行きましょう。
Then let us make haste.
何かあればすぐに森の入り口で合流を。
Then let us make haste. Should anything untoward happen, we will reconvene at the forest entrance. Sounds good. I watched them go, putting up with the discomfort of being left behind. Da-da-da-da. If you run to your brother, will you recognize you? Will you recognize him? You guys look literally the same, to the point that I just assumed you were the prince pretending to be a normal guy. I was cautious down to the way I walked as Longli and I reached the entrance of the palace where King Laojin waited. As expected, there were soldiers guarding the doors.
そちらの者は
Good day, Longli. Who is your companion?
南地区に配属していた私の部下です。こたびの命を受け、急遽こちらに助っ人として来てもらいました。
He's my subordinate who was stationed in the south. I called him here as a matter of urgency. I require more assistance given the royal decree.
ああ、なるほど。
I see.
肝心の方も今は様々な手配や処理に追
All
われ
the
ていますからね。
officials are up to their ears with searches and processes and whatnot, aren't
どうぞ
they?
お通りください。そ
Go
れ
on
とどう
through.
か良き様を案じて差し上げてください。
And if you wouldn't mind, please keep your eye on Prince Yoki.
良き様に何か
Did something happen to him?
同氏の処刑を取りやめるよう、両人様を真っ向から説得されているのです。
He's been doing everything he can to convince the king not to execute the
いかに
Daoshi.
王子とはいえ、両人様の逆鱗に触れてしまえば何をされるか。
I know that they're father and son, but it worries me to think what His Majesty might do if His Highness provokes him too much.
わかりました。
Like his other son, that he may be pushed off a cliff. I shall do as you ask. Yes, you come along. Yes, sir. And as uncomfortable as it was, my acting paid off, and the soldiers opened the gate without further
そうい
questioning.
えば王宮の中に入るのはこれが初めて
Is
だ
it though? Come to think of it, this is my first time going into the palace. This was the king's domain, and I found myself curious about what it would be like. The awe had yet to hit me. Have I? I couldn't understand it. When we entered the palace, I didn't feel even the tiniest shred of surprise.
どうしました
Is something the matter?
いや
It's just...
なんだかここ
Huh. It's always nighttime on this room.
どことなく
This all seems sort
懐
of
かしい
familiar. It felt like deja vu.
あまり周囲を見渡すと怪しまれますよ。
Don't let your eyes wander too much, lest you attract suspicion.
そうだね
Right, sorry, Longlio.
ごめん
Sir?
その調子です。
That's better. We couldn't talk about the objective in the hallway in case someone heard us.
私の執務室に行きましょう。
Let's go to my office.
そこでいろいろと
There's much I need to look
調べ
into.
はい
Yes, sir. The two of us paddled quietly down the hallway. We eventually made it to his office without anyone batting an eye.
これで第一関門突破ですね。まずは不在の間に積まれた資料を確認しましょう。
We've overcome the first hurdle. Let's see if any relevant documents have arrived during my absence.
わかった
Okay. Longley split the pile on his desk in two so we could check through them.
これもしかして 処刑される同士の一覧
I think this is a list of Daoshi to be
リーホン
executed.
さんの名前が先頭に書かれて
Li Hong is at the very top.
見せてください。
May I have a look?
間違いありませんね。
Yep, that must be
ま
it.
さかもうすでにとかないよね
You don't think they've started, do you?
それは大丈夫かと。両人様なら自らの力を誇示するために大衆の前で処刑を執り行うはず。
I should think not. I shouldn't think so. I guess I said it right. I would expect His Majesty to enact the execution before a large crowd as a show of
それまで
power.
は王宮の地下牢に閉じ込められていると思いますよ。
In the meantime, the Daoshi will remain locked up in the palace dungeon.
王宮の地下牢は広い。一体どこに閉じ込められているかを救出の前に調べる必要がありますね。
The problem lies with the dungeon's scale. We shall need to find out where Li Hong and the others are
助けるときに見つけられず手
before
間取
we
ったら
rescue them.
僕たちまで捕まっちゃうからね
We'll only get caught ourselves if we spend too much time looking for them during the operation.
そうと決まれば情報収集に行こ
Let's see what we can find out.
ええ。地下牢の管理を任されている肝心に
Yes,
それと
let's.
なく話を聞けば彼の居場所がわかるはずです。
I'm confident that I can draw out their location from the official in charge of the dungeons. Our plan was in place. We stepped out of Longley's office. Unfortunately, we didn't even get partway to our next stop. Oops. Instead, we almost collided with the person right in front of the door.
ああ申し訳ありません
I'm very sorry.
いや、こちらこそすまない。
No, I wasn't looking where I was going. The first thing I noticed was his hair. Then I looked up at his face. What? The man standing there had hair the exact same color as mine.
なたは
Who are you?
ヨキ様
Your Highness. Longley bowed his head the moment he noticed the man.
ああ、ロンレイか。久しぶりだな。最近は父上のせいで極めて多忙だと聞いたが。
Longley, it's been a while. I heard Father has been keeping you very busy indeed.
いえ、私の仕事程度。大したことはあ
No,
りません。
busier than I would expect, sir.
それより、ヨキ様もご無事でしたか。両人様に同志の処刑をやめるよう説得していたと兵から伺いましたが。
How have you been, Your Highness? A soldier at the gate told me you had been working to change His Majesty's mind about the execution.
ああ、私のことなら心配ないよ。父上に一発腹を殴られた上、部屋から強引に追い出されたぐらいだ。
You needn't worry about me. Father merely struck me once in the stomach and drove me from the room.
それより、こちらの青年は
Who might you be?
私の部下のウロです。今回の騒動に対応するための補佐として呼び寄せました。
This is Uro, my subordinate. I called for him as I required extra help from our recent situation.
そうか。
I see. Yoki stepped forward to stand right in front of me.
はじめまして。私はヨキという。国王ルオジンの息子にして、一応は次期国王だ。
Nice to meet you. Yoki is at your service. King Laojin is my father, and I'm technically set to rule after him.
ヨキ
Prince
様
Yoki.
ウロ、神戸を垂れなさい。
Bow your head, Oro.
はい
Yes, sir.
気にしなくていい。この混乱状態で無礼も何もないだろう。
It's alright. With everything going on, manners should be the least of our concerns.
廊下で立ち話をするのもなんだ。私の部屋に来るといい。
Also, the hallway is hardly a comfortable place to chat. Come, join me in my room.
そこで今回の騒動について話し合いたい。
No, I'd like to discuss the state of affairs with you there.
仰せのままに。
Certainly, Your Highness. We were in a position to question the unflinching prince, and we followed him obediently.
さて、これで誰にも聞き耳を立てられることなく。
Now we can talk freely without anyone listening in.
何はともあれ、ロンレイが無事に戻ってきてよかった。
I'm glad to see you back at the palace safe and sound, Longley.
私に何かご用事が？
Do you have a task for me, sir?
ああ、各地の同志が父上の命令により捕まったと聞いているが。
I've heard that Daoshi have been arrested all over Kayu because of Father's decree.
彼女、春林は無事か？
Is Shunlin
そのこ
alright?
とを
I
どう
need
し
to
ても
know.
聞きたくて。
どうしてヨキ様が彼女のことを？
You know her, sir?
大会でお会いになったんですよ。一瞬とはいえ親しく会話をされていましたから心配していらっしゃるのかと。
His Highness met her at the tournament. Their conversation was brief but amicable, so it's little wonder that he's concerned about her.
それに
Yes, but that's not all.
彼女とは昔結婚の約束をしたからね。
She and I have a long-standing agreement to marry.
Huh?
Sorry? I couldn't make sense of what he had just said.
誰が
Who's
誰と？
marrying who?
私と春林がだよ。
Shunlin and I are to get wed.
とは言っても幼い頃の話だけどね。
Or at least we promised each other as much when we were young. Prince Yoki smiled from ear to ear. His cheeks flushed pink. Oh my goodness. He's not even a love interest. His expression made it very clear that it wasn't a joke.
それはどういうことでしょう？
Your Highness, I'm not sure I follow.
大会の時に彼女の過去について少し触れただろう。
Remember how we spoke a little about her past at the tournament?
そこのパンダ昔11
いや、鼻か
とね。
Do you recall?
実はその時に出会った友人というのが私だったんだ。
The friend Lee Hung mentioned was actually me.
なんと。
My goodness.
幼少期私はたびたび王宮を抜け出し南地区に遊びに行っていてね。
When I was very young, I sometimes used to slip out and play in the southern
偶
district.
然出会った彼女と仲良くなりパンダも交えてよく遊んでいたんだよ。
I bumped into her one day, we became friends, and I'd play with her and her panda.
だが父に見つかり今後は抜け出せなくなるという
But
折に
then father found out and I couldn't leave the palace anymore.
大きくなって再会したら夫婦になろうと約束して別れたんだ。
Before our party, we exchanged a promise to marry if we ever reunited as adults.
もっとも彼女は覚えていないようだけど私は本気で叶えるつもりでいる。
It seems she's completely forgotten, but I'm determined to see our vow through.
なるほど。春林さんとヨキ様にそんな縁が。
I had no idea that you and Shunlin had a significant history. Longli shot me a concerned glance.
それでヨキ様は春
I
林の
guess
こ
that's
とを
why he was worried about her. At least that meant he'd be on our side, even if we were out of the picture. Even if I were out of the picture, he'd probably do everything he could to stop Shunlin from being
彼女
executed.
もきっと身分も権力も確かな王子様に守ってもらった方
I'm sure she'd feel much safer under the protection of a prince. Well, the prince's dad wants to kill all the Daoshi, so I don't know if that's true. Someone rich,
自分が誰か
powerful.
もわからない
Then there's
僕なんか
me,
より
someone who doesn't even know who they are. But there was more to it than
それ
that.
は確かに
That's a lovely story, sir.
成長した今の彼女が誰を選ぶかは自由だと思いますから
I think that she should be able to choose who she wants to marry for herself now that she's older. I said my piece before I even realized it.
失礼いたします。ヨキ様。
Pardon the intrusion, Your Highness. A new face entered the room.
聖節
Sesetsu. The name rang a bell. I recalled that he had been investigating with Yu Hong and his
聖
student.
節さん。なぜあなたがこ
What
こに？
brings you here, Sesetsu?
かつてこの王宮に仕えていた折、ヨキ様たちの武術師範として教育係を務めていた縁で彼に呼ばれましてね。
I once served at the palace, during which time I taught wushu. His Highness has called me back for related
ル
business.
オージン様の暴挙を止めるために力を貸してほしい。
Specifically, he requested my assistance in quelling His Majesty's tyranny.
なるほど。
I see.
では私たちとも同盟を組んでくださりますか？
In that case, might you consider forming an alliance with us?
ヨキ様のことです。私が老人様の意向に素直に従わないのは予想されていたでしょう。
Your Highness, I trust you foresaw that I wouldn't follow His Majesty's decree without complaint.
あ、
Of
当然だ。
course.
彼女と彼女の祖父を守るためなら全力で力を貸そう。
I'll leverage the full extent of my power if it means protecting her and her grandfather.
私も夕飯の友人を放っておくことはできません。可能な限り協力しましょう。
She's a friend of Yuhong as such. I cannot turn my back on her. You'll have as much of my support as I can give
あ
you.
りがとうございます。
Thank you
お二人の
both.
力添えは
It's heartening
実
to
に
know
頼もしい。
we have you as allies. Longley was right, yet for some reason I didn't feel reassured
取られたく
whatsoever.
ないな。
I don't want him to take her. Though it was hard to identify exactly what I was feeling, it overshadowed everything else. Little scared boy. They're back.
ただいま、シン
Hi,
リン。
Shilin. We're
必
home.
要な情報を集めてきました。
We have all the information we need. Hey guys, I'm glad you're both safe. Longley checked briefly to make sure they hadn't been followed before closing the door.
ミーミさんを介しての偵察はどうでしたか？
How did Mimi's reconnaissance go? There's nothing out of the ordinary to report, though Daoshi are still being arrested left and right. The soldiers don't seem to agree with the orders
そ
either.
れはそうだろうね。
Is that it?
王
That's all
宮
she's
にも
got.
同志がいたんだから。
I thought I'd finished that like an hour and a half ago, so this is basically room temperature now. It's a little cold. Could be colder. I don't blame them. There were Daoshi working at the palace with them after
彼
all.
らは自分の手で仲間を力王に送ったことになる。
Then suddenly they had to send their colleagues to the dungeons. I can only imagine how hard it must have been. It's not like they can disobey when the orders come from His Majesty himself. If only there was something in the palace, someone in the palace who could stand up to the king, maybe things would be different.
そのことですが、ヨキ様とセイセツさんが協力してくれることになりました。
It's funny you should mention that. Prince Yoki and Sesetsu have agreed to aid us. I get Sesetsu, but why His Highness? Odo patiently explained what had happened at the palace. I had promised to marry Prince Yoki?
覚えてないの？
You don't remember? Not really. I mean, I vaguely recall talking about something like that with a close friend, but I'm not too sure. I would have been very young, so I don't remember his face anymore.
そっか。
Oh.
ですがその縁で、ヨキ様の協力を得られたのは非常に大きい。救出の難しさはぐっと下がります。
Nevertheless, your history with His Highness has earned us a distinct advantage. It will be much easier to enact our rescue operation now.
そうだね。
That's right.
ヨキ様曰く、
He even said,
リーホン殿とその周囲の人物が閉じ込められている地下牢の場所なら私が知って
I
いる。
know where Li Hong is being kept as well as the people associated with him.
処刑は明日の朝
He's due to be executed tomorrow morning.
救出するとしたら今夜見張りの兵士を吸収した上で
They'll need
速
to
やか
be
に脱出
rescued
するしかない
tonight
だろう。
and swiftly after dealing with the guards. Tomorrow? I didn't think they'd start us so
ヨ
soon.
キ様から地下牢まで効率よく進むための道を教えていただきました。
His Highness informed us the fastest route to the
それ
dungeon.
と今夜月が昇る時間に、聖節さんと一緒に兵士たちの気をそらしてくれるって。
So we still have the fact that Setsetsu is bad. We know that. And while Setsetsu has made some like nice choices here and there, he is technically one of the bad guys. They haven't even they haven't even mentioned, I can't think of his name anymore. What is his name? From the first route, there was the friend. He's the guy who was cutting people's heels, conveniently so, because he himself had his heel destroyed in a fight. He hasn't shown up in any other route but that route. But Setsetsu has appeared in basically every single route. And we know he trained twins. We know that. So we know this is the twin, especially since they existed in the same room. We can't say that, have you ever seen Superman and me in the same room together? Because you have seen Superman and him in the same room together. Thus, you know they're related. and they can't be the same person. So this is Man in the Iron Mask, I believe, but 5 years ago, I don't know if they could say that the prince, his twin brother, went missing 5 years ago, and even if they did, with this uncanny resemblance, I don't know how they could ignore it. Anyways, he said that Setsetsu would distract the guards at moonrise.
その隙に僕たちでリーホンさんた
That's
ちを
when we
助
should
け出そう。
rescue Lee Hyung and the others. Got it. I can't think of a more dependable ally than Prince Yoki. Don't you think so, Mimi?
では私は一度王宮に戻り警備に隙ができるように
Mimi
根回ししてき
doesn't
ます
seem to agree. I shall return to the palace and ensure there's an exploitable gap in the guard tonight.
お二人は急襲に備えて
You should
体力を
rest
温
in
存していてくださ
preparation
い
for the attack. You must preserve your strength.
わかった。
Okay. Take care, Longley. With that, he left us alone in the cabin. Talk about a coincidence, huh? I never thought that the boy I played with as a kid was actually Prince Yoki. I struck up the conversation about it, thinking it was a good way to pass the time.
そう
Uh-huh.
だね。
Odo's expression was strangely gloomy. What's wrong, Odo? You seem a little down.
僕そんな顔してる？
Do I really? Yeah, more than a little, actually. Did something happen at the palace? If you want to share, I'm happy to listen. Oro, say it. He lowered his gaze.
君と
I
君と運命でつながっていた彼のことが
I was deeply jealous to hear that your
心から
fates were apparently linked.
羨ましくて。
Huh. I looked up at Oro to find his eyes narrowed in misery. There was a resolve in a way that he shared his emotions with me.
彼が君と結婚の約束をしたと聞いてすごく焦ったし悔しかった。
When I heard that you'd agreed to marry him, I panicked. I felt so defeated.
僕だって春林とずっと一緒にいようって約束したのに。
We promised each other that we'd stay together too, didn't we, Shinlin? Oro, it's not.
分かってる。
I get it.
僕なんかより彼の方がずっと頼りになるってことは。
He's a much more reliable person than I am.
それでも
But even then,
今の君に出会ったのは今の君に大好きだって伝えたのは
I'm the one who met you as you are now. I'm the one who said I loved the current you.
僕が
I was first.
先だったのに。
He made no attempt to disguise his grief. The man I'd fallen for is pouring his heart out, and it's about me. I can't deny how happy I am. But when he talked about his love for me, he may have meant it as a friend or a family. As much as I want to tell him how I feel, I can't. Even if he did love me in a romantic sense, it was entirely possible that he already had a girlfriend. Bitch, what? And he had forgotten her when he lost his memory. Girlfriend. Oh my god. Really? I didn't want to risk confessing and accidentally hurting her. Gosh, what are the chances? The thought of him already having someone breaks my heart. As long as I didn't truly know him, I would have to be satisfied with his heartfelt admission for now. Thank you, Odo. I'll be honest, I can't get over how much of a coincidence this thing with the Prince Yoki is, and it's definitely means something to me, but I'm not about to marry him just because we happen to reunite. Really? Imagine. Imagine be like, sorry, you might have had a girlfriend before you lost your memory, so no one can marry you. I mean, I don't know the first thing about him. I need to take time to get to know him before marriage can even be in the picture.
そっか。
Right. Of course.
そっか。
Odo looked enormously relieved. He genuinely must have thought I'd choose Prince Yoki over
それ
him.
じゃあそれまでは僕も春林と一緒にいられるね。
That means I can stay with you until you know him better, doesn't it? For as happy as his smile was, it contained a hint of sadness. Until I know him better? Doesn't Oda realize I want to be with him forever? Maybe because you're literally refusing to fucking say that? No, how would he know that? You literally just said you won't accept or confess for that. No matter what sort of person he turns out to be. Again, I couldn't tell him that. Not while Kayu was in this so much turmoil. For the time being, I would make do with the wonderful feelings he shared with me. It's like, listen, How about
ウロがどんな人間でもそばにいたい。言葉を飲み込み、良きとロンレイの協力のもと王宮へ忍び込む。
Our hero wants to be with Oro no matter who he is at heart. She keeps the sentiment to herself as the group infiltrates the
リーホンた
palace.
ちを無事に救うことはできるのか。
Will they save Li Hong and the others?
次回、燃えよ乙女同士
Next
カユ
time
恋
on
語り
Otome Daoshi, our
二人の星空。
star-studded sky.
王宮は混乱の渦に巻き込まれる。
The palace is about to be thrown into chaos. The sky darkened as the moon rose. The night was eerily silent, and I could imagine the palace staff bustling to and fro in preparation for tomorrow's execution. The execution that won't be happening. I was determined to save Grandpa, Horan, and Yu Hong no matter what.
良き様と示し合わせた時間
The
です。
appointed time has
王宮
arrived.
の東側の警備を手薄にさせておきましたから。
We'll
そこか
infiltrate
ら
the
侵入しましょう。
palace from its east wing. I've made sure that defenses there are weaker than normal. Sounds good. I've replenished my stock of talismans, so I'm all ready to go.
戦力はまだ若干不安だけど、
I'm worried about
間
our
に合わせ
fighting
るために
ability.
は何としても今夜中に助けるしかないね。
I know we have to do this tonight or we won't make it. Yeah, and once we've rescued them, we'll have to come up with a plan to save the other Daoshi. I don't want to let any one of them die.
君らしい意見ですね。
And I wouldn't
では、
expect anything less from you.
警戒しつつ向かいましょう。
Now then, let us proceed with caution. Right. We moved as stealthily as possible on our way to the palace's eastern side. Fortunately, the only people we saw were the patrolling soldiers whom we expected anyway. Mimi, can you find us an alley or something that we can pass through undetected? The ever adaptable Mimi have been a great help in scouting out our path on the way there.
ミーミさんのおかげで目立つことなくここまで来られましたね。警備の兵は
Thanks to Mimi, we've made it this far without drawing attention to ourselves. Now the guards. We stayed in the shadows as we checked out the area surrounding the palace.
ロンレイの手配のおかげで数人しかいない。あの程度なら不意をつけば騒ぎになる前に倒せる。
The guard patrol really is light, like you promised Longley. We'll be able to sneak up on them and take them out without causing a fuss. We got this, Mimi. Mimi jumped down from my shoulder and trotted over to the patrolling guard.
なんだこいつは。
What's that thing?
パンダ。こんなところにいるなんて珍しいな。しかもめちゃくちゃ
You
小さいぞ。
don't get many of those around here, and this one's tiny. The unusual visitor seemed to have piqued their interest. The soldiers came over to inspect Mimi.
かわいいやつだな。でも、
Aren't you adorable?
この王宮は近頃物騒で危ない。近づかない方がいいぞ。
You should run on home. The palace is a dangerous place to be these days.
そうだな。今日も働いていた同志たちが牢にぶち込まれたばかりだし。
We hauled another load of Daoshi to the dungeon today when they were all just going about their business.
そう、それじゃあ。
You did, huh?
平穏を取り戻すためにもここで眠っていていただきましょうか。
In the interest of peace, may I ask that you lie down for a nap? What?
まずは2人。
That's the first two taken care of. See when his hair gets over his shoulder? Okay. I mean, he's giving Nightmare Moon, that's fine. Odo and Longley had snuck up on the soldier from behind, knocking them unconscious with swift strikes. The scoundrel! Ha! Blah, blah, blah. I assume that's how that sounds. I need to figure out why my echo just sometimes talks for no reason. For no reason. Oh, I didn't minimize it. Alright, I threw a talisman over the soldier's mouth before he could call for reinforcements.
ありがとう、春林。
Thanks, Shinlin. Meanwhile, the others made quick work of the soldiers who came running.
これでよしと。
This should do it.
ロンレイ、全員の腕を縛ったよ。
Longly, I tied up all their arms.
ありがとうございます。では、近くの蔵の中でぐっすり眠っていてもらいましょう。
Thank you. We shall put them in the nearby storehouse, where they can enjoy a well-deserved rest. I'll help move them. After the sleep technique I used, they shouldn't wake up till tomorrow morning at the earliest. Standing on my shoulder, Mimi puffed out her chest. She had indeed been a massive help.
それじゃ、王宮の中に侵入しよう。
Let's head to the palace now. Are you ready,
準
Shinlin?
備はいい？
You know it. Beep. Mimi hopped into my clothing to stay hidden.
ここからは時間との戦いです。参りましょう。
Time is our only remaining enemy. We must make haste. Must make haste. We ran straight into King Laojin's domain in search of Grandpa and his friend and my friends.
春林、こっちだ。
Shinlin, this way. Prince Yoki! We're gonna get so murdered. I feel it in my skin. We entered the East Wing to find Prince Yoki waiting for us.
大会ぶりだね。
It's been some time,
昔の
hasn't
ことは
it?
ロンレイから聞いているだろうが、懐かしい思い出話は後にしよ
It's been some time, hasn't it? Longley's probably filled you in on our past, but we can revel in those memories afterwards. Yes, sir. Thank you very much for agreeing to help us.
う。あなたのためなら、父上に首をはねられる覚悟だってあるさ。
Let father decapitate me if he wants. It'll be worth it for your sake.
リーホンさんたちは？
Where are the others?
地下牢の通路を進んで
Ah.
採用にいる。露骨に広いから、たどり着けばすぐにわかるだろう。
At the far end of the hallway that goes through the dungeons, you can't miss their cell with how big it
普段
is.
は王族以外が入れないよう、同志が術をかけているんだが、
Normally there's a Daoshi spell in place that only allows the royal family to
今は
enter.
その同志たちも牢の中。壊して救出するのはたやすいはずだ。
But those very Daoshi are in the dungeons now. It shouldn't be hard to break through and carry out your rescue.
わかりました。では、私は聖節さんと合流し、ルオジン様の足止めを。
Understood. I shall seek out Setsetsu and ensure His Majesty stays in the throne room.
地下牢の方には私が同行しよ
Then I'll accompany you two to the dungeon. Oh no!
う。主に、ウロ。
Don't go to a
いざという時は私を人
dungeon.
質にとって。
If it comes down to it, you should take me hostage to escape from my father and the guards. We can't do that.
あくまで振りだよ。振り。これでも演技には自信があるんだ。見事に怯えきってみせるさ。
Honestly, if I'm picking between the two of them, it really would be the prince. I know you're both princes, but I like this one because he looks a little evil. But it's also probably why I should have just known. I think I might have said it. He's evil. It'll only be for show, and I'm pretty good at actor, actually. You'd think I'm deeply terrified.
ヨキ様は 面白い人ですね。
You're one interesting man, sir.
君ほどではないと思うけどな。話をしている時間が惜しい。早く行動を起こそう。
Not nearly as interesting as you are, I'm sure, but we don't have time to chat. We need to spring into action. It's actually the whole thing here, right? Like, his face looks a little smaller. Right now, they look very similar because they're facing forward, but his cheekbones do look a little thinner. They have the exact same color eyes and the same color hair, but here's the part that you should notice, and it stands out. He has, like, the light under his eyes, whereas he doesn't, which makes him look a little more sinister. It's a thing. So he looks more sinister because his bottom eyes covered. And honestly, slay. Not literally as interesting as yours, I'm sure, but we don't have time to chat. We need to spring into action.
では私は先に。
I'll take my leave, sir. Please don't put yourself in danger unduly. That goes for you too as well. Longly bowed to the prince before rushing away to meet with Sesetsu.
さて、私たちも行こ
Let's
うか。
follow suit, shall we? Yes, sir.
急ごう。
We should hurry. We followed Prince Yoki down the snaking palace hallways.
この奥だ。部外者が入らないよう、入り口は普段兵士
It's
が
down the here. There are usually guards outside to defend against intruders.
ロンレイと聖節がうまく交代の時間をずらしてくれたようだ。今のうちに中へ入ろう。
Looks like Longley and Setetsu managed to interfere with the guards' shift change. We should head
とはいえ、
to now.
さすがに牢屋の中には敵がいる。そちらは任せてもいいかな。
There will be soldiers to fight within the dungeon themselves, of course. Can I leave that to you, Oro?
大丈夫です。
I can handle it.
狭い空間なら大勢が空いててもうまく立ち回れるはず。
Even if there are a lot of them, the narrow space should make it easier to deal with. I'll have your back, Oro.
わかった。
Alright.
では行くとしよう。
Let's go then. Grandpapa? I assume we shout. This is what the palace dungeons are like, huh?
陰鬱とした場所だろう。罪人には相応な場所だと父は言うが、私はあまり好きではない。
Depressing, aren't they? Father says that's why they're perfect to hold criminals, but I can't say I like
環境
them.
が最低限整っていなければ、当事者は自分の罪をまともに考えることもできないからな。
You have to keep the environment up to a certain standard if you want the prisoners to be able to reflect on what they've done.
それには賛成です。劣悪な環境に放り込めばいいというわけじゃない。
I agree with that. You can't just toss them into such a horrible place and just leave it to that.
君とは気が合うな。ということで、この劣悪な環境から早く仲間たちを救うとしよう。
Great minds think alike. Let us save your friends from this horrible place, as you put it, and get out of here. I'll keep watching behind us.
それはありがたい。
Much
俊利は頼もし
appreciated.
い同志だな。
You're the kind of Daoshi I'd trust with anything, Shinlin. Thank you kindly. God, you can't handle a guy complimenting her. We slipped down the hallway quickly but quietly. Look at that cell. It was bigger than the others. Even better, there wasn't a single guard to be seen. We've got to get them out while we have a chance. Shinlin!
うかつに近づくのは危ない。
Have a bit more caution. Both been called out to me, but their cries were in vain. Grandpa, we're here to save you. There was no reply. Grandpa, hot on? Yuhong? I scanned the cell from corner to corner, peering into the shadows. I saw neither hide nor hair of people we were here to rescue. Where are you guys? No one answered my call. There could only mean one thing. A trap.
これはどういうことだ。確かにここに閉じ込められていると
This
確認し
doesn't
たは
make
ずだ
any
と。
sense. I checked. They definitely are supposed to be here.
まさか僕たちが助けに来ることを見越して移動させた？
You don't think someone found out we were coming and moved them, do you?
そんな話は聞いていないが、かといってこんな真夜中に見せしめの処刑を行うとは思えない。
If so, I should have heard about it, but I can't imagine they would be executed at night when Father wants to make an example of them.
一体何
うなって。
Something must have happened, but what? All of a sudden, the ground rumbled beneath us.
シンリン危ない。
Watch out, Shinlin. If Oto hadn't grabbed my arm so fast, I would have taken a tumble. Thanks, Oto. What do you think that was?
上から聞こえてきたね。
It came from above us, right?
リーホン殿たちがいないことといい。
It has to be related to the empty cell.
急いで上に向かおう。父上とロンレイたちの間で何かあったのかもしれない。
Let's hurry back to the surface. Father and Longli may have come to blows. Oh, I hope not. Trot, trot, trot. Bye, everybody who's in cages. I don't care, unless every cage is empty. We raced as fast as we could down the dismal dungeon hallway and returned to the palace. None of its magnificent interior had been disturbed, however. What's going on? Soldiers were fighting against each other, which definitely wasn't happening when we first showed up.
味方同士で戦ってる。まさか。
Why are the soldiers fighting? Are they rebelling against His Majesty?
いや、それにしては様子がおかしい。
I don't think so. Something feels off. Though Prince Yoki was sweating, his gaze was calm as he observed the scene. I followed it.
正気に戻れ。王宮の中で剣を抜くなどどうなるか分かっているのか。
Return to your senses. You know what it means to unsheath your sword in the palace, don't you? Are you thinking what I'm thinking?
兵士たちの一部が闇の砲術で操られてるのか。
Some of the soldiers are being controlled by shadow arts. We discussed the arts with Prince Yoki when we shared our intelligence with him. He instantly understood what we were talking about.
なぜ同志たちは全員父上
How
が
could
捕らえ
this
ていたは
happen?
ずで
Father
は。
imprisoned the Daoshi. Yeah, but not the one that did this. Oh no. The affected soldiers slid their dull eyes in our direction. I dropped into a fighting stance on instinct, but I was too slow compared to the swiftness of their steps. The soldiers swarmed us, following the orders of the hidden commander.
シュニ、僕たちの後ろに。
Shinden, get behind me.
ダメだ、間に合わない。
No, they're too fast. Before we knew it, all three of us were inches away from being skewered by their swords, but
悪い
then...
な、遅くなっちまった。
Sorry, I'm late. Something swept in faster than a fierce gust of wind, snapping the blade points one our way. In our way? Oh. The sword tips fell to the floor, and the interlopers crushed them underfoot.
久しぶりだな、ジョーちゃん。しばらく見ない間に、ずいぶんたくましく成長したな。
Good to see you again, little lady. Looks like you powered up since we last met. Shawu!
俺もいるぜ。
Don't go forgetting about me. Yuhong, you're both okay.
あっさり捕まってたまるかよ。
You thought I was gonna sit around in a cell?
もしかしてこの人が例のシャオって人？
Is that the Shawu guy you wanted us to look for?
私は覚えているぞ。大会での騒動解決に一役買ってくれた男だ。
I recognize you. You helped to quell the chaos of the tournament.
優勝候補だと父上が絶賛していたものだから、よく印象に残っている。
You were father's favorite to win, so I remember you well.
そりゃ光栄だ。あんたはルオジンの息子の王子か。
I'm honored. I guess you're Lao Jin's son then, the prince?
いかにも。この度は父上の過ちによって迷惑をかけてしまったな。
Indeed, I'm sorry for all the trouble. This is a grave mistake on his part.
あんたが謝る必要はない。だいたいそんな話をしてる暇もねえだろ。
You don't have to apologize. We don't have time to talk about this anyway.
このまま騒ぎが起きてる玉座に向かおうぜ。その間に今までのことを話せ。
Let's head to the throne room. It seems like something big's happening there. We can fill each other in on the way. Good idea. And we ran. And we ran. Yuhan and Xiaowu took the lead as we rushed through the palace pandemonium. There was it was jam-packed with soldiers that had their hands full with the entranced colleagues and didn't have time to pursue us.
おとりを引き受けた後、うまく兵士たちを巻くことができてよ。
I got good at shaking these guys off after I baited them before.
森の中に逃げ込みつつ移動してたら、そこで偶然シャオと会ったんだ。で、事情を説明して。
I escaped into the forest and hid, which is when I bumped into Xiaowu here. Told him what was going on.
潜伏しつつ、あんたらに助力する機会を伺っていた。
We kept our heads down, waited for a chance to help you out.
王宮にたどり着いてからも遠くから動きを見てたからな。
We've been watching you from afar since you showed up at the palace.
で、お前らに続いて王宮に入り込んだら意味わかんねえ騒動が起きてて、戸惑いつつも合流したってわけ。
We came in after you and then things got crazy. No idea what's going down, but I'm glad we were able to meet up. That's what you've been up to this whole time?
それじゃあ夕飯たちもこれが何の騒動か分かってな。
You don't know what caused this commotion either? Nope.
操られた兵士たちは玉座のある方向に殺到していた。何かあるとしたら十中八九そこだろう。
The zombified soldiers are all headed to the throne room. That's probably where we're gonna get our answer.
あの筋肉に父上がまた何かしでかしたのか。頭が痛いな。
I wonder if that if father's made another error. I think I'm getting a migraine. Did he just call his majesty a musclehead?
そりゃ現場を見ればわかることだ。急ぐぞ。
Hold off on the headache until we get there and figure stuff out. Come on. Come in. We wove through the gaps and the chaos and eventually made it to the throne room.
ここだ。
Ready?
私が扉を開けよう。
I'll open the door.
念のため戦いの準備をしておいてくれ。
You should prepare yourself for a fight just in case. I'm ready to use my techniques whenever they're needed.
中に突入した後は
It could
危
be
ないので
dangerous in there. Please wait
開いた後
outside.
良き様はここで待
After
ってい
you've
てください。
opened the door, Your Highness.
わかった。
Alright.
私も武術の心得はあるが、一人ぐらいは後方に控えていないとな。
I've been trained in wushu, but it's still a good idea for one of us to wait out here. Here goes.
それでは。
I'm gonna open it. Prince Yoki put his hands on the heavy, imposing door as we waited, ready to strike if need be. Then he slowly opened it. None of us were prepared for what we saw. The king, the most powerful man in all of Kayu, was being kicked to the floor. Your Majesty! How dare you? He stared down his attacker.
年を取ったな、ルオジン。昔の自分やったら今の一撃は確実に防げたはずやのに。
You're getting old, Lao-jin. A couple of years ago, you would have been able to block that, no problem.
無理もないでしょう。即位してからというもの。姑息な手段で地位を守っていたのですから。
What do you expect? He has been using underhanded method to protect his position ever since he ascended to the throne. Traitors.
Shiyu.
It's Shiyu and Sesetsu.
この混乱に乗じてルオジンのおっさんを倒しに来たのか。
They're using the mayhem to take down the king, huh?
おやや、春林。ようやくのお出ましやね。待っとったよ。
Hey, Shinlin, you made it! I was starting to get worried. Shiyu flung out his arms in delight.
じいさんにハオラまでなんで一緒になってルオジン様を襲撃してんだよ。
Gramps and Hadon are here too. What are they doing attacking his majesty?
操られてる。
Are they being controlled?
ご名答。
You got it!
僕と国一番の同志。そして
I've got Kayu's strongest Daoshi on my team,
王子の
and
元教育係を相手にしたら屈強なルオジンもかなわへんやろ。
the princess's former wushu instructor. Let's see his muscular majesty try to take us down now.
操られている二人はともかくどうして聖節さんまで。
I get that those two are being controlled, but it looks like Setsetsu's here willingly.
ルオジンには個人的な恨みがありましてね。
I hold my own grudge against Lao-jin.
同じく彼を恨む私有に話を持ちかけられ、今まで暗殺のため協力していたんですよ。
Shiyu detests him equally, and when he came to me, I agreed to assist with the assassination.
師匠
Master Sir, I knew it!
やはり気づいていましたか。
I'm not surprised that you suspected me. You are rather perceptive.
ここにいる二人含め国にいる同志と兵の大部分は僕たちが掌握した。
We've got most of Kayu's Daoshi and soldiers on our side, these two
こ
included.
れで心置きなくルオジンを殺すことができる。
Nothing's gonna stop us from killing Lu Jin now. Stand aside. King Lao Jin got to his feet and prepared to unsheath his sword, but he was beaten to the punch. Nihong cast a binding spell that slammed him to the floor.
しぶといね。もう十分好き勝手やったんやし、そろそろ死んでもええやろ。
You don't give up easy, huh? Haven't you had enough fun? Couldn't you take a long, nice nap in your grave already?
何をバカなことを。貴様は一体何者だ。
What nonsense is this? I haven't the faintest clue who you are.
あれ
Come again?
もしかして僕のこと忘れてる
You're not saying you've forgotten me, are ya? Took a long, hard look at King Laojin's face.
まああれから50年以上経つし、記憶が薄れるのも無理ないか。
I suppose it has been more than 50 years, so your memory's bound to be a little fuzzy.
けど僕は一度として忘れたことないよ。
Still, I never forgot, not even once.
お前にその剣でなぶり殺しにされた記憶を。
He opened his eyes. I knew he would. I knew at some point he would open his eyes. But they're just gray. How could I when you put me through a long, painful death with that sword? Oh, they have the same color eyes. Wait, they both have gray eyes. Is this his brother? Is that why this is happening? They're brothers, thus those two are brothers. Is this what's the story? Shiu's voice rumbled with his deep-seated grudge, making King Laojin's eyes widen. My sword. And that voice. You can't be.
気づいたところでもう遅い。
No, not that.
お前にその剣でなぶり殺しにされた記憶を。けど僕は一度として忘れたことない。まああれから50年以上。お前にその剣でなぶり殺しにされた。気づいたところで。
I see. It's taken you too long.
今度はお前が無様に死ぬ番だ。
He has a deep voice. It's your turn to die, and it'll be an ugly death. What? Sasatsu's sword pierced through the king's chest from behind. You would pull such a dirty trick just to.
無能な王はここで消えてもらいます。
Kayu has no need for an incompetent king. Your Majesty, bitch, who do you care so much?
殺すことができました。
At long last, I've succeeded in killing you.
さようなら。地獄でお幸せに。
Farewell, perhaps you, of all people, will enjoy the torture of the underworld. A smile rose to Sesatsu's lips.
いい感じやな。春人から力は返してもらえへんかったから少し計画が変更になったけど。
That was incredible. It's too bad I had to alter my plan a little because I couldn't get my powers back from
定
Shinlin.
説も恨みを晴らせたやろし、結果的に良かったわ。
But it all worked out in the end since you got to have your revenge. Get back here, Shiyu. He was already floating away like this was some soiree he had his fill of. What was all that for?
これまでの行いの報いです。それに、この男はあなたの祖父たちを
Recompense for all the things all the king has done. Do you not realize he was intending to kill your grandfather and your friends? That doesn't mean he deserved to die. Bitch, please! And why do you have to put Grandpa and Horan under your control? Manipulating living people into hurting others is
それじゃあ
disgusting.
どうする
Okay, what are you gonna do about it? I'm gonna defeat you and make you turn them back.
いい度胸や。
You got guts,
で
girly.
君程度が僕にかなうと思ったら大間違いや。
Too bad you're way too weak to lift a finger against me, huh? What?
さようなら。仕方なく殺すけど。
When can we get a morally dubious MC? Honestly, the fact that she is so like we can't hurt people. This guy was gonna kill your grandpa. This guy has murdered so many people. I'm like, it's fine. Let him get stabbed. Like, I didn't do it. So long, and hey, I'm not killing you because I hate you, okay? Watch out. Prince Yoki, what the fuck? Are you okay? Damn, that's crazy.
おっと失敗。このままやと無事な兵士が駆けつけてきそうや
Whoopsie.
し。
We don't want to run into any more soldiers. I thought he'd start talking in his normal voice though. I'm a little mad. I want his deep voice.
目的を果たした以上は一度おいとま
Time
すべ
to
きや
leave
な。
while we're ahead. It's giving radiant tell.
速やかに
When
逃げますよ
that gorgeous man started to talk like a man for a second. Time to leave while we're ahead. Agreed. Let us make haste. Prince Yoki, your arm.
私なら大丈夫だ。それより
It's nothing. Your safety is more important. You didn't have to protect me, bro.
あなたは覚えていないだろうけど、
You must have forgotten.
私はあの時交わした約束を一度たりとも忘れたことはない。
Okay. I get the feeling, right? We already knew that they're twins. We know this. They don't know this for some reason. I'm confused why they don't know this, but I assume that they were getting beaten a lot at home. And I guess she may have just been the light of both of their lives. However, based on Mimi's reaction, I'm going to go with Mimi on this one. He's a little more evil, which is fine, but like, he got broken a different way, you know? Not a day goes by that I don't think of our promise.
結婚の約束を交わした初恋の子を命を懸けてでも守りたかったんだ。
I promised my hand to my first love. I swore to protect her with my life. You... This man's hair, though. What a trick. In the front, it looks super short. I looked around, but Grandpa and Horon had vanished. We had been left alone with King Laojian's corpse.
とんでもないことになった。
What a mess. Master. Grandpa and Horon too, they're gone.
春林。
打ちひしがれている場合ではない。
We can't let ourselves stumble here. Yoki's resolute footsteps cut through our stunned silence. I'm still convinced he's involved, to be clear. I think he's involved in
こ
everything.
うしている今も王宮の者や騒ぎを聞きつけた民は混乱している。
While we dawdle, the palace staff and the citizens who've heard of the tumult, what the fuck? Tumult? I don't know. Are surely myriad in confusion. Oh my god. Myriad in confusion. The bitch. Who translated this? Who did this? Stop right-clicking and putting words in there.
この時より私が父に代わり、
I'll be ruling Kayu from now on, in place of my father.
春林、あなたの祖父殿とハウラン殿も必ず私が助けてみ
Shunlin,
せ
I
る。
swear to rescue Hodon and your grandfather. Thanks, Your Highness. If there's anything I can do, then please let me know. I'm at your command. Marry me.
あなたは稀有な同志にして私の大切な人だ。
I'm not about to treat you like a servant. Not only are you a Daoshi, which are in short supply, but you are dear to me besides.
戦うなら共に仲間として。
You will not fight for me, but with me, yes? Yes, sir.
この王子がいればとりあえずは大丈夫そうだな。
Guess there's not much to worry about with this guy in charge. Oh, get ready.
ああ、あんたが味方でいてくれて
Boy,
よ
am
かっ
I
たぜ。
glad you're on our
プロ
side.
もそう思うだろ。
Right, Odo? Odo?
そうだね。きっと春林も心強いはずだ。
5 minutes ago, you and I had a conversation where it was a heart to heart where I said, I'm not just gonna fall in love with the prince overnight. And you're like, really? And now you're acting like you don't remember that conversation. I'm sure Shunlin feels very reassured. Don't even. Word that the king had suddenly passed away spread like wildfire through Kayu. Prince Yoki was painted as the hero defending the country's sole remaining Daoshi. All hail Prince Yoki, no King
ルオジン様が
Yoki!
亡くなった今、ヨキ様だけが頼りです。
Now that we've lost King Laojin, King Yoki is our only hope. Like Obi-Wan. It was no wonder that the nation had such high expectations for him. Because he's hot? Like, what do you mean? Shiyu had abducted most of the palace personnel, and there was barely anyone left in the forecourt. The few soldiers who had managed to escape his control were being tended to by the unarmed servants. Food and medicine were coming in from the town, but it was no miracle that the situation had been dealt with so quickly. Your commands are incredibly effective, sir.
いや、私は指示を出しただけだ。ロンレイが補佐してくれなければうまくいかなかっただろう。
All I did was get them out. I would have been helpless without Longley's assistance. Prince Yoki and I sat side by side on some steps as we observed the forecourt and those within it. I don't think that's true at all. I mean, the citizens were your primary concern, and this is the result of that. Kayu was panicking, but you prevented it from crumbling altogether.
春林は大げさだな。本当に私がしたことなど数えるほどし
You
かない
like to exaggerate, don't you, Shinlin? I have hardly done a thing.
彼の過ちを
Dramatic,
止める
what
こ
do you
とが
want?
できなかった責任は私も背負うつもりだ。
I wasn't able to stop Father's tyranny, and I intend to take full responsibility for that too. But you didn't do anything.
何も
Exactly.
が罪なんだ。
I should have.
王子として生まれた以上、私は常に国のことを考えなければならない。
I was born a prince, and that means I need to think of my country and everything I
そも
do.
そもの話、事の発端はあのシウという男に父が恨みを買い、
None of
同
this
志を
would have
排除しよう
happened
と
in
し
the
たんだ
first
けど
place if Father hadn't inspired a grudge in Shiyu and tried to rid Kayu of its
責
Daoshi.
任を取る者として、何よりこの国の王として力に固執する現体制を変えていかなければ。
I am responsible. More than that, I am Kayu's king, and now I have to change the status quo. This idea that might prevail above all
同
else.
志の迫害以外にも様々なことを過去にやっていそうだからな。
I'm sure my father's persecution of the Daoshi was only the latest in his string of sins. Prince Yoki pinched the bridge of his nose to quell his oncoming headache.
まあ、
Truth
実
be
際に
told,
王位を継ぐのは一連の事件が解決してからになるだろう。
Truth be told, I'll probably end up waiting till we solve these incidents before ascending the throne. I'll be there to help you if you need anything.
妻としてかい？
As my wife? He placed a gentle hand on my shoulder. Oh, I didn't mean...
すまない。あなたは覚えていないと分かっているが、どうしても食い下がってしまう。
Sorry, I know you don't remember, but I don't feel ready to give up. Please don't apologize. I should be sorry for not remembering.
年齢を考えれば仕方のないことだよ。
Were you not young, Yoki? Yoki, were you not young? God, do I need to look this up? God, do I want to look this up? How young was she, you creep? You're like, we're getting married. Oh my god. Otome. Daoshi. I'm gonna assume he's the same age as Oro. Does it say? 22. MC is 19? I think that's right. Yeah. So she's like 19, 22. That's 3 years. They met, I think he said 12 years ago. So 7 and 11. You were young. It's only natural.
だが、求婚自体は本気だ。
That said, my
どうか
proposal still
真剣に考
stands.
えてほしい。
I would like if you could give it some real thought.
私はあの時からずっとあなたのことが好きなんだ。
I've been in love with you ever since we met all those years ago. Like, he's straightforward. I don't care if he's actually a murderer. I promise to think about it and give you my answer one
あ
day.
りがとう。だが、今は事件のことを考えようか。
Thank you. Let's get back to focusing on the assassination for now.
父上が死に、シウという男の目的はある意味達成されたことになるだろうが、
Now that father has been killed, Shiyu might decide that he's gotten what he wants.
また王宮を襲撃しないとも限らない。何より、彼には武術家殺害の罪がある。
But there is an equal chance that he'll attack the palace again. This is a man who killed countless martial artists.
国を挙げて追う必要があるだろう。リーホン殿たちも取り戻さなければ。
I'll have the whole whole of Kayu involved on this pursuit. We need to rescue Lee Hyung and Harana too. Thank you, sir. The country was up in arms, yet he was still making grandfather and Harana a priority. He's so considerate. Oh my god. I was confident that as king, Prince Yoki would develop Kayu's obsession with strength into the shield to protect its people. Oro's just standing over receiving.
声をかけないのですか?
Don't you want to speak with them? Go, talk to them.
邪魔しちゃ悪いから。
I'll just be in the way. Longley's kind prompting came as I was watching Shunlin and the Prince Yoki from afar. The official had finished his assigned
そん
task.
なことはないと思いますが。彼女はあなたのことを
I don't
大
believe
事に
that.
思っているように見えます
I
よ。
don't believe that's the case at all. It seems to me that she thinks very highly of you.
僕はあの瞬間、春林のことを
Even if that's true, I wasn't able to protect her when it really mattered.
ヨキ様がいなかったら、彼女の命はどうなってたか。
Who knows if she'd be alive if Prince Yoki hadn't jumped in. He wouldn't have protected her like that if she weren't incredibly
こう
important
し
to
てみる
him.
と、二人はすごくお似合いだ。
It's obvious that they'd make a great couple just by looking at them. She's got anime girl eyes, and he looks evil.
名前も仮初めで、素性も知れない男に慕われるより。
I don't know who I am. I don't know my real name. She deserves better than me.
地位も性格も立派な王子様に好かれた方が。やっぱり
And doesn't
女の子
every
は
girl dream of a romance with a
喜ぶ
charming
はず
prince?
だよね。
A man with so much status? This was pointless. Offloading my heartache onto Longley wasn't achieving
そ
anything.
んなことはありません。ある意味、
That isn't necessarily true in certain
ヨ
aspects.
キ様とあなたは対等な立場ですよ。
You and His Highness are on equal footing. I didn't get what he was
それ
saying.
はどういう意味？
What do you mean? Are you trying to cheer me
い
up?
いえ、違います。
This is not lip service.
実はあなたの素性が気になり、私の方で調べたのです
I
が、
was curious about your background, so I took the liberty of looking
あなた
into
は
it.
ヨキ様の
You are His
ヨキ
Highness's.
様。
Yes. It came out of nowhere. A horrifying, painful headache.
様
Sir! He said Sama. He said Sama.
ウロ様ウロ様
Unable to support myself, I collapsed to the ground, the searing pain in my head increasing all the while. A vision of my past spread out before me. If weren't you. And belonged to me. Oh. Been fighting for this girl for 5 years. I remember now.
5年前のあの時、
I remember what happened 5 years ago.
僕自身に崖から突き落とされた。
I was pushed off the cliff by myself? What? Oro, speak to me. His voice and the hand, her voice and the hand shaking my shoulders chased away the pain. Are you okay? Shunin. Only then did I register her face. She was peering anxiously at
ど
me.
うして君がここにヨキ様と話していたんじゃ。
So someone who looked like him pushed him. Yeah, his twin brother, I assume. The prince? Yoki? I guess. What are you doing here? Weren't you talking to Prince Yoki? You collapsed. I came running. You look so pale. Are you sure you're alright? Shiyu didn't use the shadow arts on you or anything, did he? I'm
大丈夫。
I took the hand she offered and stood up. I looked around. Longley was with Prince Yoki. He must have called Shunlin over to me.
心配かけてごめん。実は少し記憶を思い出して。
I didn't mean to worry you. To tell you the truth, I remembered something. You did.
でも、
Yes, but it
なんだか
doesn't
おかし
make
い
a
ん
lot
だ。
of sense. You can't. You can't be like, the person who did this to me looked like me? Fuck. Did you change your room layout? Yes. That's why I didn't have a stream yesterday, because I started this way too late. So this is my closet. Previously, this was the other direction entirely. In fact, I was talking about this when I started my stream. My doorknob's missing because the bathroom door broke months ago, and we just took that doorknob, and so I'm getting a new doorknob soon for this one. But the other doorknob was trapping us in the bathroom, so I was like, no doorknob's fine on a closet. But right now, we're now facing the opposite direction as before. Yeah, it was an ordeal. I got trapped in the bathroom for like 5 minutes. I was banging on my sister had to come and let me out, and that's when we took the doorknob off the bathroom door. But then we couldn't close the bathroom door, so then I was like, you know what we could do? We could just take this doorknob. It'll be fine. Life. But yes, so now we're against the other room. It's because that happened to my sister. Was it terrifying for her? Because I was terrified. I didn't have my cell phone. I usually take my cell phone with me everywhere, but I'm also a very easily forgettable person, and I also leave my cell phone everywhere. I'm both of these people. So I didn't have my cell phone. So I was really afraid that she wasn't going to hear me because I wasn't sure if she was in the living room or somewhere else. So yeah, I was trapped in the bathroom. So yeah, we just took the doorknob off. We told them, like the apartment complex a couple times, that the door was getting harder and harder to open, and they never fixed it. And they still haven't technically fixed it because we took the doorknob off and never replaced it. I was asleep in the room. Bloody murder is what I'm hearing. You probably heard. It was bloody murder. Oh, I'm normally a light sleeper. I guess I was wiped out that time. Did she just have to sleep in the bathroom, just sobbing? That's awful. Oh my god. Oh my goodness. But this layout, by the way, will allow us me to walk. I walked for the first hour of the stream, so I have a walking pad. I also stole my sister's chair, so we're trying to see if this chair is more comfortable for my back. I woke up in like 10 minutes. That's good. My sister is both a light sleeper and a heavy sleeper too, so she will sleep through phone calls. But sometimes you'll just walk next to her and she will wake up instantly. Like you're walking as quietly as can be and she just goes so it's really hard to predict. But she has left me and forgot to pick me up from work a couple times because she slept so hard. So the moral of the story is, oh my god. But 10 minutes stuck in a bathroom. I wasn't stuck in that long. I think it was at least 3. Because at first I was like, I must not be turning the knob right. Like, what's wrong? Like, I just kept twisting it and it wasn't turning. And like, it was just stuck is the best way to describe it. So like both hands can't get it to turn. So that's what happened to the doorknob. And I actually don't know if we kept it. I don't know if we took it off and kept it, which means we'd have to replace that anyways because this is an apartment. We don't own this place. But I just sent a link to my sister earlier. I was like, actually, that's a good thought. I'm gonna go see if there's any doorknobs on the auction site. Because sometimes you can get something for like a few bucks. I think she had just gotten out of the shower and was prepping for bed, so she wasn't too worried. Well, that's good. I was afraid I was home alone and I didn't have a cell phone, so I couldn't call and be like, hi, I'm trapped in the bathroom. Can you tell someone to let me out of the bathroom? Because everybody in this house wears headphones, by the way. This is this is just how we live our lives. You will knock on someone's door and then wait, and then they won't say anything, and they'll knock again, and then wait, and they won't say anything, and so you have to open the door, and then they get mad at you for opening the door. It's the opposite of my childhood, where like if you didn't hear them, the person opening the door is now mad at you. They get mad at you for opening the door, and then you're like, but I couldn't hear you. You couldn't hear me because of the sound canceling and headphones you had on. So, yeah, I was really scared that no one would hear me because I didn't have my cell phone. But yeah, the doorknob wasn't turning. So I'm gonna have a new doorknob pretty soon, hopefully. And then I'll be able to close that door. This is actually my least favorite closet door in our entire apartment because this is the only door. Every door is different, right? This is the only door in our apartment that closes on itself. And I'm a little bit claustrophobic, not too claustrophobic, just enough that if the door closes on me and I can feel the door closing on me, I'm just like, please stop. Oh my gosh. But yeah. It's the only one in the house. It's the only door in the entire place that closes itself. Every other door, like there's a door currently open right beside me. My bedroom door is currently closed because I close it when I'm streaming. But like, oh my god, this door closes on me. So it needs a doorknob because that kind of at least stops it from closing all the way, you know? So it like stops it. My paranoia. Dude, my paranoia, because I've been moving stuff around, you know how like everything kind of settles. I've been hearing like creaking noises, and I'm like, dude, I'm surrounded by dolls. You can't do this to me. But I made a Kirby shelf. Look, I'm gonna probably turn this shelf right here into my Otome shelf. It was going to be this shelf here, but as you can see, you can't see that shelf at all. And that's because I put my computer, so this is the L-shaped desk. You can see both sides of the desk right now. So it's not over here. It's over here. So you can't see this shelf at all. So, but you can see my Alice in Wonderland shelf. This is the first time it's been on camera. It's only half of it, but it's all Alice in Wonderland. There's nothing but Alice in Wonderland in this shelf right now. It's glass. It's a glass shelf. I was very proud of the shelf. But yeah, at some point. This side also is very open. This is going to be so exciting for me because we're hoping I'll get a screen. Oh gosh, I can't think of the word. Like an arm, so I can turn my screen. Because if I can turn my screen, then it will eventually, my screen will be over here. And that way I can stream my walks over there. I was hoping to walk the entire time. That was way too ambitious for me. After an hour, my knee was hurting. It's not like I don't walk at work, but like my knee started hurting. I almost stepped off of the walking pad one time, but that's also because I'm not looking down while I'm on the walking pad. And the other thing that was making me sad was I put this in my pocket hoping it would track my steps because I'm moving, but it only tracked like 100 steps, and I took way more than 100. So I'm going to have to get like a little wristlet or something to help track my steps. So, but if I walk for an hour every stream, hey, an hour's an hour. It's gonna be fine. But yeah, that's the update so far. Basically, I'm working on the shelves and organizing them. I put all my anime figures up. They're all spread out gorgeously right now. I'm really excited about them. So, but if I do that, then there's more shelves over there. My room's nothing but shelves. I am nothing but a giant curio cabinet as a person. I also was like trying to declutter, and I did declutter, but guess what? All that means is the stuff on the shelves finally fit on the shelves. The shelves are still full. They're still very full. But I can fit everything on the shelf right now. It's just, now they're not like, these shelves are still kind of awful. I need to finish organizing them, but because at this point, I was so tired. I worked on this all day yesterday. And what I was doing was I was taking everything off the shelves when I move them because they're heavy. You can't leave everything on the shelves and move them because that will break them. So I was emptying them off and putting them back together. I did it for these three, and then I kind of got a little lazy when I got to the fourth shelf. The fourth shelf was books, so I had no choice, but I was trying to be lazy. These two are only half filled because they're my newer shelves. They're mostly dolls on them, so it wasn't too heavy, but I totally started pushing those guys instead of organizing them. So they're the messy of all the shelves. Way too relatable. I also was refusing to I was trying my best not to make too many piles because of the ADHD. I'm notorious for piles. I'm notorious for tiny little piles. So that's the other reason why I was like, I'm going to move a shelf and put everything on the shelf and then move the next shelf so that I don't take everything off the shelves, move all the shelves, and then just have piles all over my room. So I conveniently didn't do that. However, my desk at one point did have like 3 times the amount of stuff on it that it usually does. So yeah, I was halfway there. I also was putting all the Kirby stuff together, which is why I was able to get all my Kirby stuff onto one shelf because I have a ton of Kirby stuff. And I was like, you know what? Gorgeous. So yeah. But yeah, it's still very full, but it's also less full, but it's still very full at the same time. My sister was talking about how much space I have created. You can't really see it. Well, you can, because I can scoot back now and not hit the bookshelves. I just lied. I can't scoot back. This is a new chair that doesn't have wheels on it yet. And I hit the bookshelves, which is what I kept doing, which is why I had to change my setup. So I kept hitting the bookshelves with my chair, and I was so scared I was just going to knock the bookshelves over. But right now, my camera also is really far away because of the change. Like, you usually can't see my desktop. I also think like I may have the camera up a little higher than normal right now, too. Because I feel very much on a pedestal right now. So we'll see how it goes though. But yeah, I've changed some things. Yay! Oh goodness. All right, where are we at? Sorry, I got totally distracted. It looks great. Thank you. Thank you so much. I'm gonna try and get something cute to put on this door since it's back there. And now on the screen. I was really hoping it wouldn't show at all. Part of me was like, hey, it probably won't show, but then I decided to do the screen over here instead of over here. So you can see the whole door. If only I was like this, and then you couldn't. I hate the fact that the doorknob's like that right now. It doesn't make a lot of
僕を
sense.
崖から突き落としたのは
I was pushed off the
他でも
cliff
ない。
by myself. It was
僕自身
me.
だったから。
He's like, how did I do that? Standing next to the man that looks just like him. They got me crazy out here. I don't get it.
わからない。でも本当に崖の上に
Also, the only route that
もう一人
mentioned
のウロが立ってい
twins
たんだ。
was Yuhan's route, which he's like, we trained the twins. And I'm like, this is the first time we mentioned that he has a brother. Like, so that, I mean, but no one said, what do you mean twins or anything? No one acts surprised. I saw a lot of criticism for this route. Yeah, I wanted to just date the prince. Like, I'm gonna be so real with you. I thought it was the prince. Ugh. I'm sure I saw another one of me standing at the top of the cliff. Maybe the memory got mixed up. Maybe you switched memories. I wanted to know the answer to, but I felt bad dragging her into my
騒がせて
confusion.
ごめんね、春林。ヨキ様の元に戻って大丈夫だよ。
Bitch. Oh my god. He can be so confident and then be so stupid in the very next second. Sorry for making you panic. You can go back to Prince Yoki now. Are you kidding me? I'm staying with you, you hunk of junk. You junk. Anyway. I hadn't expected her to shout at me. I didn't really know what to make of it.
でも、あんなに楽しそうに二人で話してたのに。
You look like you were having a great time talking to him, though. So that means I'm not going to worry about
で
you?
も、僕なんかより王子の
Oh
ヨ
my
キ様
god,
と一緒にいた
snacks? Oh
方
my
が
god, I
いい
thought
ん
I
じゃ。
smelled popcorn. I thought I was dreaming it, though. Yay! Wouldn't you rather be with the prince than with me? Oro, she already said she didn't care. What do you think? I care about you. It's not about who I'd rather be with. See, she's awful. She's so awful. Say you like him. Please don't talk like I'd up and turn my back on you, my guy. Which side is right? Okay. Wait. She fixed her gaze to the ground, dejected. I took my moment to get over my shock, but once I had, I dared to reach for her hand.
ごめん。自分でもよくわからない感情で。
I swear the last true poster boy route is always rambunctious. It's like the writer got too ambitious and executed it poorly, if that makes sense. Honestly, this feels like... Did you ever watch or play Paradigm Paradox? Like, they didn't introduce him until you get to the locked route. You never met this guy until the locked route. So, like, who fucking cares? I don't know. I guess they're like trying to subvert your expectation as best as they possibly can. I don't get it. Like, we had the big fight. It felt like this should be over. You know what I'm saying? I don't know. But I agree. I feel like the poster boys have like the worst stories usually. But in Paradigm Paradox, he wasn't the poster boy. What's his name? Horan? I don't remember his name. I think I watched like half of your vids before I joined your stream. So like, he's the secret route. You don't unlock him until you play the other routes. And like, it's the worst route I've ever played through. And when you play it, it makes all the other routes, because you have to remember everything is canon, right? He's a secret agent that's there to determine if this world should be destroyed, which means that in every other route where you have a happy ending, the world should be destroyed. Like, that's it. That's what that would mean. What do you mean? What do you mean? And then, like, in the grandiose ending, because they had, like, a special, like, true ending, she's not really dating anybody, but there's, like, hints that she might date somebody. It involves them, like, fighting off these guys that are coming to destroy their world. But again, that again means that in every other happy ending you get, everybody dies right after that happy ending. That's the only way that works out. That's the only logical explanation of what happens next, because the only reason you don't die in his route is because he falls in love with you, and then the only reason you don't die in the true route is because everyone comes together and works together. But that doesn't happen in any other route. It made no sense, and I friggin' hated it so much. Like, and they didn't need to do that. Paradigm Paradox is such an intense story. It has so many layers to it. They did not need to be like, actually, you're part of an experiment to see if you guys could survive in these little pod cities. And we've decided you can't, so we're gonna kill you? Like, did we need to do that? But also this, did we need the Iron Mask? I don't even know if this is the Iron Mask. Because, like, if the guy who trained them knows there's twins, and they mentioned twins in that route, don't you think they would have maybe brought up, like, the twin died? Did the twin die? Because if the twin died and this man shows up, don't fucking trick me. You're not, like, he looked just like me. Yeah, you know who else looks just like you? The fucking prince. It's uncanny how much you guys look alike. You have the same eye color. You have the same hair color. You basically have the same face. But yeah, anyways. Yay! I just wanted to date the prince, honestly. I thought the prince... This is how simple I thought the prince's story was going to be. He dressed like a normal guy because he didn't like being in the palace. So he's like Jasmine from Aladdin. And then he would sneak out to be like a normal guy. And that's it. I thought that was the whole story. I thought that was just going to be that's how they fall in love. Maybe they did meet in the past. Blah, 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 blah. But they decided to add a whole nother brother to the route. And I'm sure he's going to be evil, which is fine. The prince can be evil. But like, you didn't have to go this far. Like, why does no one know who this guy is? And the two people who do know who he is have yet to say anything about how they know who he is. Like, what does that even mean? Amnesia. We went with amnesia. She doesn't even remember her childhood. How many people have to have amnesia in this story? Anyways, there's this feeling that's been dragging me down and I don't quite know what it is. That's how I want everyone to describe love. Thank you. I'm sorry if I hurt your feelings. You bet you did. Next time you say anything like that, I'm going to get really mad. Yeah, stop being such a bitch. There won't be a next time. Because I'm gonna run away. I love you and I don't want to hurt you. That's just what I was hoping to hear. She's also a little bitch in this route because she's refusing to say she has feelings for him because he might have a girlfriend that he had 5 years ago. He said amnesia for 5 years. Even though I worked up the courage to say I love her, it seems to go right over her head. She must have thought I meant it as a friend. There was one thing I realized though. You guys suck. I want to express my feelings to her in a way that makes things clear. Fucking kiss her. Kiss the girl. I wanted her to know that I hoped she would be my girlfriend. I might not know who I am, but I know I want to be with you. I wish upon the stars to the sky above. Nice. Bum bum. Oh. Honestly, he's my favorite character. That mongrel. Try to fight him.
シウと対峙すべく臨奮神へ向かう一行。
Our party goes to the Chiming Souls to
今度こ
confront
そリーフン
Kayu.
たちを救うため、そして同志としてシウと戦うために。
Time to take him down and rescue the Daoshi once and for all.
次回燃えよ乙女同士カユ恋語り。
You are all I
大
need.
切なのは目の前のあなた。臨奮神が見せる幻影は幼き過去。
A childhood memory awaits in the forest. Also, Mimi. I don't like Mimi. I'm gonna be honest. I'm not a big fan of Mimi. I don't think she's necessary. Is she cute? Yes. Do I like that there's a cute little panda in this? Yes. But she doesn't talk. Which a lot of the times in more recent stories, when you get the cute little mini animal companion, they do talk, right? Like in I I remember. Hang on. I remember. Oh, I don't remember. The Princess and the Knights. The Princess and the Knights. I can't remember the name of it. The Tragic Knights. That one. That little guy talks. The bird in Mistonia. Sure, he was evil, but he talked. They could release stickers and keychains with cute chibi stuff and art books with the comic aesthetics they have. Yeah, they really could. There's a lot they could do with the art in this game. Like, I love the little comic book strip pages. Those are fun because I don't think I've seen that in any other Otome game. And it kind of does what I've said I always want them to do, where I wish they had cutscenes like Final Fantasy style in Otome games, because then you'd have like a cute little cutscene to like tell you the story. And I think it works a lot better for fighting games during fighting sequences, because they go, and I dodged, and then I dodged again. Like, just showing it is kind of nice. They don't do it all the time in this because obviously they only have 3 strips for every route, but like, it's a nice feature. I like it. Early the next morning, there was a meeting in the throne room to go over the details of everything that had happened.
父上は亡くなり、リーホン殿たち同士も行方不明。
Father has passed away and every last Daoshi is missing. I'm a
状況は
Daoshi.
最悪というほかない。
It seems to me that things can't get any worse. Good. Good. Prince Yohi was leading the meeting from his late father's throne. It's his throne
相手は
now.
目的を達したわけだが、操られた人間を解放してない以上、油断は禁物だな。
The enemy's fulfilled his goal, but he hasn't released the people he's controlling. We need to stay vigilant.
そうだな。キョンシーや兵士たちを操って、都と王宮に攻め込んでくる可能性だって。
You said it. He could use those Yangshi and soldiers to attack the palace or the capital.
特に春林さんが危険です。彼女にはシユから奪ったという能力がまだ残っていますから。
Sorry, there's a piece of popcorn that was just stuck in my tooth. Shunlan in particular is in danger. She possesses the power she apparently stole from Shiyu.
その命を狙ってくるかも。
He must seek to kill her.
そんなことさせない。
He can try. Aw. Odo remained undaunted in the face of these frightening possibilities.
私も同感だ。ならば、やることは一つだな。
He can indeed, which leaves us with only one thing to do.
こちらから打って出て、シウたちを討伐するしかない。
Also, I just realized Long Lee was the one who just went like, when he was all like this mongrel to the guy that was flirting with her. That guy locked her in a fucking room. Audacity. We will move first to subdue Shiyu and anyone who stands with him. The threat to the prince's tone sparked a bit of unease within me. Shouldn't we let Shiyu and Setsetsu explain themselves? I gave it some thought and I realized we don't have any idea why they held a grudge against His Majesty in the first place.
僕も同意見です。
I think we should hear them out too.
同じことを繰り返さないためにも、理由や闇の法術の出所をシユから聞き出しておかないと。
We don't want to let the same thing happen again in the future. We should ask them the reasons and where Shiyu learned the shadow arts.
それももっともな話か。私も父上が何をやらかしたのか聞きたいところではある。
I suppose you're right. I am also curious about the mistakes father made.
わかった。最初は意思の疎通を図ろう。だが、
Seek a dialogue with him first will be the first step,
分か
however.
ってます。相手が攻撃してきた場合は、すぐに諦めて
The moment they attack us, we scrap that plan and fight back.
僕たちが最優先するのは、春林を守ることと、リーホンさんたちを取り戻すこと。
These two standing in a room together and no one realizes they look exactly the same. It's fucking maddening. Our priorities are protecting Shunlin and rescuing Li Hyung and the others. This just reminded me, I used to have 2 coworkers that looked very similar. And people usually think they were brothers. And I, like, you would think someone would at least mention it. You know what I mean? Like, they used to get really mad about it. Because people would be like, oh, I talked to you yesterday. And they're like, no, you haven't. I wasn't here yesterday. Like...
話が早くて何よりだ。春林もそれで構わないね。
That was one of the biggest criticisms of this route. I don't blame it. Like, that's crazy. Like, they literally showed up, and the first thing he said was, we have the same hair color. You have the same face. Like, you've caught on. That makes things easier. Does all this sound good, Shinlin? But I'm still mad because we've heard them mention twins in one route. So if one route they mentioned twins and no one said, what, twins? Like, that means he wasn't a secret twin. I'm ready to fight if we need it. I guess. Let's fight.
そうか。頼りになるよ。
I'm relying on you. Good. Because I can't rely on myself these days.
ユーハン、お前は大丈夫か?
Are you gonna be okay, Yuhan?
ああ、問題ねえ。誰かを傷つけちまった以上、師匠にだって裁きは必要だ。
Oh, Master has to face consequences for killing someone, but the king killed hundreds of people, and that's fine. Master killed someone, he's gotta face
必
consequences.
ずシユと一緒に捕まえてみせる。
I'll make sure we get him along with Shiyu.
なら、これで方針は決まりだね。
It sounds like we've got a plan. Everyone nodded in agreement. I saw his face and thought he'd start talking, my bad. I try to take bites when they're talking. Not when it's my turn. I guarantee we'll find Shiyu hiding out in the forest of Chiming Souls. That's where young Shi are most comfortable. He probably used a lot of his energy on the shadow arts last night, so now's our best chance to defeat him.
わかった。少人数で申し訳ないが、森への突入を頼めるか?
Understood. Are you prepared to plunge into the forest for me? I'm sorry, I can't get you any extra fighting power.
問題ねえ。もともと一人でも突っ込むつもりだった。
Doesn't matter, I was gonna go by myself anyway.
私とユキ様は王宮にて待機します。皆さん、どうかお気をつけて。
His Highness and I shall wait here in the palace. Please do take care of yourselves. We will.
必ず無事に帰ってくるから。
I promise we'll come back safe and sound. The prince is like, you don't need to worry too much as long as she is. As long as there weren't any fit soldiers left, we found we would have to make do with the numbers we had. None of us cowered at the thought of confronting Shiyu. I'll do what I have to do as a Daoshi. I know my duties, what my duties are, thanks to Grandpa and Udo. It doesn't matter that Shiyu's motivations were. It doesn't matter what Shiyu's motivations were. He committed a heinous crime. Excuse me? You just said you want to hear him out. Let's go, Mimi. I'm the only Daoshi left in Kayu. I have to have a job to do. There's a young Shi out there who can't move on, and I have to listen to his regrets. You don't know if he can't. We set off at once, and it wasn't long before we arrived at the forest entrance. I burned one of my talismans in the candle. The space around us warped, sending us to the path of the dead.
シユたちの姿は今のところないみたいだな。
I don't see Shiyu or Master around.
もっと奥にいるかもしれねえ。二手に分かれて探すか。
Did you think they'd just be there the moment you got there? Guys. They might be further ahead. How about we split up into two groups?
奴に対抗できる同志がジョーちゃん一人である以上。
Then again, the little lady's the only one who can stand up to a Yangshi. Is that true though? If you guys had the same sticks, would you be fine? The group without her will be at a disadvantage. It's okay. I'll give them some special talismans. They can use them to hide if Shiyu and Sesetsu corner them. The talismans make you temporarily invisible to Yangshi.
へえ、そんな便利なものがあるのか。
I didn't know a talisman could do that. Neither did we. I need to understand the talisman better. They don't protect against living though. You're more sensitive to signs. We're more sensitive to signs of life. So how do you want to split up?
俺とユーハン、 ジョーちゃんとウロでいいだろう。
I'll go with Yuhan and you can go with Yodo. How's that? Honestly, she should go with you because you're strongest, but
俺たち
fine.
は相手の逃げ道を封じ、ジョーちゃんたちはシウと接触し対抗する。これが一番の策のはずだ。
Okay, so there's the north, east, south, and west. There's 4 exits at the very least. We'll block off any escape routes. You two should then talk to Shiyu. That's probably our best bet.
わかった。彼女を守れるように全力を尽くすよ。
I'll do everything I can to protect Shinlin. Here are your talismans. I gave a few to each Xiaowu and Yuhan.
ありがとな。俺たちは狙われねえだろうから大丈夫だとは思うけど。
I don't think they'll be coming after us, so I figure we'll be fine either way. That's
気を
awful.
つけろよ、シュンリ。お前に何かあったら、じいさんやハオランが悲しむからな。
Careful, Shinlin. Gramp and Horon will be heartbroken if anything happens to you. Thanks. You guys are going to be in trouble without my Daoshi technique, so I will.
じゃあ、知るとするか。シウが見つからなかったら、夜に臨奮神の入り口で合流するぞ。
Do we actually have concept of time in this world? Because the light's always dark here. Let's split up. We'll regroup at the forest entrance tonight if neither of us find Shiyu. Sounds good. Come on, Odo.
君のことは
I promise to keep you
必
safe.
ず僕が守るから。
Give him a talisman so he can hide too. We continued on into the forest, even ever more keenly aware that time was of an essence. Of the essence. My bad. That's what I meant to say. It's way too quiet. It wasn't like the forest of Chiming Soul was supposed to be loud, but there was usually an abundance of some kind. It felt eerily empty. We should make our presence more obvious, so if we want to draw Shiyu out, right?
そうだね。向こうも悟ってると思うけど、承知の上で進んでいこう。
He probably already knows we're here, so let's keep that in mind while we carry
と
on.
は言っても歩いてるだけじゃ、向こうも出てこないから。
Maybe walking isn't going to be enough. Then let's have a chat as we go. We just need to be aware that they might try to launch a sneak attack against us. Got it. We didn't bother to conceal our footsteps as we continued to search for Shiyu. I broke this popcorn in half. My bad. You know the memory you told me about last night? Has anything changed since then? Like maybe you realized the person you thought was you was actually someone else?
特には。
No, nothing like that.
でも、突き落としたその自分から、僕は激しい敵意を向けられていた。
Did you buy the Keep a Paris Steam version? I did not. I should though. But it'll probably go on sale before Christmas. But then I won't get the sound, the cards. Oh gosh, no, I didn't. Is that out already? Oh gosh. Oh no. And be like, hi, can I just have a card pack, please? I just want to open cards. I just want to rip a pack, please. Come on, Alan. Like, let's see. Oh no. I need more card packs. Yeah, I need more card packs, please. Do I even see it on here? Oh, there it is. I see it. What does it say? How much does it say this will cost me if I bought it? What's in my cart? What's all in my cart right now? Oh no. Oh goodness. Just one. Oh my goodness. Oh, I remember what happened. It accidentally added this sticker and it won't let me remove it. I did not mean to hit add to it. But right now, it says my total will be $35. There's a sticker for Nepmyon and it won't remove it from my cart. Anytime I hit delete it, it doesn't delete. And every time I hit X, it stays in my cart. So I don't know what I did or how to fix that. I probably shouldn't have bought it since I have to use my laptop. Screen's cracked. Oh no! In like 170 days. It's inspiration to get it fixed. Like why? It literally won't let me take this sticker out of my cart. I think this is what happened last time actually. I think this is literally what happened, and that's why I never added it to my cart because it checked how much it would cost for shipping. Because that's what I have to pay is the shipping for that. Oh my goodness. It's not out till September. I don't need to play Cupid Parasite again. Plus... damn. It would be $40. 42? That's so much. Please give me Gil. Bestie, no. No. The monthly card, though, is so cute. Oh, God. Also, the Mato Monogatari. That looks adorable. I don't know what the genre is for this game. What kind of game is this? It looks so cute. You missed out on the monthly Gil card. Be like, please include extra cards in my order, please. Like, put special notes. Gil, please. Remember when IFI had their summer thing, and that's what the prizes were. You got like a mystery card. They kept making you grab blindly, and I kept getting. Oh gosh, what's those girls' names? The purple-haired girl that's like based off of PlayStation. I can't think of her name. I kept getting her cards, and I was like, please, please, I just want the boys. But the me who pushed me seemed really hostile.
憎しみと言った方が正しいかな。
Actually, I think he might have hated me. Really?
人から恨みを買うなんて
It's not easy to make someone detest you.
やっぱり僕は殺されても文句を言えないほどの悪人だった。
Maybe I was a villain after all, someone who deserved to die. Maybe if Mimi could talk, we would know. All that means is that I have to give you a lecture, though. You remember what I said when I said that?
そうだね。その点は間違いな
I
く信じ
do, and I
て
trust you to go through with
で
that.
もきっとその時
僕は
君の一番になる資格を失ってるんだろうな。
僕は君のIchigo. But if it turns out that that's who I am, I won't deserve to be the most important person in your life anymore.
それだけはちょっと怖い。
That scares me a little. I can imagine. If he turned out to be a criminal, he would have to be locked up. There was no denying that, because I am all or nothing. Because it's gotta be. He wouldn't be able to stay with me, but even then. We shouldn't jump to a conclusion. I thought you'd say I'd write to you. We got to figure out who it was that actually pushed you before anything else.
それもそうだ
I
ね。
wonder who.
本当にどうして自分自身が瞳に映ったんだろう。
You're right. I really wonder why I saw myself there. Jesus Christ. Maybe it was a reflection, like you were standing in front of a river or something. Or maybe...
あるいは
Yeah. The person who pushed you resembles you really closely. Except your memories are all jumbled up, so your mind got tricked into thinking that person was you. Does that sound plausible? Who looks like you? Have you ever met anybody that looks like you? My suggestion had Odo pausing thoughtfully. It was an idea. It'd be dangerous to put too much stock into it.
でもその線は考えていなかった。すごく参考になる。
I hadn't thought of that before. You might be right. You haven't thought that maybe it was somebody that looks like you? Because you thought you pushed yourself? Like, what the fuck did you think you did? Have an outer body experience?
でもよく似た人が相手だとしたら
Even if they looked like me, it doesn't explain why they pushed me. We're not getting to that point. I'm just trying to get you wrap your head around the idea that you maybe weren't pushed by yourself. Just then, there came the sound of parting grass.
春林、後ろに。
Get behind me, Shinlin. Okay. Odo readied his fist, and I whipped out a talisman as we glared at the wrestling bush. While it could have been one of the rare animals that settled here, we had to assume otherwise. The noise grew louder as the presence came closer. I swear to God, is it Mimi? Ordo and I waited with bated breath, and then...
早くこっちこっち君に見せたいものがあるんだ
Hey, hurry up! I want to show you something. Slow down! I gotta carry Mimi! Huh? It was two children, a boy and a girl. They jumped out in front of us without a care and dashed past us because this has been proven to happen before. What was that? I think the force just showed us a memory.
そんなことが起き
They
る
can do that? Yeah, this place acts like a powerful mirror to people's thoughts and emotions. Sometimes the people who enter find their memories played back to them like vague illusions, and this has never happened in any other route for even 5 seconds in any other story. So, thank you for making it happen right now. Mimi sat on my shoulder watching the frolicking kids with me. That's me as a little girl, isn't it? I guess it's a distant memory that I've totally forgotten. What's the need to describe as a good-looking boy if it's not a love interest? Also, it's a child. Cute kid is fine, but like a good-looking boy? That's a minor. I bet it was from when I met Prince Yoki as a kid, like Grandpa was saying.
なら君と一緒にいるのは王宮から抜け出した昔のヨピ様
Is His Highness that boy with you then? That must have been when he snuck out of the palace. It doesn't make sense. I forgot all about this. The boy's face should be blurry. Oh my god. He doesn't remember this either, so shouldn't your face be fucking blurry? What are you talking about? Prince Yoki himself isn't here. Yet it's clear as day. I wonder why. The logic makes no fucking sense. The boy and girl were playing and laughing, apparently unable to see us. Stupid. This is so stupid. Too bad his ears aren't pierced to really tell you who it is.
実は僕あと少しでお家に帰らないといけないんだ
I'm going to have to go home soon.
そしたら君とももう会えなくなっちゃうと思う
I don't think we'll be able to see each other again after that. That's not fair. You don't mean that, do you?
仕方のないことなんだ
It's out of my control.
あれを父からもらった以上僕にはやらなきゃいけないことがたくさんあるから
Father gave me something that comes with a whole lot of stuff I need to do. Is it the necklace? But my eyes immediately welled up with tears. Of course they did. I was only a child. The boy looked back at me
僕も
apologetically.
君に会えなくなるなんて嫌だよ
I don't like the idea of not seeing you anymore either. Then don't go. I can ask Grandpa to let you live in my house.
それは無理かな
I don't think I can.
ごめんね
Sorry. Why? Where's Mimi? Where's little Mimi? Show me little Mimi. The boy stroked my head gently as I
困っ
cried.
たな君はどうやったら泣き止んでくれる
Is there anything I can do to cheer you
僕は
up?
君の笑顔が大好きだからお別れの前に笑ってほしいんだけど
I love your smile a whole lot, and I'd sure like to see it one last time before I have to go. You? Yes. You have to promise to come see me someday. Then I can try my hardest to smile and say goodbye. Alright. The boy smiled and
大
took
好
my
きだ
hand.
よ大きくなったらまた会おう
I love you. Let's meet up again when
そ
we're
の時
grown
は
up.
僕のお嫁さんになってくれる
When we do, will you be my wife? Your wife?
うん結婚すればもう二度と離れることなくずっと一緒にいられるでしょ
If we get married, we don't have to part ever again. We can be together forever. You're right. The idea instantly reassured me, and I clumsily scrubbed away my tears with my sleeve. Okay, then it's a promise. When we're all grown up and we see each other again, you'll have to let me be your wife. Deal.
うん約束だ
What if?
それまでに立派な大人になって君を迎えに行
What
く
if
よ
the prince is actually split into two? What if he's yin and yang, and this is actually his yin and yang was separated, and the one we're hanging out with is the sad yang side, and Ying is the other prince? I'll do my best to grow into a strong, reliable man before I come and get you. That's gotta be a concept. Because one of them forgot. The other one's right here. You have to, okay? And I'm gonna be the best Daoshi ever so I can
あ
protect
りが
you.
とう。じゃあ、さようならじゃなく、い
Thank you. Then this won't be goodbye
つ
then.
かまた会う日まで、君が幸せな人生を歩むことができますように。
It'll be see you later. Whenever the time comes, I'll pray that you are having a happy life ahead of you. See you later. The final smile they exchanged was as beautiful as the sky. Was as beautiful as the sky filled with stars. And with that, the boy and girl parted, and the vision of the past faded away into silence.
今の幻は
What was that exactly? Sir, you were right here. I guess it was a memory that Prince Yoki and I shared. The only thing is, it didn't quite feel right. Oro's eyes were still fixed on where he had seen the two kids, and he let out a small
どう
sigh.
いうことなのか気になるけど今は昔のことを追ってる場合じゃない
Oh my god, Uro. You're starting to look a little bit like your brother. A fucking bitch. I'm curious about what it means, but we don't have time to dwell on the past right
シ
now.
ウたちを探すことを優先しよう当時のことは王宮に戻ってからヨキ様に聞けばいいんだし
Ridiculous. We need to track down Shiyu and Setsetsu first. We can ask His Highness about the memory when we get back to the palace. Sorry, I was curious myself.
気にしないで僕もびっくりしたから
Don't be sorry, it caught me off guard too. Or is his brother always hiding in the woods, secretly in love with him? We dropped the subject like that. Like, who cares? Then we got ourselves back on track, resuming our walk through the trees. He's just so jealous, but it was him. It was difficult to judge how far we had gone. The confusing atmosphere in the Forest of Chiming Souls messed with my sense of direction.
シウたち接触してこないね
They're not coming out, are they? They're probably wary because they know we're up to something. That they may outnumber us, but they wouldn't want to pick a fight so
そ
recklessly.
れもそうか僕たちも慎重に進まないとね
Still had a piece of corn. I think you're right. We need to be careful. We ventured on, braced for a waiting game with our opponents. Just then, another rustle came from deep within the trees.
また
Another memory. That's no memory. I dropped into a fighting stance as the figure stepped out from behind a particularly thick tree trunk.
リーホンさん譲りの正義感にも困ったものですね。
Unfortunately, you seem to have inherited your sense of righteousness from Lee Hyung. Hello, Sesetsu.
戦いに来たの
Are you here for a
いい
fight?
えあなた方を迎えに来ました
I've come to escort you. What if, hear me out, this is going to be the most outlandish story. What if she's actually Sesetsu's daughter? And that's why she looks so much like his dead wife. I know she was executed, and they never hinted that they were pregnant, but they also never hinted that the twins existed in any other storyline than his storyline, and now we're supposed to act surprised.
私としては葬った方が後々楽だとは思うのですが
And then, when his wife was executed, the kids would have been like, what, 3? And then she was born, I guess. It'd be funny. Well, I'm of the opinion that you ought to be dealt with here and now.
シユが2人との対話を望んでいるもので彼の力を借りて復讐をなしている以上私の独断で戦うわけにもいきません
Why do I happen to like possible daddy figures? Because I think it makes an interesting concept, right? Like, no other route she could find out, but she'd find out that's her dad. And then it would have been easily played into it because she got executed. So how would he know that she had the child if she had been pregnant? And then that child would have been like abandoned in the forest because they didn't want to kill a baby, but they also didn't want to keep a baby. I just think that'd be fun. Or he could have even abandoned the child, or they could have gave him the child and be like, here's your kid. And then he would be like, I don't want to raise this kid alone, and abandoned her. Conceptually, both could work. She would like to speak with you. I relied I relied on his assistance to enact my revenge, so it wouldn't be right of me to defy his wishes.
つまりおとなしく君についていけば
We'll be able to talk to him if we follow along quietly.
そういうことになります。
Correct.
春林
Shunlin, let go. We exchanged glances and nodded at each other. Please take us to Shiyu,
わ
Sesetsu.
かりました。では。
Very well, follow me. We followed Sesetsu even deeper into the forest. We didn't utter another word. Meanwhile, I could have sworn that the boy and girl we had seen earlier were giggling behind us. Well, they're gone, so that's impossible.
おー、いらっしゃい。ようこそ、僕のお家、元い根城へ。
Welcome, friends. How do you like my home? Headquarters? It only took a bit more walking before we found ourselves face to face with Shiyu. He definitely wasn't hiding any longer. Nice to see you. I was expecting you to throw a Yangshi or two our way.
そんなん君たちにしても仕方ないやろ。話がしたいのは僕も一緒やし。
What would have been the point in that? I want to have a little chat with you as much as you do.
聖節もありがとな。この二人は自分の恨みに関係ないから手出しはせんといてくれる？
Thanks a bunch, Sesetsu. Mind leaving him be now? It's not like you've got a grudge against them too.
わかりました。ですが、念のためあなたのそばに控えていましょう。
I won't lay a finger on them, but I'll stay by your side just in case. Sesetsu took his place next to Shiyu. Yoro and I proceeded with our conversation, keenly aware that Sesetsu was ready to fight at any moment.
リーホンさんたちはどこに
Where are you, Lee Hyung? And Hadon? Oh, sorry, not you. Where are Lee Hyung and Hadon? So where are we going to find out? I think I already figured this out, right? He's actually was going to be the next prince, or sorry, the next king. And Prince Yoki was jealous, so jelly bears, that he decided he was going to impersonate his brother, I assume. And that necklace is what he got from his dad right before that visit. But also his brother's stalking him, so his brother saw everything that happened with him and her. I don't know. Is this even interesting anymore? It just happens.
僕以外には認識できへんから、自力で見つけるのは難しいんとちゃう?
He put up a barrier for him to hide behind. I'm the only one who can see it, so I reckon it'll be mighty tough for you to find it on your own. You're saying there's no chance of us rescuing them by outsmarting you.
そうそう。
Ding
話が
dong.
早くて助かるわ。
Sure is easy dealing with a smart cookie like you. He was floating up and down like he didn't have a care in the world. Then tell us again, why did you despise His Majesty?
それに聖節さんも昔王宮に勤めてい
Find
たの
out.
になんで
We're like, spin your yarn, sir. I want to know about your grudge too, Setetsu, especially since you're used to work at the palace.
僕は自分を、聖節は大切な人を老人に殺された。
Laojin killed me, as well as someone Setetsu cared about really
って言
deeply.
ったら、自分らは納得してくれる？
Is that answer good enough for you guys? Our eyes flew wide at the cold, horrible truth.
君らは知らんかもしれんけどね。あの男は自分の地位を守るために数えきれへんほどの人間を殺してきた。
I'm guessing you ain't heard, huh? King Laojin killed tons of folks to make sure he stayed on the throne.
僕しかり、聖節の大切な人しかり。
Me, Setetsu's sweetheart.
他にも、公にされていないだけで、犠牲にされてきた人は山ほどおる。
And a whole host of others, it's just that none of that was ever made public.
キョンシーという兵器にされるために、実験に使われた人もおるな。
Oh, and then there's the folks that he experimented on to try and get himself a Yangshi corpse. What?
吐き気がするあの人は力を誇示する裏側でそんなことをしてたのか
That's sickening. He's always trotted pure strength as superior, but you're saying he did all these things into the
せや
shadows?
ろ？
Disgusting stuff.
死んで当然やと思わん？
Now, do you see why he had to die? If I have to say he didn't have to die, I'm still trash. Like, sometimes somebody should just die. You don't have to keep saving the town, Batman, if you just kill the Joker. I'm just saying. Ugh. I'm sure that's the one he wants. Yeah, I thought so. Because trash. I don't think His Majesty needed to die, even if whatever you're telling us is true. You were in the wrong from the very moment you got innocent people wrapped up in this.
僕も同じ気持ちだ。
That's how I see it too. Oh, so if he just turned into an assassin and didn't bother with anybody
彼が
else?
犯した罪は生きて正しい場で裁かれるべきだ。
He should have been kept alive and put on trial for his crimes.
耳が痛いな。でも僕の復讐心を否定しやんでくれてありがとう。
Can't argue with that, but thanks for recognizing why I wanted revenge so bad.
ほんと。ウロ君、君があの地位に立っていてくれたらよかったのに。
I sure wish you were the one sitting on that throne right now, Odo.
それはどういう意味？
What's that supposed to mean?
まだ思い出してないん？この森におれば多少過去の記憶を取り戻すと思っとったんやけどな。
You still don't remember? I thought this forest was supposed to bring back memories.
相当強く記憶を封じ込めているようですね。
Those memories of yours must have been sealed very tightly. What? You know Odo's true identity too, Sasatsu?
ええ。前に言ったでしょう。
Indeed, don't you remember?
私はかつて王宮で良き様たちを教えていた。
I said that I instructed Wushu at the palace, not that Prince Yoki was my whole student. Oh my god.
まだ
Uro.
わからへんみたい
Still don't get it?
けど、本当に不思議やな。
Neither do I.
僕と全く同じ立場の君が家族を殺した老人の死が間違ってるやなんて。
You're the same you and I, yet you're gonna stand there and tell me I was wrong to kill Lao Jin when he murdered his own flesh and blood.
それは
Flesh and blood. Open your eyes again. Show us your gray eyes.
私をあの男と同じにしないでくれ、シユ。失礼だな。私をあの男と同じにしないでくれ。
I don't like the sound of this. Why are you comparing me to him, Shu? Oh no, what? It happened only a split second after I recognized the voice. I mean, did you recognize that voice, girl? A tiny puddle was forming at Odo's feet, staining the earth a deep red. Odo. Crimson beads came raining down one after the other. I realized that there was a sharp dagger embedded in his back. Why would this fucking line? Are you so for real? I'm so dead. Yoki's hair, the exact same color as Yuro's, swayed with his laughter as his fingers clutched around the handle of the blade. Yoki. Why are you?
あなたがどうしてだと白々しいことを言う。
Why, you ask? That's a stupid question, isn't it?
あの時確実に殺したと思っていたのに、今さら姿を現すとは。
I was sure I killed you and then you came back like nothing happened. Yodo grunted as Yoki pushed the blade in deeper. Guys! I cried out and reached for him.
認めない。玉座も春林も俺のものだ。
I won't accept this. Both Shunlin and the throne belong to me.
5年前に死んだお前になど渡してたまるものか。
You died 5 years ago. I won't let you take them from me. See, this also would imply that he does the exact same shit in every other route, right? Because he wants her. On some routes, he does end up being key. Yoki wrenched the dagger out of Ori's back. I just said Ori. That was dyslexia. I'm not taking any chances this time. Slit his throat. Do it. Do it. Slit his throat. Odo staggered backwards. Yoki thrust him off the cliff without hesitation. Odo! I screamed and lunged forward, but I was too late. Shinlin dead. My nails grazed his fingertips. That was it. It was over. Odo went tumbling over the precipice.
はあ、容赦なく落としたな。この分野と助からんね。
You didn't even hesitate. There's no saving him now. Odo!
よかった。
シュリ、これでやっとあなたのことを独占
Shunlin,
でき
now
る。
there's no one who will take you from me. Yoki caught the hand I extended for Odo in his grip. Your Highness, I don't understand.
いやいや、ここまで来たら気づくやろ。彼が最後の僕らの協力者。
Jump after him, yeah. Throw yourself off. Girl, you've watched Romeo and Juliet, do it. What's not to understand? He's the last member of our little crew. Oh my god, I never saw it
全ては老人を
coming.
殺すためにこの場にいる3人で仕組んでいたことや。
The three of us came up with the whole plot to get rid of Lao Jin. What?
ご苦労だった、シウ。これで邪魔者は父も含めて全員葬ったことになる。
You played your part real, Shiu. Everyone who could have gotten in my way, father included, has been dealt with.
だが、俺に無断であの男を引き入れようとしたことはいただけないな。
However, I am disappointed that you would try to win over that whelp without my permission.
仕方ないやろ。こっちは少人数で暗躍してたんやから。人手は喉から手が出るほど欲しかったんや。
It ain't that unreasonable. We're only a small team. I figured we could have used all the help we could get.
まあ、正直、君のやり方は好きやないっていうのもあるけど。
There's also the fact that I don't like how you go around about how you go about things, I guess.
ならばここで俺を殺すか。
Will you kill me then?
まさか、公私混同は選手義や。僕は僕として老人への復讐が果たせたことやし。
You gotta be kidding me. I separate business from personal feelings. My revenge against Lao Jin's all wrapped up now, too.
君は今後好きなようにカユを支配すればいい。
Do whatever you want with Kayu from now on, Kay?
当然だ。俺は父のようにはならない。
As I was planning to anyways, I'll not turn out like father.
力で支配し、だが同時に力を守るためにも使う。良き王となり。
Shunlin is too quiet and not worried enough about Odo. So much dialogue. Dude, they were on the run and it took like a fucking 17 conversational points before they actually left. She should just be saying like, what? After every single thing, huh? I'll be a righteous king and use my powers to defend the kingdom as much as I rule it.
奴よりも優れていることを証明してやる。
I will prove that I am far worthier than he ever was.
ここにいる春林と共に。
Together with Shunlin, of course. Let go of me!
どうしてだ。これで邪魔者はいなくなったというのに。
Why are you being this way? There's no more obstacles to our love.
俺とあなたは幼い頃に結婚の約束を交わした運命の恋人同士なんだ。
We promised to marry each other when we were children. We're fated to be together. So what? Things change. Oro's way more important to me now. I don't care what we promised or if we're fated to be together or not. You murdered the man I love and I hate you for that.
やれやれ。どうやら状況の変化が早すぎて混乱しているらしい。
I suppose things are moving too quickly. That's why that you're so confused.
一度王宮に戻ろう、シュニ。そこで俺の愛が本物だということをたっぷり聞かせてあげる。
Huh? To return to the palace, Shunlin, you will surely see that my love for you is genuine. You hear what I have to say to you in private.
シウ。
Shiu.
Hi, hi.
Yes, sir. Shiu, who was behind Yoki, pulled out a talisman. I knew immediately that it was either going to bind my movement or put me to sleep. I also knew I wasn't about to fall victim to it. Now, Mimi!
Nani?
What? That's right, because Mimi's actually the best fighter in this entire game. Mimi sprung out of my garment and latched onto Yoki's arm. I just imagine she had like the biggest bosom until just now. It opened its jaws wide and bit the hand that was grabbing me with all of its might. This could be my chance. She's like, and then I did a somersault. I took the opportunity to shake free of Yoki's hold and throw myself off the cliff.
油断したな。けど無駄無駄。僕や聖節もいる以上、君は逃げられない。
You got him. He ain't going anywhere though, not with me and Setsetsu around. He doesn't have to tell me that. I hadn't shaken off Yoki in the hopes of making a run for it. Run away, Mimi! I spun to face the bottomless depths beyond the cliff. It was terrifying. There wasn't a soul to be seen. I'm coming for you, Odo. I'm coming for ya. I jumped after my beloved. Their shouts didn't reach me. My mind was solely focused on one thing. Odo was waiting for me at the bottom of this cliff. Odo! I felt no fear. I just knew I had to save him. Bitch is dead. It's true, you did say jump after him. The wind turbine. I fell and fell straight down towards the trees on the ground below. They're like, eh?
蘇るウロの記憶、そして明かされるウロとヨキの関係。
Ordo's memories have returned. His relationship with Yoki is made clear.
同じ一人の少女を思う男たちはどちらも引くことはしない。
Both men followed for the same girl, but neither is prepared to back down.
次回、燃えよ乙女同士、
The ruler of
カユ恋
Kayu.
語り、
It sounds like we need to
カユ
stab
を率い
somebody.
る者。運命の人はウロかヨキ。
Which man is she destined to be with? Probably the one that isn't trying to bind her. Right? Longly? Right, Longly? Got some real audacity up in here. No, I think you should have a route where we actually end up with him anyways. It could be a short route. Give me like 3 CGs. It was impossible to tell how long I was airborne for. Maybe it was only a second, or just as likely I'd been falling for an eternity. I don't know if that's just as likely. I was confident of only one thing. The trees had cushioned my fall, which meant the impact probably hadn't killed Oro. But the stab wound might have. Ow! I toppled through the branches and grunted as my back slammed into solid ground. The fact that I could still make a sound had to be a good sign. Looks like I survived. I pushed through the pain to sit up, looking up at the cliff. It's quite the drop. I definitely would have died if these trees weren't here. Oh, where's Ordo? Right there. I can see him. I quickly remembered why I'd thrown myself off the cliff in the first place and scanned the area. It seemed the fall had propelled me out of the forest of chiming souls. Ordo, there you are. I didn't know you could just jump out of the soul forest. I forced myself to my feet and rushed over to him. He was lying face down on the ground, blood oozing from his back. Bitch. Thank goodness, he's still breathing. I have to tend to his injuries. I don't know if you can do much, girl. You're a Daoshi. Thankfully, I had first aid supplies with me just in case of emergencies. This girl is too prepared. Yoki's dagger might have been coated with poison. I should see if there's a river nearby so I can clean the wound. Are you gonna pick him up? I stemmed the bleeding before anything else and carefully hoisted his heavy body onto my back. Just hang in there a little longer, Ordo. I'll fix you up in no time. Dead. He was out cold. I trudged on, trying to find any traces of a water source. Good luck. Yoki jumped in front of a man with a sword. And I did kind of think, what if that was a setup? What if he planned that so that he could look like he's a hero? But also, what if he really felt that way? And if he did, why wouldn't he also jump off the cliff? I mean, if a girl jumps after a cliff, why don't you jump off a cliff? It was a bit of a trek. I eventually found a river. Woo! This is gonna hurt. Please be brave. Be a big, brave boy. I think he should just take his robes off. I peeled back as much clothing as I needed to. I scooped water over the wound on his back, rinsing it again and again. The cut went deep, but his ribs seemed to have stopped it from reaching his heart. Thank goodness, I should be able to save him. After checking to make sure the bleeding had completely stopped, I rubbed the wound with an herbal remedy Grandpa had taught me. That should do it. It was unlikely to open again, so I tugged Ori's clothes back on. He lost a lot of blood, so the next step was to have him drink some clean water. Oh, I thought they were going to give him blood. I've done everything I can. Now I just need to wait for him to wake up. Which was instantaneously. I sat down and kept my eyes glued to his face. I was screwed up with pain as he slept. It was screwed up with pain as he slept. Please wake up soon. I don't know what I'd do if you died on me now. I actually really truly don't. I might have worked with the spiritual, but even then there was a limit to what I could do. My only resources was to pray with all of my heart that he would pull through. Wake up in his arms, huh? The thing is, Shiyu could have also easily followed us. He can fly. That guy can fly. So why didn't he follow us down here? Shiyu, Yoki, and Setsetsu didn't seem to be chasing us. Whether it was because of how far we had fallen or the labyrinth of a forest we had landed in, I couldn't say. The only thing of note was the animals that occasionally passed by and peered at us. While they stirred, Ori remained dormant. He was still out cold. I hugged my knees to my chest forever, gazing at Oro's face. He's not waking up even though I stopped the bleeding. It was devastating to see him right there in front of me, yet not be able to hear his voice. What if he never wakes up? I hung my head, tears pooling in my eyes. Oro's lashes fluttered. Oro! I rushed over to get a better look at his face, his eyes cracked open. Shinlin? Oro! I could see his eyes again. I squeezed his hand as tightly as possible. I'm so relieved. I thought you might never wake up. Wake up? What happened? The impact of his fall must have messed with some of his memories. Well, he still remembered your name, so that's important. My back hurts. His face is like that face when they have like too much food in their mouth. His face contorted up in pain and he seemed to be bewildered by his injuries. Hold on a second, Arya, apply the bomb. Once I'm done with that, I'll explain everything that happened. Okay. Kata, sorry. I let my joy at Oro's awakening take over as I briskly reapplied the herbal mixture on his back. She also only cleaned his wound. She didn't put stitches in him, which also is necessary. Just thought about this. I used a large share of the anesthetic plants, this time so that the pain wouldn't be too severe for him to speak to me with me. Thank you, that feels a lot better. Oro was wide awake now and he carefully sat up. Don't push yourself. I've treated your wound, but it's not fully healed. I'm okay. You're not. I've got more important things to do than sleep. I remember everything from before I fell from the cliff. He furrowed his brow, looking forlorn. I figured he was thinking about how Yoki stabbed him. I never thought that Yoki would be working with Shiyu as well. I figured that out pretty early on. I wonder why he resents you enough to want to kill you. Do you have any ideas? He remembers! I do. He hesitated a moment before he answered. Only for a moment and no more. When he spoke the next, his tone was resolute. You just said you had your memories back, and now you're saying you only have some of them back. When I hit the ground this time, I got some of my memories back, though I still don't remember everything. I know why Yoki tried to kill me today and 5 years ago. That's because he didn't want to hand over Kayu's throne to me. But why would... There was only one explanation for why Yoki would fear Ori taking the throne from him. I'm sorry I couldn't tell you about this earlier, Shinlin. I remember who I am. Oh my god. Oh my god, they're twins. Did you know that, guys? Anyone picture that happening? I'm Lao Jun's son and Yoki's older twin brother.
この国の王子。本当の名前はユエという。
I'm a prince of Kayu. My real name is Yue. I could only listen in stunned silence. Oh my god.
父の横暴とヨキの心を理解しきれなかった。僕の占領さなんだ。
Everybody in this world suffers from face blindness. Could you imagine? Nobody like looks at a face and recognizes it 2 times in a row. I mean, fuck, his own dad didn't recognize him right before he died. He didn't go like, "It's you," or anything like that when he saw us. I mean, sure, he was fighting off intruders. But he also didn't have anything to say to his son. It was my indiscretion that caused all this, my inability to understand Yoki's intention and father's tyranny. He began to speak quietly of his past as Kayu's prince. Bitch, but if you were a prince... Kayu was a land of martial arts. According to the country's tradition, the identities of each king's siblings were rarely made public. What? What the fuck? Oh my god. They're like, let me explain my plot holes. What? What the fuck are we talking about? Are you so for real? Oh my god. 5 years ago? 5 years ago when he was 17? According to the country's traditions, the identities of each king's siblings were rarely made public. The reason was simple. It was the strongest and most capable heir who ascended the throne. The lesser sibling would usually be exiled in secret from the palace before the kingdom's citizens even learned they existed. Bull fucking shit. That was the harsh reality of the world Yoki and I were born into. As children, we were innocent of this tradition. We grew up as close as twin brothers could be. It was during this period of ignorance that we were trained in the qualities of good rulers. I can't emphasize enough how close we were. Let's never turn on us, no matter who gets crowned this king.
どっちが王様になってもこの国を変えていくために一緒に戦っていこう。
Of course we won't. We'll fight side by side to change this country either
父上の
way.
やり方ではこの国を本当の意味で守っていくことはできないと思うから。
I don't think it's possible. It'll be possible to truly defend Kayu using father's methods. Man.
ああ、約束だ。
That's a promise. We even trusted each other deeply enough to exchange such a vow. Yet a few years later, once we developed our own distinct personalities, a rift began to form between us. You're weak, far too weak. When we started studying wushu in earnest under father's tutelage, the true gap in our strength emerged. Yoki wasn't actually weak by any stretch of the imagination. Anyone could see that he had a real talent for wushu. Anyone but father, that is. Your strikes may have grazed me, but Yui's met its mark. That difference is everything. You can't even dodge properly, bro. There are failures and then there's you. Sorry. Enough, Yui, come. Yes, father. Father's treatment of Yoki grew cold simply because I was a tiny bit stronger. I was permitted a certain level of freedom. Yoki, on the other hand, he was confined to his room. Not only that, But he was put through a harsh, grueling education.
どうしてヨキにあそこまで残酷に接するのですか
Father, why are you being so cruel to
ヨキに
Yoki?
は十分武術と王としての才能があります。これ以上ひどいことは
He has enough talent to both be a king and a proficient fighter. You're taking things too far.
私の息子である以上、一切の弱みは認められん。
No son of mine may harbor even the slightest signs of weakness. No matter how many times I stood up to father, he never let Yoki out from his room. The seasons passed, and Setsetsu was eventually tasked with our education. He was kind, so I discussed my concerns about Yoki with him. My brother was suffering every day, and I wanted to come up with ways to comfort him. Setsetsu gave me this
ヨキ様の
advice.
知らない外の世界のことを教えて差し上げてはどうでしょう。
Why don't you share his hell the outside with his highness? The world that Yoki couldn't see for himself, Setsetsu might have meant for me to educate Yoki about what went on beyond the walls of his room rather than outside the entire palace. But I was young, so I latched onto the latter interpretation without knowing any better. One day I snuck out of the palace using a secret path. Wow, it was my first glimpse of the outside world, and I was amazed at all I saw. Food that was totally unfamiliar to me, flowers in full bloom by the roadside, beautiful in their simplicity. Accessories made by the citizens, the games that children played. Sometimes I saw those children making flower crowns for one another. I learned a lot by mimicking them whenever I went out. Also, I could return to the palace with more stories.
今日は新しい遊びを教えてもらったんだ。
Damn.
父上に隠れてこっそり二人で遊ぼう、ヨキ。
I found out about a new game today. Let's play it together, but we have to make sure father doesn't find out.
兄上。
Okay. Yoki was always delighted to hear my tales of receiving my presents. She showed particular interest in my tales about the children I played with.
俺もいつか外の子と友達になりたいな。
I'd love to make friends outside of this
なれ
palace.
るよきっと。僕が近いうちに父上を説得して君を自由にしてあげるからね。
I'm sure it'll happen. It won't be long until I can convince father to let you out of your room.
それを楽しみにして勉強も修行も頑張るよ。
I can't wait for that. I'm going to work hard at my studies and my training. He was starting to feel hopeful about his life. However, father's attitude towards him showed no signs of changing. Though Yoki started out with a kind heart, his circumstances gradually became unbearable.
どうして兄上。ゆえにだけ。
Why are you allowed freedom but not me?
俺だって頑張ってるのに。ほんの少ししか。実力に差なんてないのに。
I'm working as hard as you are. The difference in our abilities is minuscule. He began to resent me. And my freedoms. Then came the day that would split us apart forever. It happened 5 years ago. Someone poisoned our mother, the queen consort. All I'd ever done was object to father's treatment of Yoki, but I was blamed for the crime? I was imprisoned? What? Needless to say, I wasn't the one who poisoned mom? It wasn't hard for me to guess who the true killer was.
ヨキを救うことができなかった僕への
What? I'm being punished because I wasn't able to set Yoki free? What the fuck? I decided to accept the verdict that had been passed down on me and await my execution. I still vividly remember the utter loathing in Yoki's eyes when he came to see me.
お前さえいなければ
Your very existence has destroyed my life.
この世から消え失せろあの人に認められるのは俺だ
I'm sorry. You can't give me one line about your mom and how she was poisoned and how you got blamed for it. Why the fuck were you blamed for it? I won't let you stay in this world for a second longer. I'm the only one worthy of father's recognition. I couldn't fault what he said. I've seen father wasn't prepared to execute the son he saw fit to succeed him. I was released without punishment and officially named as the next in line for the throne. Naturally, Yoki wasn't inclined to accept the decision. What the fuck are we talking about? I'm so sorry. What? Why were you blamed for that? I don't understand. I'm surprised they didn't blame your brother, if that's the case. What? I was returned from my inspection of a rural area when he ambushed me.
このまま無様に追放されるくらいなら
If the alternative is being driven out in disgrace,
お前を殺してでも王宮で生き残ってやる
then I'll kill you to ensure I remain in the palace. So you sound like your dad. He wanted me dead.
お前さえいなければ
If it wasn't for you, I wouldn't have to kill our mom.
彼女も玉座も全て俺のものになる
Her heart and the throne would belong to me. What? We fought fiercely for some time, but he eventually managed to push me from an endlessly steep cliff.
これが僕が記憶を失った顛末だよ。
Those are the circumstances around my memory loss.
その後僕は奇跡的に助かって通りすがりの漁師に助けられたんだ。
By some miracle, there was a passing huntsman who saved me. I had no idea. I struggled to find the words to respond to this monumental truth. It's heartbreaking, especially when you two used to be so close. I shouldn't call you that anymore, should I? I should call you Prince Yui.
ウロのままでいいよ。王位の正当な後継者と言っても本当に良きとは小さな差しかないんだ。
Please to call me Euro. I may be a legitimate heir to the throne, but the difference between Yoki and I truly is a small one. Euro pulled the necklace he had shown me before, the sole clue to unlocking his memories. Do you remember what that is?
王位継承の証だよ。
It proves that I'm the heir.
これを持つ者がカユを支配することを許されると父上から渡されたんだ。
When father gave it to me, he said that its owner was Kayu's rightful ruler. That's it. Good thing you didn't sell it then. Can you imagine? Yeah. Odo smiled was a little subdued. His wound must have been bothering him.
ごめんね。すべては僕が元凶だった。
Sorry, all of this was because of me.
僕さえいなければ良きは歪むことなく立派な王としてこのカユを変えてくれたかもしれないのに。
If not for me, Yoki wouldn't have grown disillusioned, as Kingi could have transformed Kayu. He's still good. Uro was blaming himself. Oh my god, I keep hitting the wrong one. It's funnier because you can't see the choice, because it's like right behind her, but you can see me like turn on, turn off the same setting. I'm glad you're here. That's crazy. That sounds like the writer one. Don't say that, Euro. I'm really glad that you're here and that you were born. You are. Because if you weren't, I wouldn't have been able to fall in love with you the way I have. Whoa. Now that you're a prince, I can confess to you, you see? Euro's gorgeous eyes went round. Oops. As it dawned on me what I had just said, my cheeks turned scarlet. Not that I was about to take it back. Please don't belittle yourself. Instead, let's create a future where you can be proud of who you are. That means putting a stop to Shiyu and Yoki. Shunlin, Yoro weakly gave my hand a squeeze.
そうだね。
Yes, you're right.
僕には嘆く前に王として同時に君を大切に思う男として
I can save the self-deprecation for later. Yay! There are things I need to do first, both as the king and as the man who treasures you.
父上が間違っていてもそれを粛清したシユとヨキの主張と行いが正しいとしても
Perhaps father's methods were wrong. Perhaps Shiyu and Yogi were right to denounce and dispatch him.
多くの人を傷つけることになった道を僕は決して認めるわけにはいかない。
Their actions caused harm to so many people, and this isn't something I can abide. When he slowly got to his feet, I was there to support him. He wasn't the same man as before. He knew his
戦いに
name.
行こう、春林。
Let's fight for righteousness, Shulin.
後悔も
Shunlin.
懺悔も全て後だ。僕は
Regret.
君と一緒に生きるこの国を
Now's the
今
time
度こそ
to
正しい
remodel
形
our
にしたい。
country, to sculpt it to one where you and I can live together in bliss. Yeah! Not only was this the man I had confessed my love to, but he was also the rightful king, the only man suited to rule Kayu. The only man. We returned swiftly to the forest of chiming souls, but Chiyu and his cohorts were nowhere to be found. They had probably gone to seize control of the palace, but that was fine with us. We headed straight to the capital. Seize it? What do you mean seize it? I used the talisman to contact Longli, and we were able to meet up with him.
なるほど。ようやく記憶を取り戻されたのですね。
So you've regained your memories at last, Your Highness. Yeah, he kept calling you Sama. One of the first things Longli did was bow his head deeply to Odo.
よしてほしい。今の僕は王族でも何でもない。ただのウル
Please raise your head. I have no connection to royalty anymore. It's just Odo. Did you know who Odo was all along?
知っていたというよりは、途中で気がついたのですよ。
Not exactly. I realized who he was very
最
recently.
初にお会いした時に、ヨキ様に似ていることに違和感を覚えまして、
Our first meeting, I thought it curious how closely you resembled Prince
そ
Yoki.
の出自を調べている最中に、王宮内での後継者事情や5年前の事件のことを知りました。
It was when I looked into his background that I learned of the incident that occurred 5 years ago and that there was more than one heir.
私は当時、王族に謁見できるほどの地位はありませんでしたが、
At the time it all happened, I wasn't yet high rank enough to deal with the royal family
王子が
personally.
2人いると知った瞬間、
I knew
あなたが
who
何
you
者な
were
のか
the moment I discovered there had been
すぐにわかりましたよ。
two princes, sir. So you didn't know at the start.
とはいえまさか、ヨキ様がシユと結託しているとは思っていませんでした。
All that being said, I never imagined Prince Yoki would collude with Shiyu.
彼の目的が、ルオジン様を廃し、自分が国王になることだったなんて。
Nor that he would seek to gain the throne early by murdering His Majesty.
そこに僕が帰ってきたから感情的になって刺したのか。
No, because this all happened before you showed up. You weren't there. Maybe it was because of my return I fueled his inner turmoil which led him to kill
ロンレ
father.
イ、君の正直な意見を聞かせてくれ。
Longli, I'd like to get your honest
ヨキが
opinion.
このままこの国の王になることについて。
What would you think if Yoki
どう思う？
became Kayu's new king?
それを。
Well, Odo and I have promised to put a stop to Yoki no matter what his motivations, but we're not going to force you to join us, Longli. If you think Yoki will make a worthy king, then we'll leave you out of all of this and act alone. Longli didn't answer for quite some time, because he's a yandere himself. He wasn't avoiding the question, though, merely considering it.
率直に言えば、王としての資質は、ルオジン様よりも、ヨキ様の方がは
To be
るかに
frank,
ある。
I do believe that Prince Yoki is far worthier of sitting on the throne than His Majesty ever
だからこ
was.
そ私は、彼の部下として護衛として、今までお仕えしてきました。
That's why I continue to serve him both as his guard and as his subordinate.
きっと彼が王になれば、カユは良い方向へと変わるでしょ
I am confident that his reign would change Kayu for the better.
う。ですが、
However, his expression turned solemn. Longli lowered his head to Odo once more.
王とは、清濁すべてを飲み、国を率いる者。
A king is one who accepts his country as it is, both the good and the
王君だ
bad.
ろうと剣王だろうと、自らの行いは、すべて恥じてはならない。
He must have confidence in his actions, whether they be fair or
ゆえ
high-handed.
に自らの犯した罪を恥じて隠し、玉座につこうとしている彼のことを、 後継者として認めることはできません。
Prince Yoki is ashamed of his transgressions and attempting to conceal them as he grapples for the throne. As such, I cannot support his heirship. Wow, Longley.
彼の友として私はヨキ様を止めましょう。
I am Prince Yoki's friend, therefore I'm willing to assist you in stopping him.
彼に必要なのは玉座ではなく安らげる場所なのですから。
What he needs is not the throne, but a place where he may feel at ease.
わかった。決意してくれてありがとう。
What? Thanks for letting us your strength.
僕の弟を止めるために一緒に戦ってくれる？
I'll ask you directly, will you fight with us to stop my brother?
無論。
I absolutely will. Thanks.
いいえ。
No.
こちらこそ。お二人がいなければ私はヨキ様の暴走に途方に暮れていました。
It's I who should be grateful. Without you, I would have been at a loss over what to do with His Highness's reckless
シャオさん
behavior.
たちもきっと引き続き力を貸してくれるはずです。
I'm confident we
私
can
の方か
rely
ら
on Xiaowu
合
and
流の連
Yuhong as
絡をして
well.
おきましょう。
I shall contact them and see if we can arrange to
お願
regroup.
い。全員が合流次第、すぐに王宮の中に突入
Please
しよう。
do. As soon as we all assemble, we can storm the
す
palace.
でに中はヨキとシユたちが掌握しているはずだ。
Yoki, Shiyu, and Setsetsu have probably taken command already. I'm worried about Mimi.
ミーミならきっと大丈夫。昔から君と一緒に修行をしてきた子なんだろ？
I'm sure Mimi's fine. She's trained with you since you were a child, right? I'm sure she'll show up when we least expect it. A child?
今の言葉で
I just remembered something.
ヨキ様は昔春林さんと会ったことがあると。
His Highness said you two met when you were children, isn't that right? I guess he
その
did.
話よく考えればおかしいのでは。
Thinking about that now, that makes very little
城の
sense.
中で幽閉されていた彼がどうやって南地区にいた君に会っていたというのでしょう。
Oh my god, I don't care. I don't care. Yeah. Longley, you just said that you weren't in the castle at that time, that you didn't know twins existed. So fuck off. Why? We don't need this. Oh my god. He was confined to his room in the palace. How would he have been able to go to the southern district to meet you?
言われてみれば確かに。今まで全然気づかなかった。
I never noticed it before, but that is strange. We're not misremembering, right? Yoki definitely said we'd met. He even said he recognized Mimi.
逆に言えば
Oh my god. Let us look at the clues, guys. Here's the blackboard. All right. This guy would tell stories to his brother.
彼は話の中でミーミさんと結婚の約束のことにしか触れていないとも言えますね。
Regarding your meeting, he has only ever spoken of Mimi and your promise to marry.
具体的な会話の内容などは今まで一切出てきていません。
He's never gone into any of the specifics of the conversation. Right.
さすがにそのあたりの事情は
I
僕
can't explain
ヨ
it
キに
either.
直接聞く必要があると
Oh my god, are you for real? We don't need to talk to Yoki. Do math. Do math. You might need to ask
そうです
Yoki.
ね。今は彼と再会することに集中しましょう。
I agree. For now, let's concentrate on reestablishing contact with him. K. By the way, still has a stab wound. Still has not gotten any stitches. It was the dead of night. Time for us to strike. I thought there might be some Yangshi guarding the palace, but there's nothing.
誘われてるのかな？
Maybe they're luring us inside.
でしょうね。
Highly
戦
likely.
力差もありますから。
They have the advantage of numbers after all.
小細工を使う必要がねえってことか。
We're not worth any strategy. Now I'm mad.
けど好都合だ。一気に攻め込んで、シユたち捕まえようぜ。
This is our chance. Let's get in there and round them all up. Right. We can't let our guard down, but we can't hesitate.
では
Then let's go. At Oro's regal command, because now he's royalty, the whole lot of us dashed inside the palace. Why? Though it was eerily quiet on the inside, I could sense Yongshi's nearby.
俺たちはじいさんたちを探しに行く
Let's search for Gramps
一
and
番先に
Horan.
正気に戻す必要
We
があ
gotta
るか
get
ら
them
な
back to their senses before we do anything else.
王子との決着は託した。
You guys deal with the prince. Got it.
良きたちがいるとしたら間違いなく玉座だ。
I'm sure they'll be in the throne room. Come now. We split off from Xiaowu and Yuhong and ran straight to the deepest part of the palace. On the way, we bumped into a huge Yangshi ambush.
ここは私が兵も後から合流する予定ですのでなんとか食い止められるはずです
Leave this to me. I shall be regrouping with my men momentarily, so we should be able to stop the Yangshi here.
わかった。
Alright.
頼む。
We're counting on you. Look after yourself. Oh my god. Odo and I ran as fast as we could. Eventually, we made it to the king's abode, the throne room. The door was shut tight. Yodo kicked it down by sheer strength because he's so strong.
ああ、来た来た。君らならこの運命の日に絶対駆けつけるって信じとったで。
You made it! I knew you'd come running to bear witness on this very important day. There wasn't a Yangshi in sight. The pair stood there before the throne as they prepared to take Kayu for themselves. Yoki, Shiyu.
春林、あなたが無事で本当に良かった。
Shinlin, thank goodness you're all
こうして
right.
会うまで本当に不安で仕方がなかったよ。
I've been beside myself this entire time.
ゆえはそのまま死んでもよかったのだがな。
Although it would have been nice if Yui was actually dead.
ヨキ。
Come on, Yoki.
慣れ慣れしく呼ぶな。お前は俺の憎むべき敵だ。
Don't talk to me like that. You're my enemy. I'm well within my rights to despise you.
本当に忌々しい。何度殺しても俺の前に再び現れ、邪魔をする。
You're beyond irritating. No matter how many times I try to kill you, you always find a way to crawl out of your grave and get in my way.
お前さえいなければ、春林はかつての約束通り、俺の妻となってくれたのに。
If it weren't for you, Shunlin would be my wife like we promised.
本当にそうなの？
Are you sure your promise is real? What? Odo continued in a low voice.
君は本当に春林に会ったことがある？
Are you sure you've met Shunlin before, Yoki?
どういう意味だ？
Which sort of question is that?
確信が欲しいんだ。覚えているのならこの場で。
I want to make sure, if you really remember meeting her, I want you to make that clear right here and now.
最後に彼女に会った日、君はどんな約束をして彼女と別れた？
What exactly did you promise her on the day you had to part?
だから大きくなったら結婚しようと。
How many times did this say it? We promised to marry when we were...
違う。僕は具体的な会話の内容を
No,
聞いてる。
I'm asking you to give specifics.
彼女の返事のセリフは？彼女から送られた花冠の色は？彼女の当時の髪型は？
What exactly did she reply to you? What color was the flower crown she gave you? What was her hairstyle at the time?
離れ離れになった瞬間、彼女は南地区のどの方向へ
Which
と
direction
去っ
did she
て
leave when she said goodbye? Odo's questions obviously perturbed Yogi. Perturbed.
そんなことを聞いてどうする？
What's the point
お
of all
前
this?
には何の関係もな
It's
いこ
none of your
と。
business.
いや、ある。今僕が彼女を守る立場であ
It's
る以
very
上、
much my business. My job now is to protect
こ
her.
の子に執着する君の意志を折らなければならないから。
And that means I have to tear down your obsession with her.
くだらない問いだ。彼女との思い出を俺が
This
忘
is
れるわけない
meaningless.
だろう。
I would never forget anything about the time I spent with her.
そうだろう、春林。俺は
You see?
確かにあの時
Remember when we
あなたと結婚の
he promised to get married? The realization seemed to have hit him. We exchanged a promise to marry when we were kids, but that was the only detail of the memory that he could recall.
どういうことだ？
I don't understand. This doesn't make any
何が
sense.
どうなっている？どうして俺の中に春林との記憶が一つとして残っていない？
Why don't I remember anything about Shinlin?
これでは
It's as if
君の方が記憶喪失になったみたいやな。
you're the one with amnesia, huh? Yoki rolled around to face Shiyu, who was floating nonchalantly in the
かわ
air.
いそうに。 夢を見たままでいた方が幸せなこともあるんやで。
Sorry to burst your bubble. Sometimes folks are happier living in a dream
ウ
world,
ロ
right?
君はとことん。弟には残酷なお兄ちゃんや。
Your twin brother sure is a cruel one, ain't he? What do you know, Shiyu?
内緒。僕はウロ君と違って。
Nothing I'm about to tell you. I ain't like Yuro.
可愛い甥っ子に残酷な仕打ちをするつもりはないんで。
I ain't about to rub my little nephew's nose in the harsh truth.
おいっ子
Nephew? Oh my god, I never saw it coming.
さて、宴もそろそろ佳境や。改めて自己紹介といこう。
Anyways, it's about time for the main event. I'm thinking we redo the introductions. Shiyu spread his arms wide and moved as he was directed in front of the... oh gosh. Shiyu spread his arms wide and moved so he was directly in front of the throne.
いいな。私の真の名はダオミン。
My name's... my real name's Daoming.
このカユの本来の王位継承者にして。
I'm the rightful heir to Kayu's throne.
暴君ルオジンに暗殺された彼の兄だ。
I'm also brother to the tyrant Lao Jin, the man who assassinated me. In one fell swoop, Shiyu revealed who he was and why he held a grudge against the king. Wow! Oh my god! I don't believe it. I do. It's
父上の兄
Shiyu, his father's brother?
そうそう。だから自分ら双子は僕にとっては甥っ子に当たる。
And you know it. You know it, and that makes you two my twin
言
nephews.
うても、二人が生まれる頃には僕とっくに死んどったけどな。
Well, I was long dead when you got around to being born.
いや、ほんま残念。おじさんとして可愛い双子をめでたかったわ。
It's a real shame. I would have loved to have my term doting on you as your uncle. It looked like Shiyu's offhand confession had shaken Oro.
父上に兄がいるなんて
I never heard father speak of any brothers unless...
そう。僕も自分と全く同じ理由で17歳の頃ルオジンに殺された。
I think you get it. Lao Jin killed me at the tender age of 17 for the same reason Yoki got it out for you.
その恨みを晴らすためにキョンシーとなり復讐の機会を伺ってたんや。
I held a grudge, became a Yongshi, and waited for my chance to get revenge. She went on with his story and only spared a glance at Yoki, who had been rendered
なん
speechless.
か放っておくことができへんくて仲間に引き入れたけどな。
I got Yoki on board too, couldn't bear to leave him alone, you see.
ルオジンさえ王にならなければ少なくとも性格が歪んだりはせんかったやろしな。
I bet he never would have gotten so twisted if Lao Jin wasn't king. It was difficult to argue with Shiyu. I couldn't blame him for holding a grudge against his murderer, and there was kindness in his desire to rally behind his nephew. Still, that didn't mean I could condone what he had done. You prioritized revenge against your majesty over Yoki. That was the moment your actions lost any hint of righteousness.
その通りや。多少の同情心はあれど、僕がヨキを利用していることは変わらない。
You're right. I felt sorry for the kid. That doesn't change the fact that I used him. Shiyu gave the bewildered Yoki a gentle pat on the
立
back.
つんやヨキ。春林との過去がどうあれ、
Pull yourself together, Yoki. Your past with Shunlin isn't
君
important.
が彼女とヨクザをどんな手段を使っても欲しいと願うのは本当のことやろ。
You still want her on the throne no matter what it takes,
この
hiccups.
機会をものにせんで、いつそれを実現させるん。
How's that ever gonna happen if you let this chance pass you by?
シュ
Shiyu.
そうかそうだな
Yes, you're right. Is that it? Is this also like the same base model, basically? Shiyu's soft encouragement had Yoki raising his head.
無様な姿を見せたな。お前は俺個人を嫌っているが、それでも仲間として選んでくれた。
Sorry, that was embarrassing. You chose me to be your ally, although you despise me.
その期待に全力で応じよう。忌
Wow.
まわしきゆえを殺すことによって。
He gets a fighter stance. Fun. I've decided not to let you down. I will now deal with the nuisance that is my brother, Yui. As Yoki readied his fist, Ruo, how did I forget his name? Prepared to meet the outcoming attack, I guess, because it's so stupid. Shiyu gave a deep nod of satisfaction as he saw Yoki was roused once more. Alrighty, this is exactly why I chose you, kid. Now I can leave the rest of my revenge to Yoki and disappear quietly. He then stuck a talisman to his own forehead, the kind that purged Yangshi. What are you doing? I'm sacrificing myself to give up my power over to Yoki? You're going to be the wickedest, most powerful Yangshi Kayu's ever seen. Kill everyone who stands in your way, Yoki. I shall. Farewell, Shiyu. What the fuck is happening? Yoki shouted. Shout was brimming with resolve. You've grown into a fine man, Yui. Sorry I couldn't do nothing for you. Still, I'm hoping you're about to make me proud. Catch you on the other side. Sure was nice hanging with you. Shiyu vanished in a scattering of light. His soul left this dimension, transforming Yoki into a nasty Yangshi. I challenge you, Yue. If I win, Shunlin and the throne will be mine. She's not anyone to own, but... Yoro looked at me. Don't worry, I believe in you. I gave him an affirming nod, encouraging him to accept Yui's challenge. Thanks. Dude, bro. Okay, Yoki. And if I win, you'll stop this mad scheme of yours. Come at me, bro. Both brothers tightened their fist. Oh my god. They leapt forward at the exact same time. And so the battle that would determine Kayu's future was underway. Oh no! If what Shiyu said is true, the power I stole from him should be able to dispel the part of Yoki that's a Yangshi. If I can just find an opening. Toto! This ends now, Yue! Oh goodness. Yo, Oro, get away! Huh? I know that cry. Is that her booty in the air? Oh. Mimi! Why, you mangy? Yoki. Damn you.
彼女の宝物であるミーミを容赦なく傷つけようとした時点で
You tried to harm Mimi, her most treasured friend.
する資格はない
You don't deserve to love her.
王として兄として
As the king and as your brother.
道を誤った君に容赦なく仕置きをさせてもらう
I will enact your punishment. You've lost your way. The moment Yuro's victory was assured, the talisman on Yoki's forehead activated. It purged his body of the power Shiyu had bestowed upon him. Fully human once more, Yoki hung his head in shock.
そんなバカなここまで来たというのに
It doesn't make sense. I came so
ま
far.
たもゆえに邪魔され破れる
All free to get in my way and defeat me again.
Yoki.
Yoki. My dude. Yuro's eyes shimmered with pity as he looked down at his
僕は
brother.
君に言わなくちゃいけ
There's
ないこと
something
が
I have to tell you, my guy.
さっきの過去の記憶の話。君と戦っている間に本当のことを思い
Oh
出した
my
んだ。
god. Let me just crush you more, please. The memories you kept talking about, I remember the truth about them while we were fighting.
君は春林に会ってなどいない。
You and Shunlin never met before the tournament.
城の外に抜け出している。一人の王子の土産話を聞いて、
You heard the stories of the prince who snuck out of the
苦し
palace.
さから解放されたいあまり、それを自分の話だと次第に思い込んでいった
And you started to believe they were your stories since you desperately wanted to escape your own suffering. What? But then, Yoro nodded.
昔、城を抜け出し春林と出会ったのは、
I'm the one who met you in the
僕の
outside
方
the
だったんだ。
palace walls all those years ago,
ヨキは
Shunlin.
その話を聞いて、
I told Yoki about you.
優しい君に憧れ、
And he came to admire your gentle
自分
heart.
自身のことだと記憶の中で置き換
He
えていたんだ。
remembered those stories as if he had experienced them
そう
himself.
だよね、ミーミー。君は僕があの時の男の子だって
Isn't that
ずっ
right,
と気づい
Mimi?
てたんだ。
You've always known I was the boy your partner made friends with. Yes, he could speak Mimi though. Oh, Mimi the panda in those stories had clued Yoki in as to who I was. He had absolutely nothing else to go by.
それじゃあ俺と彼女は運命などではない
That means we were never bound by fate in the first place.
一度も会ったことがないただの他人
All this time we were she was a stranger. We never met once.
そういう
Yes,
ことになる。
that's right. It was a harsh truth that Yoki had to bear. I'm sorry, was there more laughing there? Oh my god. No? Oh, there we go. He laughed like a madman, never raising his head.
なんて滑稽なずっと彼女の存在を支えに
This
生
is
き
a
てきたの
farce.
に
She's the only thing I've been living for, one miserable year after
そ
another.
の全てがただの妄想
And now you're telling me it was a delusion? I don't believe it. I won't.
ふざける
I refuse to believe it. He sent his cry of despair towards the heavens. Yoki remained in his trance as the soldiers who were back to normal began escorting him to the dungeon. I was sure he would be sentenced for all the people he harmed. The same held true for Setsetsu, who had been his accomplice. Yoro would see to it that justice prevailed no matter how much it hurt him. I wonder if Yoki will ever recover from this
どうだろ
state.
う。あのままかもしれないし、いつか正気に戻る時が来るかもしれない。
Who knows? Maybe he'll stay this way forever, or maybe he'll regain his sanity.
ただどちらにせよ、彼が玉座につくことはも
Either way, I doubt he'll be
不可能だ
able to inherit the throne at this point. I agree. King Laojin isn't the one with us anymore either. Does that mean you're going to rule Kayu as the new king?
うそうなるだろうね。
I think I'll have to.
他に王族はいないから。
I'm the only other royal left. I guess you won't be able to spend as much time together then. I guess not, but
でも
though his wound was probably still bothering him, Yoro stood up without complaining and pulled something from his garment. The necklace. That's proof you're the true heir.
王になることが決まった今、改めて君にかけてもらいたい。
Now that my position as king is assured, I'd like you to put it on me.
そうしたら、あ
Remember
の
our
時の約
promise?
束通り、立派な王となって、
I want to work hard to become a king you can be proud of.
君のことを必ず迎えに行くよ。
Once I've accomplished that, I'll come to you. Oh, Yoro. Oh, Yoro. oh gosh, it was a continuation of the last vow we exchanged. I took the necklace from him. I believe in you, King Uro. I promise to be there for you whenever you need me. And she goes, oh, never mind. I reached out and placed it around his neck.
春林。ここまで来れたのは全部
Thanks,
君の
Shinlin.
おかげだ。
I couldn't have come this far without you. I asked that one day.
僕のお嫁さんになってね。
You become my wife. I will. Ki. The long night came to an end. Morning brought with it a new chapter in Kayu's history. But no matter what the future held, this country, Hiro and I would experience it together. That was for certain. Did my grandpa ever get unburdened? Is he unburdened yet? Like, please let me know. Uh, 6 months passed. Grandpa, wake up! I woke up my sleepy grandpa, and with that, we were ready to face a new day.
まったく朝から乱暴な起こし方をするでない。せっかく気持ちよく寝ていたというのに。
You better watch your handling of me so early in the morning. I was having the most comfortable sleep. It's your fault for oversleeping. We don't have time to loaf around. We're getting work requests from all kinds of people.
分かっとるわい。正式な同志となってからというもの。妙に張り切っとるの。
Oh, only took her 6 months to become official? That's crazy. That's crazy. You don't have to tell me. It's like becoming an official Daoshi has made you forget how to relax. I just want to be a Daoshi Uro can be proud of. Me. I giggled bashfully and got to work making breakfast. After being released from Shiyu's control, Grandpa decided to recognize me as a full-fledged Daoshi. I don't think so. You did nothing. He'd been letting me take on some of his work ever since. We also tracked down Yiming, and I used my technique to restore him to normal. He was lending us a hand along with everyone else. Let's see what we've got today. An exorcism near the Forest of Chiming Souls. It wasn't only Yangshi causing problems lately because of harmful ghosts. Cases of harmful ghosts were on the rise, giving us even more work to do.
油断するでないぞ。
Make sure you take it seriously. Of course I will. I'll head out as soon as I finish breakfast. I gave him a cheerful nod, then looked out to the bright blue sky. I wonder if Yuro's working as hard as I am right now. I have to throw everything I've got into my work for the day we reunite. I want to believe that would be the moment our promise was fulfilled. Kayu was undergoing a massive change. With King Laojin's death, Uro had inherited the throne and began his rule. Initially, the citizens were taken aback by the sudden emergence of a new prince. Now, everyone adored him, largely thanks to his policy to protect Kayu's strong and weak people in equal measures. As for Yoki, his psyche never recovered, and he was confined to his room in the palace. It seems Yuro had decided to safeguard him there until he was mentally prepared to face his transgression. He's yet another victim of this country's obsession with strength. I could still remember how forlorn he had sounded when he spoke about the decision. I held a very dear wish in my heart that one day Yogi would recover, and he and his brother could at last speak together as family and equals. No. Nah. How about nah? I haven't seen Yoro. Oh gosh. I haven't seen Yoro at all since then. I really miss him. Oh my god. Really? 6 months? Oh my god. Pulling a Zareth. I was making my way home with Mimi after a hard day's work. It was already late. I know he's a prince, and that would... Is he a prince? Or is he a king? And that would normally put him way out of my league, but that doesn't mean I'm happy being away from him. Girl, you can go visit him anytime you want. I looked up at the beautiful night sky, picturing his face among the stars. I miss you. I love you so much. I wish I could go see you right now, Uro. I whispered those words to the night, and he hugged me from behind. I missed you too. Huh? Oh shit, I said it. Out of nowhere, I was enveloped in a gentle warmth. Oh man, called it. Look at me. Oh, Udo.
久しぶりだね、春林。
It's been a while, hasn't it, Shinlin?
王宮に帰ってからずっと
day after
君に会い
day.
たくて仕方なかった。
Ever since I've returned to the palace, I've missed you more and more than I can possibly express. Yeah, me too.
君の活躍は聞いてるよ。立派な同志として
I heard about everything you're
困っ
doing.
てる人たちの助けに
You're
な
a
って
real Daoshi, helping everyone in
共に
need.
旅をした仲間として君を大切に思う男として
I say this as both your
こんなに
travel
誇ら
partner
しいことはない。
and the man who adores you. I couldn't be prouder of you. I'm proud of you too, Odo. You've captured the people's hearts. Hey, Odo. If you come to see me, does that mean?
国も落ち着いてきたしロンレイの許可も下りたから
Yeah, things are a lot calmer, and Longley gave me his permission.
君に約束の言葉を伝えるために
I'm here to exchange a new promise with you. Ah! I held my breath. I could already guess what this new promise could entail.
つろな僕をウロとして優しく愛
You
して
one
く
could
れた
argue
人
that she didn't say she loved you until she found out you were a prince. Out loud. Shunlin, you fell in love with me when I was Yoro, a man who had nothing.
幼い頃の約束だけではなく
Although we made the
明るい
promise as
君に救わ
children,
れた男としてこの言
I'm
葉を
saying
告
this
げよ
as a man who found solace in your
僕
light.
と結婚して
Will you marry me and help
この
protect
国を一緒に
Kayu
守ってくださ
by
い
my side? Oh, I'd been waiting to hear him say that for so long, and now that he had, my tears threatened to overflow. You're really asking me? You know, I've been waiting, dreaming of the day I'd marry you.
僕と一緒だ
It's the same for me.
それじゃあ
What do you say? I closed my eyes and let the tears fall for a moment. Yeah, I'd love to marry you. I want to spend the rest of my days with you as husband and wife. I don't think I'd ever smiled so hard.
ありがとう
Thank you. He kissed a lock of my hair. I guess. I seriously am not dreaming right now, am I? Our first meeting, our reunion, his proposal, the survival we fought for, the future it granted us, it all came together here and now.
心から愛してる
I love you from the bottom of my heart,
真理
Shinley.
この先何があろうとも僕のそばにいてほしい
Whatever happens from now on, I want you to be there with me. I'll be there. And you know what, my dear husband? It doesn't matter if you lose your memories again or if you're reborn as someone else. That just means we'll get to fall in love all over again.
約束だ
That's a promise. It all came together through the kiss we shared at the... What kiss? We shared as the moon above bore witness to our eternal vow.
これは国を変えた一人の女の子の愉快で一途な恋
This is
の
an
物語。
upbeat tale of determination. It's heroine found
後
love.
世この恋の物語は
And even changed the country. This love story was
人
given
々
a
に
name
こう名付けられ長く語り継がれることになる。
and passed down extensively for generations to come. Our love
カユ
story.
恋語りと
Cute. It's the only one that had this ending where the narrator talked. What? What? Oh, was I in control of that? My bad. I just realized he had a photo now. They didn't have that there before. That's so funny. Alright. My goodness. Dun 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 dun. Oh. You didn't do anything wrong. None of this is your fault. Everyone is at fault, including me. No one ever stood up to question the status quo in this country.
そんなことを
I wouldn't say that. I would. Please don't pin all this on yourself. I hate to see the man I love tearing himself apart. That's right. She said it. The man I love. It'd be funny if it ends up being at the same time. Oh, God. Alright. Ah! Mimi and I watched as the Yangshi vanished with a scream. It would never hurt anyone again. Woo! Another Yangshi purge! That was tiring work, huh, Mimi? Mimi's ears drooped. I took it as a sign that she was hungry. Hankering for a break myself, I plopped down on the grass. It's tough being the only Daoshi in the entire country who can work. Hopefully Grandpa and the others will make a speedy recovery. In this universe, they are not better yet. It had been some time since the trouble at the palace. The Daoshi previously under Shiyu's control had safely returned to normal after the villain's defeat. That said, their ordeal had put a great physical strain on them, and most were still bedridden. Fortunately, none of them were in critical condition, but it did leave a massive gap in the Daoshi workforce. I'm exhausted. I want to go to bed. I'm gonna run all over the place trying to pick up... I've been running all over the place trying to pick up the slack. I wonder what Yoro's doing right now. I bet he's as busy as I am. You know what? I bet he's even busier. Mimi nodded in agreement. I hope he's not working himself to the bone out of guilt because of what happened with Yoki. Oh, we're not getting a flashback, are we? Okay. Kayu had undergone a massive change. With his death, Oto inherited the throne, the blah blah blah, they adore him. Yoki, psychic never recovered. I'm not gonna reread what I already read. Could remember the forlorn. One day Yoki would recover and his brother could at least speak. Yeah, that all happened. That's not new. I caught my reminiscing off there. I miss Oto. And only now did I realize how much. He said he was going to come for me. I bet he's so busy with all his new duties that he's finding it hard to slip away. Which means there's only one thing left to do. I picked up Mimi, who probably wanted to see him again too, and smiled as proudly as I could. I'll just have to go see him. It was bold and reckless, even for me. But Mimi agreed wholeheartedly. It was so cute. I could see why they said pets resemble their owners. Oh, so you think you're cute? That's what it felt like. Time ticked on, and Kayu's lively daylight hours transformed into a quiet night. So far, so good. No one spotted us yet. We're sneaking in instead of just coming by. Earlier, I contacted Longley and asked him to do a little prep work for me. Thanks to him, I found the Eastern Gate unlocked. Let's see. I couldn't help but grin when I realized it was all going according to plan. It honestly had me feeling like a kid again. Come on, Mimi. Let's go find my beloved. I passed through the gate with the panda that had been with me since I was young. Once I reached the ground, I sneakily climbed up one of the walls surrounding the palace. I moved silently towards the central forecourt. There I found the man I adored staring up at the night sky with a longing expression on his face. There he is! It's Oto, the king! He hadn't noticed me. How long has it been since I last saw her? He's talking about the panda. I haven't even started preparing to go see her again, even though I promised I would. I knew it at once that he was talking about me. I want to sigh too. Oto's been feeling the exact same way as me. My heart throbbed. I loved him so much. I was desperately overjoyed to see how he was yearning for me. I miss her. I miss Shunlin and I love you. Photo! Before I knew it, I was jumping down from the wall and sprinting over to him. I spread out my arms, ready to leap straight into his solid chest. Did I see that right? Why are you doing this? I am hitting this one time. What is happening? Solid chest. My hair danced on the wind behind me as I closed the distance between me and my sweetheart in one fell swoop.
Shunrin?
Shunrin! His gorgeous eyes widened as he saw me descending from the night sky. I'm here! I love you so much that I couldn't wait anymore. Be so real, that does not look like the same man in the rest of these images. You dropped right into my lap for like a falling star. Ordo caught me and pulled me into his embrace. I really missed you. Me too. Seeing you here is a dream come true. You make me so happy by coming to see me. I don't think I can hold my love any longer. Stars twinkled in the night sky, illuminating by the precious moment between me and the king of Kayu. His smile was everything. He was utterly charmed by the girl he treasured more than anything else in the entire world. I love you, Shinlin. I know you just said the same thing to me. I'm not letting you get ahead of me this time. I want you to be my wife. I promise to cherish you every single day. You bet I will. I didn't even hesitate to accept his proposal. We kissed while he held me aloft. Let's be together forever. It doesn't matter how busy you get or how isolated your duties make you feel. I'll always be right there with you, ready to put a smile on your face whenever you need it. I know, thank you. Did I screenshot this one? I can't remember. You shine brighter than any star, and I adore you with a love stronger than any in this world. We kissed once more as the real stars stretched far and wide in the sky overhead. We really don't get to appreciate his long hair very much. It's disappointing. We sent our shared wish up to the heavens. It was a wish to be together for all eternity, imbued with overwhelming love. Heading for love. I can spell words. I can do that. All right, let's go see if we unlocked all the photos. Oh my god, I gotta mute that. There's a problem if I don't. All right, let's see. Ah, there it is. Thank you for playing. Ah, it was beautiful. It was beautiful. Yodo has his thing now. We have all 9 of 9 for him. Oh, cute. Okay. See, this is what I was talking about when we finished Budoshihana. I like when they do like a modern take because like imagine the story if this was them. Like, oh my gosh. Look at them dressed like they go to nightclubs. Like, oh my goodness, he looks so much cuter in this look. Oh my god. Oh my god, he's got a top knot. It's so cute. Oh my god. Trying to do this right. Oh no. Well, it's fine. Oh, he's got a little ear cuff. He's got a little mask. Perfect. Honestly, Hodan looks like the best, and she looks so cute. I still am mad we don't get the MC in any of the photos. Sorry, outside of the photos. Longly looks awful. Yeah, see, I'd play that version of this game. Alright, well, we did all of the stuff. I don't particularly like his story. I don't know why I just hovered over, but it scared me. I don't think he had the best one. Do I still have... Let me just check what Otome Kitten said. I want to see what Otome Kitten said about the secret route. I want to see her review on Le Secret. Let's see. Secret love interest. Let's see. Not really so secret as as anemic. Oh my gosh. Amnesic. Just happened to come out of nowhere, which surprised me for some reason, even though secret routes that pop up like this ain't exactly uncommon. We've seen Henry do the same thing in PO40. Ideally, I should have been annoyed that there was no forewarning about this new character, but surprisingly, I didn't mind it. I vibed. She said she vibed. It was hilarious that Shunlin immediately offered to let Yodo stay at her house because she felt bad. Let's see. Like, when Shiyu got involved, he'd just show up, drop some vague hints, then run off again. This happened a few times, and it definitely felt like the story was written that way to drag things out. I was getting impatient. On top of that, Shiyu's motivations felt frustrating and inconsistent. He said he wanted to kill Shunlin to get back the power she stole, yet he doesn't really follow through here. Whereas in other routes, particularly Longley's, he was far more determined. His decision flip-flopped so much that it dulled his likability as a character. Oh goodness. Shiyu's connection to Shunli, especially with the whole she stole my powers stick, was also explained in a rather slapdash way, just when I expected it to be something much more significant, although after seeing similar things happen in a secret route, oh, and Tremania, I have no idea. I'm kind of used to these profluxually plot devices that are probably why I didn't mind it. Let's see. She likes him. I didn't really like it. I didn't find it very interesting. It felt like they put way too much into him. That was all sudden. And like they kept going like, oh, like this. Like a Daoshi can do anything. Is what it basically turned into. A Daoshi can do whatever they want, and I didn't really think that was a really fun plot device. They're like, oh, here's a talisman that can do that. They threw all this stuff randomly in this route when they could have had something happen in every other route that would link to this. They could have had a memory thing from her childhood when she was in the forest. For the last one, for Longley, when she was in the forest, she could have had her own memory come up about when she was abandoned. That would have been cool. And then if they wanted to do the whole thing where the things can make you invisible, they could have brought that up in a different route too. Like when they were, which one were they being attacked the most in? Yuhan's maybe? Like in Yuhan's, like they could have added every single thing, and then it could have felt like it all came together in this story. I don't know. I didn't like it that much. I felt like it was just, and here's another story. It didn't really feel like it brought us any closer to anyone. And I feel like they really didn't hint too well at Chiyu being the king's brother. I did know he was going to open his eyes. I could tell right away. I mean, he has his eyes closed for a reason. They don't want you to realize what his eyes look like. And that was true. It's because his eyes look like his brother's. And so, but again, they could have been anything. They could look like absolutely anything. And then Shiyu had such a connection to all the different characters. I don't know. It sounds weird. Should have had a route where we could date the Yangshi, honestly. I'm down for the 9 RIP routes. But I don't know. Let me know what you thought. We are going to be starting we're going to be starting Bode Shihana next. That is going to be probably, I'm not sure this week. I know for sure I'll have a stream on Wednesday. I don't know if I'm going to have a stream the next couple days just because I do work in the afternoons. I just don't know if I want to stream or if I want to clean more to get my room more set up. It's almost there. We got this here. I still feel like the camera's a little too far away right now. So I might have to pull that in. There's some things I'm going to have to update. I made sure everything looked okay before I started. Like nothing was too off kilt. And we did do the walking. So thank you for being here for that. But if you're watching us on YouTube, you can check me out on Twitch. I stream about 3 times a week. Thank you, Blue. Thank you, Bass, for being in chat. I will see you guys later. Bye-bye.